Good morning to everyone and welcome to the Canary Cricket Centre. Alongside me is Novel Mokol. I am yours truly, Victor Eddy, and it's Barbados coming up against Trinidad and Tobago. Barbados have won the toss and they decided they would bat. So a pleasant good morning to you, Novel Mokol, and welcome to everyone to the Canary Cricket Centre.
Good morning to you, Vic, and we welcome to listeners throughout the region, particularly in Trinidad and Tobago and in Barbados. And Barbados taking first strike, as we are going to see the first delivery, which is short and into the hip of a left-hand batter here from Barbados. And Victor, both teams would have come through successfully in their first round match. Barbados beating Guyana convincingly, and Trinidad would have gotten through the USA one down in St. Paul's.
Yes, so good start for those victorious teams, but we will update you with the names of the teams of the particular players. So I will start first of all with Barbados. We have Baptiste, we have Shakon Bell, we have Gaddison Boyens, we have the captain Joshua Dawn, we have Rajay Gittens.
That one's short and wide down the leg side, and that opens the Barbados account this morning.
So the two batsmen at the crease is Shakon Bell and Zachary Carter. The striker would be number 6, and that would be...
Striker is Bell.
Bell?
Yes.
Okay. No run, just quietly played down on the onside. So a continuation of the team. Off spinner. And then we have Makaya Greenwich. And we have Kamari Griffith. We have Kevin Newton. We have Jackie Pollard. Damani Roach. So that's the lineup for Barbados, and Novel momentarily will give you the Trinidad and Tobago. But here is another delivery, short and rising. So just in this first over quickly, we have seen that the pitch is accommodating good bounce to the fast bowlers, but Novel will, and one for height, that is. So Novel will update you now with the Trinidad and Tobago team. Novel.
Yes, the playing 11 is Rayad Mohammed, Luke Ali, Brendan Boudou, Faraz Ali, Abdul Rahim Topping, he's left out. We have Aiden Racha, Zakari Madre, Cristiano Rahman, Anil Rupal, Aaron Basnat, Alexander, and yes, that rounds up the 11. And Trinidad, bowling for Trinidad is the number 53. And his shirt number is not listed here at the moment, but we'll verify that for you. Who is opening the bowling for Trinidad?
He is putting the number 63 on the back of his jersey. And he is operating from the far end. The captain is in the attack for Trinidad and Tobago. Well, quiet start in this opening encounter, but lovely weather for cricket at the present moment. We are just into the first over of this encounter, and another one that's lifted. And here comes the first signal for a no ball. And Novel, we know how those extra deliveries can contribute to totals, and early, this is just the first over and the first free hit.
Well, it does contribute massively. In the last game we had here with the Leeward Islands and the Windward Islands, the Leeward Islands gave away 25 extras and 20 in wides, and they lost by 5 runs. So if you were to do some maths, if they were to control those extras, they perhaps would have been in a better chance to win the game. So they do play a significant role, and this one is short, and Bell is pulling at it, missing out, and the As you said, Vic, the pitch is certainly accommodating bounce, topping, hitting the deck hard and getting it to lift, and he just needs to get his accuracy right. Just on off stump, he has 2 slips, a man in the gully, and a backward point. So the line should cater to the field he has set at the moment.
Well, that completes the first over. And apart from the no ball, a good start, I would say, for Trinidad and Tobago, with the total now just on, we'll get that shortly, 2 runs. So a good over apart from the no ball, which was a free hit. But it has to be a general concern, Novel, for all the teams to try and avoid that amount of wides and no balls, because that can enhance such a good instance where teams can just dominate in the end result based on those extras.
Yes, and it makes, for instance, if you are a fast bowler, you use a lot more energy that you would really wish to save bowling legal deliveries. You want to bowl 6 deliveries. We know occasionally one might overstep, one may bowl a wide one, but you don't want them to become too much unit. Really too many.
So
Aiden Ratcher is the new the bowler who is going to come from the media center end.
So Carter will be on strike. He's the taller of the two, and very much so. We can see significantly he is over some 6 feet tall, but he is a left-hander, so he's a left and right at the crease. So Carter is going to be the one who is on strike. Standing back is the wicket keeper. There is a solitary first slip. There is a gully, a point, cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. A man at Novel, quite interesting. The man at mid-on is quite wide, and there is a man on the long leg boundary and a mid-wicket. Is there someone down on the long on boundary? Well, we will get that after this delivery. Well, quite interesting field placement. First delivery going down the leg side, and here comes now the first wide, no ball. Sorry, the second wide, and here we go now, starting off with those extras so early in this, just the first delivery of the second over.
Well, one of the things I generally say when you're dealing with players of this age, youthful exuberance, they tend to want to fire it in as fast, as quickly as possible, and sometimes they just need to calm down and get the lines right again into the hip of Carter. And Victor, we would have seen Zachary Carter here in St. Kitts a few weeks ago for the Cool and Smooth.
Yes, indeed, yeah, and he would come into this under 1950 overs tournament with some confidence. Very tall in stature. He definitely over 6 feet tall.
Yes, what I've seen of him, he hits the ball very meanly, very powerfully. He's powerfully built as well. And swiping at that one is up in the air. And Victor, what was really a top edge coming off of the edge of the bat, it sailed all the way for 6. I just mentioned the power of the man, and he did not middle that. I think Ratcher will be a bit disappointed that it carried for 6, but again, the stature and power of Carter just took that over the line.
And even though it was a top edge, this man is so powerful that he put a lot into it. And as you quite rightly said, it was a top edge, but good enough to clear the boundary for the first 6.
Oh, yes. And very different stroke being played here. Pure timing, but good work there at mid-off as they come back for 2. Didn't try to overhit that one at all. Just allowed it to come onto the face of the bat and pushed it into the gap for 2. So Victor not really reliant on power alone. He has some touch and class about him. Yeah, timing and placement was that evident, and this is a very productive over for Barbados thus far. And these two definitely in the approach, 50 overs is a lot of legal deliveries to be bowled.
And batsmen should just get the appetite for staying out there for long periods because so much deliveries is to be bowled in 50 over context.
Only 300. 50 overs equates to 300 legal deliveries, and as we've seen, you're going to get a number of no balls, wides, no matter which level you're playing at. But
So-
I support your suggestion that players need to hang around out there, get accustomed to it.
So sometimes you could average reaching up to 325 deliveries
Yes,
in the end
yes.
when you add up those wides and then the no balls as you have to bowl the extra delivery. But we'll wait and see. It's early days still.
Good single taken. And I think Aiden Ratcher, he looks a lot more controlled. He may have had the one wide down the leg side, but since then he has brought the ball pretty much on the off stump. And Barbados, Victor, how often would you have seen in your very long lifetime 2 left-hand opening batters?
Well, yeah, it has happened, and but it has been rare.
Rare.
We most of the time to find a right and left. But these two are off to a quiet but early start for Barbados, obviously with the intentions to try and establish a good foundation for their team.
Yeah, that's the importance. The opening pair bowlers, that is my reference. They will be looking to make early inroads, and Carter and Bell, they would want to solidify themselves, get through this early stage. Perhaps if the ball is moving around, the extra bounce, you survive that and hope to get you to the first change bowler.
Yeah, and you're so right into that. What has been looking good so far for Barbados too, that both batsmen they are picking up the ones and the twos, and when the loose deliveries come along, which thus far has been rare, they have been executing well. So Trinidad and Tobago obviously would like to make some early inroads. On the other hand, these two openers would like to establish a good foundation for their team Barbados.
Victor, in the last outing against Guyana, as we wait for this delivery, the last outing against Guyana, Zachary Carter, he got 62. So he got a half century in the first game against Guyana, and he will want to continue to build on a start he got in his last outing.
Well, that also would give him a level of confidence too, getting a half century in his first encounter. And obviously, he would really like to capitalize and continue, or even to do it better here today against Trinidad and Tobago.
Try and go on and get a big one. Well, Shaquan Bell, on the other hand, he got to 39. So got a start, and he would want to advance that start perhaps to a half century and further down the leg side.
Wide. A wide being signal, and that has been a concern for us as the broadcasters, the percentage of wides, and here comes another one going down the leg side. And as you quite rightly say, sometimes I wonder for moments though, Novel, why not try sometimes like he's bowling over the wicket to try and go around the wicket where he can see the target of the tree stumps. He might probably get his deliveries more in line and length with wicket-to-wicket deliveries.
That's an option. That's an option as well. But I still think good work by Ramanan, the keeper. Much better. Getting in there, and that's Abdul Rahim Toppin. He's the captain of the team. Looks a strong bowler, Victor. He has the ability. It seems that he could even crank it up a bit more. But bowling within himself after he had a bit of a wayward start, a couple of deliveries down the leg side, and just needs to bring it to the offside where he has that much protection. And I also think from his start, Victor, I would say to him, just carry it up 2 yards from the length that he's bowling, and let's see if he can extract some swing. There's Carter. Hitting that one down to mid-off, not getting hold of it. A little fuller, as I would have suggested. And he seems disappointed that he didn't get to latch on to that one. And Carter definitely a player who appears, he's not going to die wondering.
Yes, and really he did not time it as he would have liked to. And I wonder for moments to know the middle and more pro. Two, he's still on strike. And Barbados off to a quiet start, but building the foundation.
Well, Victor, on that note, the reason I think for the position of the mid-off and mid-on has a lot to do with the length he's choosing to bowl. That he's it up, but based on the feel he has, he probably is doing the right thing.
Yes, indeed, I will agree with that totally. He has what keeper standing back, two slips and a gully. So he still have to try to put the ball in those areas because of his field placement. But we will wait and see. Another run to the big man, and these two now under Barbados total at the moment. We will get that shortly, but in any event, they have not lost a wicket as yet, and these two for Barbados, they're trying to consolidate and give their team set a good foundation for their team. And on the other hand, Trinidad and Tobago would really like to get early inroads into this Barbados innings. But at the moment, good day for cricket, fair weather here at the Connery Cricket Centre. As another delivery is played to point, it goes into the deep third man boundary 4-4. So a well-earned boundary by Barbados. That concludes the over also, Noval. So these two for Barbados laying a relatively quiet but good start thus far.
A good start indeed, picking up the odd boundary. They have also been rotating this strike where they had opportunities to get twos. They have taken them, and I think so far so good. It's 20 without loss from 3 overs. I think that's a fairly good start, going at a reasonable clip at 6 per the over. I think no questions asked.
Yeah, and that is good so far. 24. How many overs have been bowled so far? 3. Wow. So that's a good strike rate for Barbados. And they would just like to keep that momentum going. On the other hand, Trinidad and Tobago searching for their first wicket. Quietly played out to cover, and there is no run. The wicketkeeper is standing back. There is a first slip, a man at gully, a man at point, a man at extra cover, and a mid-off. The umpire is taking a look at where the bowler is ending up running, and he's going to caution him to just stay off the playing area. On the leg side, there's a fielder on the long leg boundary. There is a mid-wicket and a wide mid-on. Trinidad and Tobago in the field. Barbados won the toss and elected to bat. And here is another delivery played out to extra cover, and there is not a possibility of a run. So the strike rate for these two openers for Barbados, they're off to a good runs per over at this particular moment. As we look to the far east, we can see the flags lustering in the nice cool breeze coming across the ground from east to west, where we have the St. Kitts and Nevis national flag, we have the Barbados national flag, we have the Trinidad and Tobago national flag, and we have the West Indies national flag. What? Here is another delivery of a full length, striking the batsman on the pads. The bowler had both arms up in the air, but the umpire was convinced that it was going down to leg and held in the affirmative, not out. So, good strike rate by these two openers, and they're just thinking about consolidating that foundation for their team, which they know is very important as the openers. There are two left-handers, and let us see what will happen on this occasion. Full pitch delivery, play down to wide mid-on. It's coming down beneath us here at the media center end. It crosses the line now for 4. So as I was saying, with the mid-on that wide, just the timing was very good, and 4 more runs to Barbados.
Victor, you alluded to that very early. The position of the mid-on had been fairly wide and anything that's pushed straight would pick up 4 runs. And Russia, who decided to get a little bit fuller, Carter was able to quietly capitalize on it by just pushing it down the ground. Sheer timing that he used. No power required, and Ali would have been chasing for all his worth and unable to reel it in. And perhaps the captain would want to rethink, well, immediately you see that field change coming now, and the man coming into mid-on, and there is now a short mid-wicket and a mid-on being placed to deal with that straight drive. And that's pushed out to point, where there would be no...
The bowler coming around the wicket to Noval, that means he's going to get the in-swing into the left-hander. And as that one most likely was the in-swinger, and the batsman just used the timing, and he did it well and earned himself 4 runs. So these two would be feeling very good. That is the openers for Barbados. They have gotten off to a good start, and obviously they would like to sustain it. Well, we will wait and see now. And is quietly played back down the track for the bowler to feel. That has completed another over. So Trinidad and Tobago still searching for their first wicket.
Still searching for their first wicket, and the bowlers for Trinidad in their last encounter, the wickets were shared up amongst the bowlers. Topping, he got 1 for 38 from 8. Racha got 1 for 60 from 9. And we haven't seen Faraz Ali. He got 1 for 50. Aaron Basnat, he got 1 for 21 from 9. And Budu got 1 for 42. So the wickets would have been shared up. So they bowl seemingly as a group, as a team, not looking for one person to pick wickets up. Everyone's quite capable. And we would want to see if Topping, the captain, will be able to make any inroads here with a fairly decent start thus far from the Barbados openers.
Yes, and that start will compile the total of, and we wait and see for that. But anyway, good start so far, and still looking for their first wicket is Trinidad and Tobago, and looking to swing one that was pitched most likely just on about off stump, but making that consistent height in bunks, going through to the keeper, no run.
Yes, Topping is looking to hit the deck hard. He's not presenting drives. He has set a field to accommodate that bowling, the wide mid-off, and I don't even know if we should say the man is at mid-on or straightish mid-wicket, but very wide in that position. So definitely he's not going to be offering fuller length deliveries too frequently.
And you're right, Noval, that one was pitched short of a good length, because obviously with the mid-on that wide, is not, and attention should just be keep in there, 2 slips and most likely a fielder down on the long leg boundary. Well, these two are doing good for Barbados. When would Trinidad and Tobago make that breakthrough? Still have to be seen. Left outside the off stump. Good judgment by the batsman, recognizing and knowing that there are 2 slips standing there back and the keeper. So Barbados and Trinidad keep consolidating.
Yes, they would just have to keep going. Barbados on 24 without loss. Carter 16. Shaquan Bell 4. Carter would have gotten a half century in his first game against Guyana. Bell got up to 39, and he would, as I said, he may be thinking of an improvement on that. Got a start and would want to capitalize when you do. Punching this one to the cover region, and I'm certain that's going to hit the boundary just about now. A pretty comfortable, easy-looking drive there, Victor. More of a push than a drive, using the pace and timing and placement. Again, not looking to overhit the ball, which is a sign of some control from the young man. 28 without loss, Barbados batting.
Yeah, and he did. On the other hand, too, we saw with the Leewards and Windwards game, which was the first encounter here at the Connery Cricket Centre, that none of the teams batted for 50 overs. So now that Barbados have gotten this start, these two now, as the opening stand, they should be trying to bat as deep as possible into these overs.
Well, Barbados did use their 50 overs against Guyana, so
okay.
I'm thinking that they have that approach where they're going to look to bat as long as possible. And Bell does not look a player who is overly flashy. He seems a patient one who's going to play each one on its merit. Carter, on the other hand, I wouldn't use the word flashy, but he's going to take what's given to him and he's going to look to find the boundary on a more frequent occasion. But 28 without loss from 4.5 overs, going at a run rate of 5.79. I think it's a good start in the first power play overs.
Yeah, it is definitely a good start. And they would just like to consolidate that foundation. And like I said, and as you have indicated, they did bat their 50 overs. So that also should be the aim based upon that the start that they have established thus far.
Another drive to the cover. This one is even better. And that one goes for 4. Topping, getting a touch too full. And even though he brought a man into the cover region, he was able to split cover and cover point for 4. And that's Shaquan Bell. He moves on to 12, the total on to 32 without loss from 5 overs. Very good start here by Barbados.
Yes, and Novel, this would be also proving why they have decided that they will bat first. And I think looking at the conditions and how the pitch did played in the first encounter when Leewards played against the Windwards, it looked evenly balanced in terms of the consistent bunks. So I think that thus far it has been proven by Barbados is justified by, after winning the toss, decided that they will bat first.
Well, a good start thus far. Racha would think that he would want to make some inroads, and what can he do differently? We've seen a field change. There is a man now coming to mid-on to prevent that straight drive, and coming into play immediately is the mid-wicket. A quick single is taken. Even though there is a direct hit, Carter got home quite comfortably. Trinidad and Tobago are being put into the field by Barbados. They won the toss, elected to bat, and that decision has been supported by a good opening partnership of 33 thus far between Bell and Carter. Both players were in and amongst the runs in their first game against Guyana. That game was played over in Nevis, or Sister Island. So definitely both players would have some level of confidence based on their first game and would want to build on it. Bell looking good, looking solid. His ability to put away bad deliveries with timing has impressed me thus far. This one been worked onto the onside, down to long leg for 1.
Well, and also to Novel, what is noticeable is that just into 5.3 overs also, that too is very important in terms of their strike rate so far, Barbados. So they don't have to, at this particular moment, go into any undue risk. And well, that's evident. Wow, that raced into the mid-wicket boundary like a rocket. It was short pitch, and he hammered it, Novel. And as we've been saying, a man who is very well built in stature, and that was real powerful.
No questions asked. It was served up to him like a buffet meal, and he dealt with it as he ought to. Really poor delivery by Ratchet, getting much too short, and he would want to manage his length. If he's going to be back of a length, he wants to hit that length hard. But it was short, it sat up, and Carter saw it early, Vic. He didn't go square, he went to the straight mid-wicket boundary, and the man in mid-wicket didn't even move.
Well, he couldn't get a chance to move on that occasion. Well. And I think the approach, though, for the openers have been good in terms that they have not taken at this present moment any undue risk, and a lot of times they place their emphasis on timing, but the man on strike, he places his emphasis on power.
Well, when he gets
effective.
a bad one, because we've seen him with one or two that were pitched up, that he just eased onto the front foot and used all timing and placement. But when he gets something that's bad, he's going to latch onto it really good. And that's a very good delivery by Racha. He found a nice area and had Carter nibbling at that one just outside the off stump.
Yeah, and so far that would have looked in this encounter so far, that would have looked like the best delivery being bowled so far. It was just in the area of that corridor of uncertainty, but luckily for the batsman, he did not get a touch. Probably the ball was such a beauty that it was so good that the batsman did not get a touch, but good delivery there. Well, Rodney Baptiste is with us this morning. He's going to be with us here for today as he's slated here. So after the first 10, I would exit, and you and Rodney would continue for that period, and then most likely when another 10 from you would be contributed, then I will come back as we will rotate it. So we will welcome him at after the first 10 overs. But we can welcome all our listeners now. Here at the Connery Cricket Centre, we can tell you it's a lovely day for cricket. The sun is shining in its brilliance, and Barbados have gotten off to a brilliant start, Novel.
Yes, 38 without loss, going at a run rate of 6.33, and no need to take risks at this time. This one is down the leg side, coming off of the hip of Bell, and with no one at long leg. A chase was on for first slip, but the batters collided. Both of them caught ball watching, and I hope that Shaquan Bell is okay, because he took the brunt of it, but it seems like Carter as well would have gotten.
Well, Carter is shaking the wrist, actually, Novel. So the impact of the collision seems like it has been more to Carter's left hand. He's now bending over. But because the two batsmen, they were ball watching, that is where the collision came along. And that is another aspect to some. Most of the times you can't tell yourself that the ball going to cross the boundary. Just keep running. And because they were ball watching, that is what caused the collision. But it seems now that Carter is has gathered himself and his composure. He seems to be all right now. Both batsmen are putting on their gloves. So all that collision, and Carter, the non-striker, he's still shaking that left hand, Novel. So it's quite evident the impact was more to his left hand. Still flexing it. But all seems to be well otherwise, because what would this delivery produce? Another short pitch delivery, nicely timed. And the fielder, even though he did not field cleanly, prevented any possibility of a run.
Yes, and fielder was Aaron Basant. He was the man doing the fielding there in cover. And you can see, got on his toes and just punched it out to cover. I think it's a very comfortable length for him as well. And Toppin perhaps is going to hammer away at that length for a bit, and we will see the odd one being pitched up, and it's how well Bell will negotiate it. Thus far, he's had two of them that he made look really easy through a cover point region. And will there be any movement for Toppin? Another good. That's a good delivery. Taken really well as well by Cristiano Ramanan, the wicket keeper.
Well, we are yet to see the first bowling change, and really I think though that they should be thinking about that other option right now, based upon how these two batsmen are looking at the present moment. We have not seen, apart from the one or the two deliveries that would have gone past the bat, I don't think that they have presented much challenges to these two openers.
No, they have looked quite comfortable to the pace. Not much swing on offer or seam movement, and that one again hammered into the pitch and rising. And you mentioned very early, Vic, that the pitch appears to have a bit of bounce in it. And I know youngsters tend to get carried away when they see the ball lifting like that. But must not forget that you're bowling a new ball and want to use whatever shine that's on it to your benefit as a bowler.
What can be good though, even though the mid-on is well, you could say mid-wicket now, it is probably still a good thing to try to go for a Yorker length delivery, and the batsman knowing that there is such wide space might just open up his eyes and, you know, with a little movement. But that was not to be from that final delivery. It was hammered again into the pitch and played out to cover and no run. But Barbados off to a very good start, Novel. And these two, and like we've been saying, and we would hope that the players out in the middle, that's the openers now for Barbados, would realize they have gotten stats. How can they capitalize on the stats that they have both gotten?
Well, just need to batting is very much an art, and you have to build an inning. Vic, it's not about blasting just about from 1 to 100. There are periods when you will have to consolidate, try and get singles if the bowling becomes tight. But I think thus far they have played the ball on the merit. Carter, he's on 21 from 20. Bell, 13 from 23. So they haven't taken any indiscretions at the moment, and they just would want to maintain that approach.
Well, which should be very consistent, and they're looking good so far. Trinidad and Tobago still looking for their first wicket. One played down to mid-wicket, and on that occasion, though, the bowler first delivery, he was aiming for the Yorker, and it was quietly played out to mid-wicket. There was a man on the long leg boundary, and there was a square leg. There was a mid-wicket. There's a mid-on. The keeper standing back with a solitary slip and a gully, a point, a cover, a mid-off. And really, these two batsmen, opening batsmen for Barbados, would know that they have gotten a start and they will need to go deep into these 50 overs. But as you quite rightly said, Novel, in their first encounter, they batted out their 50 overs. And so far, their shot selection have been good. The running between the wickets, apart from the collision, and we're so glad that it did not provide any major injury to either batsman. And they're still there. Lovely day for cricket. Nice cool breeze too coming across the ground at this open venue. So it is not as humid for the players. And here is one. Is it going out of the ground? No, it just hit the National Bank billboard sign on the western ground, on the western side of the ground for another 6. And Novel, that was sweetly timed.
Well, we have spoken about Carter. He's a player who, if you bowl anything that's off line or off length, he's good enough to put you away. That takes him on to 27 from 23. It's 46 without loss from 7.3. Barbados with a brilliant start, approaching the half-century stand. And that's good batting, Victor. He's just gotten a bad delivery that he dispatched for 6. And that one was of good length, good area. He came forward. The mid-off was a bit slow to react, and the big man was able to hurry through for a single.
Yeah, and that was so evident where he played with soft hands too. So the fieldsman at cover had to be attacking the ball, and that was good thinking. So we need to see a lot more consistent of that where batsmen keep thinking the game, because at this particular moment, and another good stroke, it's going to go into the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Well, definitely a good stroke. And
the 50 comes up.
And that's the half-century stand, and it's 51 without loss. Barbados.
How many overs?
From some 7.45 deliveries. And Shaquan Bell, Victor, he's just a man with consummate ease. The timing that he plays with. Yes. He doesn't ever look in a hurry. He seems to have so much time to play his strokes. He looked to hit that one so hard. He just got it to the left of the man at the short mid-wicket, and with really, really good timing and placement.
Yeah, and if you realize too, his assessment is good in terms of the deliveries that he is leaving alone. So that will give us a suggestion that he knows where his off stump is, and that is very important whether you're a left or right-handed batsman. So these two for Barbados, and as some refreshment, it's not a break really, but some refreshment come out for the two batsmen, which they are most appreciative of that gesture at this moment. So they're just having a little liquid, a little some water. But good weather for cricket here at the Connery Cricket Centre, Noval. And one thing I like about this ground too, because it's open, even though it's hot out there, it will still be a cooling atmosphere, because as we look to the different flags on the western side of the ground, we can see that there is just that cool breeze coming across the ground here.
Yes, even though we are getting into our summer months, we still have, we are blessed with some good breeze here in St. Kitts. And I think, though, Victor, from a cricketing standpoint, that Barbados, they have gotten this right. Players with contrasting styles. Carter, more powerful hitter of the ball, and Bell, more of a timer of the ball. Short and mistimed pull up to mid-off. And Victor, again, had there been a normal mid-off, he would have been in with a chance to take a catch there. And I don't know if I would want to say that one hurried Carter, but he definitely didn't time it well.
And it looks like his intention was to get it over wide mid-on from how his body turned in terms of executing the stroke. But as you say, if there was that normal straighter mid-off position, it could have been interesting.
Oh, there is a ploy here, Victor. Toppin is intent on hitting the pitch hard to Carter, and he's not backing down. He's taking on the short ball. But if Topping may want to make a slight field adjustment, Carter is going to pull nonetheless.
Yeah,
so he may want to get a man maybe forward of square, deep, for that shot, and perhaps to try and get him out. He's taking a slip out. But I think one of those players can go into perhaps a forward square. So it's a very heavily packed offside field, Victor.
Well, and placing the man at mid-off now, it might be more appropriate to try the short pitch delivery on the off stump.
Right.
But not wide.
Not wide. It has to be accurate. Again, Carter is pulling. Getting more of this one this time. He's running down to the boundary for 4. And still didn't middle it. But the power of the man, it took it down to the long on boundary for 4.
Yeah, and this opening partnership between these two, which has been magnificent after Barbados won the toss here against Trinidad and Tobago at the Connery Cricket Centre, and they decided to bat, and it has justified their decision, because these two openers have laid the foundation. And even in this partnership, Novel, it will be very important from a Barbados point of view that one of them go deep into these 50 overs, or even the two openers, now that they have seen how the pitch has been playing. We still yet to see a bowling change or the first bowling change, but the bowler is going to change his direction by coming around the wicket to the left-hander Carter. How much of a difference would it make? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, the challenge right now is his length. He's been a bit too short. And decides to go fuller, but it's down the leg side, and it's going to go away for 4 wides. And wicket keeper Ranaman, he could not stop that one, and he did all he could, but it was such a wayward delivery. Another set of extras. The total rushes on to 62 without loss from 8.3 overs.
And that was more effort from the bowler too. It was a quicker delivery. It went down the leg side, ill-directed, and there again, extras goes into the column, and this add to the incentive of this good start that both Bell and Carter has gotten for their team Barbados. So, but a lot of times, Novel, not saying that will happen because it's a lot of times it's a pattern where we see batters after a good start, and when the first wicket go down, sometimes a sequence of wickets keep falling. But anyway, here is a delivery, and there's going to be more runs. It's going to be played out into the square leg area. Has it crossed the boundary as yet? Yes. Now comes the signal, Novel. So another 4, and they're getting close to the 70 mark, Barbados. And we will also get an update at the test match between Australia and the West Indies from our good friend Novel Mockall, and as usual, doing an excellent job. And Novel, that is also going to be an interesting encounter there in that test match.
Well, West Indies would have made early inroads. It's 242 for 9.
Oh.
Picking up 2 more wickets this morning.
So the overall lead?
The overall lead is 275.
Is that enough runs, or West Indies can get that?
Victor,
Well,
you don't know. You don't want me to comment. We haven't batted well for some time. We had a better outing in the first inning. 276. It's a challenge in total on the surface. Well, because we've seen some variable bounce there in Grenada, and the Australia bowlers are more keen to be accurate and homing in on the stumps. So we'll have to bat really well. But I think, if I'm to be fair, the West Indies would have impressed me greatly with their bowling to who is supposed to be the best team in the world. They have really put a stranglehold on their batting.
Yeah, and as the number 1 team, and you're quite right there, Novel, in that with that caliber of record by Barbados as being the number 1 in ICC rating, coming up against the number 8, who is West Indies in test match cricket ratings. But we can justify by saying that the fast bowlers for the West Indies, they have come to the test match level. They have presented good performances, but too much inconsistencies from our batsmen. The bowlers have held their own.
Well, they have held their own with the bat too.
Oh yes, oh yeah. Thanks for that correction.
With the bat too. But we have a change in bowling here. We're going to have Fariz Ali. He's replacing Racha from the media center end.
Would this be the first bowling change?
This is the first bowling change, and Ali, he also had, in his first outing, he picked up a wicket against the US of A.
And how many overs have been completed at this moment?
We are now into our 10th over, 9 overs bowled. It's 66 without loss.
So after
a solid
this
partnership being built by Bell and Carter this morning after they are justifying their captain's decision to bat first. Starting off with a really poor delivery is Ali, a full toss that's chopped down to deep point, and they are able to come for 1.
Yeah, so not a good start for the new bowler. And after this over, Rodney Baptiste will come in to replace me. But Barbados would be pleased, Noval, after winning the toss. Carter and Bell really showed that the captain was right in making the decision to bat first.
Indeed. Another wide delivery. Man at point has work to do. And immediately we see that they're using the two players outside of the circle. It's a third man and a deep point. So maybe that's the reason for Ali's approach to be bowling full and wide of the off stump. He has a short backward square, almost a short fine leg, straightish mid wicket, and a man on mid on. Those are the onside feelers. Another full toss. This one is hit up in front of cover, and that will be 4. Another poor delivery from Ali. That's the second full toss since he's been introduced to the bowling attack.
Well, and Barbados couldn't have asked for a better start after winning the toss. 4 more runs. And it goes into the 70 over.
72 it is.
Yeah, and this, thank you very kindly. And this is looking like these two can get close to 100 opening partnership, but we can never tell. A bowler can also get a hat trick.
It's a really brisk start. You're not even into the completion of over number 10, and they're already 72. Barbados without loss.
Yeah, so that's a very excellent, good strike rate by these two. And this is where Novel, where common sense and good batting shot selection comes in for the other batsmen who going to come in to just keep the exchange of strike, wait for the loose deliveries, take these two as an example how they have gone about this partnership, and they have executed very good.
Oh, and that's bold. It's dragged on there by Bell. Went for a wide one, one that he could have really left or even just stroked. He has been comfortable timing the ball, and he went for a more of an expansive drive to Fariz Ali, and he dragged that one, and he's out bowled. He's gone for 22 from 29.
Well,
It's
Bell,
72 for 1.
well, Bell, you have done good service to your team Barbados by, along with Carter, giving a very valuable opening start and foundation for the Barbados team. So I will leave Novel now, and Rodney Baptist will come in to join, but Barbados can only have reasons now to try and build upon that foundation that they have established.
Oh, yes, 72 for 1, winning the toss, deciding to bat first, justifying the decision to bat. But Bell would be a bit disappointed. I think he looked so much in control, and for once he decided to go for power, dragging that one on, getting another start from his 39 against Guyana in the first game. He has now departed for 22 and leaving his opening partner Zachary Carter. He's 39 from 31 thus far this morning. I say good morning to you, Rodney Baptiste.
Very good morning to you, Novel, and to listeners everywhere. A very interesting game here developing between Barbados and Trinidad. So it's been a very good partnership, opening stand by the Barbadian openers in Shaqwan Bell and Zachary Carter. Carter looks a very aggressive player, and Bell was really timing the ball well, the left-hander.
Yes, both left-handers and contrasting styles, but nonetheless very effective. 72 for 1. We know they're looking at a run rate of 7.32 with pretty much we're just approaching the end of the first power play. So Barbados do have an opportunity, a platform that has been set to build on a big total, and the incoming batter is Joshua Dawn, and Joshua Dawn in the last game, his last outing, he got a half century. He top scored with 63. So both players now at the crease for Barbados opened their accounts against Guyana with half centuries, and Zachary Carter is well placed to get close to that again.
Yeah, he seems well set, and he has been dispatching just about all the bad deliveries that have been served up to him. He seems to be a no-nonsense batsman, and very strong as well. And he looks a good player, and he's in a very good position to go on to get a big score here today for Barbados. So it will be left to see. Will be left to be seen how things progress from here as play is about to resume.
Fariz Ali, the first change, replacing Racha. And Racha, he bowled 4 overs for 31 runs thus far. And Abdul Rahim Topin has bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 33 runs. So Fariz Ali getting the breakthrough. He also picked up a wicket in his first game as well, as he continues here to Joshua Dawn. Was just coming, and that one's taking an outside edge down to first slip. He may have bounced in front of first slip. So 1 wicket now seemingly bringing about some excitement here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, a very good delivery, a delivery that was well pitched up. The batsman coming forward, the outside edge found, but he didn't quite carry to the first slip, dropping just in front of the first slip. So he started with a few bad deliveries, a few full tosses, but he closed out the over quite nicely.
Yes, indeed, and finishing the over 1 over for 6 runs, picking up a wicket, and the umpire just indicated the end of the power play, and Trinidad are now allowed to push a couple of players outside of the circle, and they are now also effecting a bowling change, and it's going to be Anil Ruplal sporting the number 74, and he appears to be bowling right arm leg spin.
The conditions here at the Connery ground very nice for cricket, brilliant sunshine, and it will be great to see more spectators trickle into the ground later on as the game progresses.
Well, they may trickle in, the Trinidadians who are living here in St. Kitts, but I think many will be going over to Keyon to support the Leeward Islands, more or less, but Ruplal is the man bowling. First one to Carter, finding a good length. Well, the field, there's a man at slip, backward point, a cover, short extra cover, long off, long on, short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. There is Carter sweeping that one. Ramanan unable to collect that, and it's wide again, another 4 wides, and Ruplal will want to get his radar much better. The wicket keeper had no chance there to cut that one off. It was bouncing too much, and it's the second one that's gone past him wide for 4, and the extras are accumulating as well.
And 4 welcome runs for the Barbadians. It doesn't matter how they come.
So we've had 16 extras, and 13 of them are wides. Quick single taken, and we had an opening partnership Baptiste of 72. So again, the opening pair, really good start. That was broken by Ali as Bell went bold, dragging on 1 for 22. Brings Joshua Dawn to face. He's not scored as yet, still yet to score. This is where things can change, though, Baptiste, because you have Anil Ruplal who's really hustling through his over here. This is his 5th delivery already. And if Trinidad can sneak in, Trinidad and Tobago can sneak in a couple of overs without too much damage, and then very quickly you could see the scoring rate drop and a little pressure on Barbados. That brings about the end of the over, and it's over number 11. Barbados 79 for 1, Carter on 40, Dawn on 1.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the opening stand of 72, that was a very good opening partnership by Bell and Carter, broken at 72, and it was really a good opening stand by the 2 Barbadian openers, and we have seen Ruplal come into the attack. He's a very small man, diminutive in figure, and a very busy body as well, and he bowled a decent first over. He was very quick in that over. There is a slight hold up in play as we see the 2 Barbadian batters together. The umpire is looking at what's happening. The Trinidadians are having a discussion, and they seem to be looking to sort out their field. One player is flat on the ground, so there's a slight hold up in play at the moment. But play should get on the way very shortly. But Barbados in a pretty good position to build on the opening stand and to bat through their 50 overs, because one of the problems in the tournament so far is most of the teams haven't really been batting through the 50 overs. As we see, play continues now.
Well, Barbados would have used their 50 overs against Guyana. One of the teams that was able to do so and got good scores from a number of players, both at the crease, would have gotten half centuries. So they are brimming with confidence and would want to better what they did in their last outing. I might dare say that the surface here at the Connery Sporting Complex Cricket Centre is good for batting.
It has been a very good batting strip over the years, and Carter, who opened the innings, he is well set and would want to bat as long as possible for Barbados, build a very big score, good challenging score for the Trinidadians. See Carter lifting this one hard and high over, and the fielder at the wide long on position attempting to take the catch over the rope. So that has gone over the ropes at the wide long on for 6. Another big stroke by Carter. A very powerful man indeed.
Well, he continues to look good and bat good. And in that instance, he was taking a couple of steps forward to Ali, and see him rehearsing the shot, but got really under it. He didn't have distance on it. He had lots of height, but was still able to get it over the boundary for 6.
Actually, the fielder at wide long on there, that's Ruplal. He attempted to parry it back onto the field to jump back in to take the catch, but he didn't quite have the time and the opportunity to do so.
Well, Carter is 46 from 37, strike rate of 124. He's going really quickly, but not through a lot of risk, and that's going to be taken. No. Ali got to it, got hands to it, but it popped out. An opportunity goes a-begging. A very full delivery that Carter just sort of clipped forward back to Ali. And he'll be disappointed with that one.
Very much so. And it was a slower delivery too. It was a slower delivery. He pitched on about middle and leg, and there was Carter coming down a bit late on it and getting it back towards Ali. He dived forward but was unable to come up with the catch, and you could see how disappointed he was not being able to hold on to that catch.
Well, and Carter continues swiping at that one, a bit agricultural. Would want to hold his shape, and there's no need for it at this time. Zakari batting really well. You've been putting away all the boundaries, all the bad deliveries, and hadn't taken a risk up to that point. So losing his head just a bit, and Don would want to have a chat with him, saying, hey, you're on 46, closing in on a half century. You would want to think big, can get more out of this. Well, sorry, 47, as he just picked up a single.
Yeah.
And it's the end of over number 12. Barbados, 87 for 1.
just 3 short of what would be a well-played half century, filled with a number of enterprising strokes. As you see, the spinner coming in from the far end, the western side of the ground. That's
Well,
Anil Ruplau.
just some corrections given to us. The opening batter for Barbados, and we are sometimes confused with the player numbers on their backs. The opening batter was Micaiah Bell and not Shaquan. It's Micaiah Greenidge and not Shaquan Bell.
Oh, so it's Micah Greenidge.
Right, Micah Greenidge
Micah Greenidge.
and not Shaquan Bell. So to listeners, our apologies there. We really are functioning from the numbers on the back of the players, and forgive us for that indiscretion. So the opening batter
Was
who
Micah
scored
Greenidge.
22 was Micah Greenidge and not Shaquan Bell, the left-handed batter.
We really cannot be blamed for that because not knowing the players, we can only rely on the numbers on the shirts, and I guess that's what the scorers did in coming up with the name. And this one played out towards short mid wickets by Joshua Dawn, the right hander. So he would have replaced Micah Greenidge. Wide delivery outside the line of off stump, signaled wide by the umpire. This one is played out towards wide long on. Fielder comes off the boundary. Fields one more to Dawn. So Ali continues from the eastern end, and they go through for a quick single. One more to Dawn. That would take the total on to 92 for one in over number 14. And Ali bowls a very bad delivery, a loose delivery, very lucky not to have been put away by Carter. It goes deep on the mid-wicket boundary, and the batsmen complete 2 runs. That takes the total on to 93. $93 for 1 in over number 14 Barbados, winning the toss and batting here at Connery.
So the third ball was a
Well, the wicket taker Ali, he continues to work away, and it's another big drive way over long off. That's out of the ground into our National Heroes Park that's behind us, and the 50 comes up for Zachary Carter. He has looked good all morning, has been really powering through his inning here. Anything that's off line, off length, he's been able to put away. Just the one opportunity when he was on 46, Ali had one that was pushed back to him. But nonetheless, he has looked really, really ominous this morning.
Yes, Carter has batted very well, and just about anything that was loose, he was quick to cash in, quick to capitalize on any loose delivery, and he has batted very well here for his 50 and bringing up his 50 in fine style with a lofted drive, high and hard, over long off, and that would have been his second six of the innings. And he has really
Third six.
his third six. So he has really applied himself and batted very well here for Barbados, and we'll be looking to build on the partnership that he has ongoing with Dawn, who replaced Michael Greenwich, who scored 22 with a total of 72. So good opening stand of 72 between Greenwich and another single to the total to take the score on to
Well, that brings up the 100 as well for Barbados. It's 101 for 1 as Dawn is going to be facing up to Ali. And that brings about the end of over number 15. Is it?
yeah 15 over completed.
Anil Ruplal, he will continue from the far end, the end towards the Connery village.
It's 101 for 1 Barbados, with Carter on 57 and Dawn on 4. Carter now gets his 58th run, total moving on to 102 for 1. So the Barbadians will be looking to build a good score here and over, a good challenging score for Trinidad. And of course, their first aim would be to bat out the 50 overs, maximize their overs as much as they can.
Well, in the previous encounter against Guyana, they did bat their 50 overs out. They got 287 with the start of 100 plus already from just about 15, 16. And here is Carter sweeping again. That will be 4. Sweeping and sweeping well behind backward square. And as I said, anything that's marginally offline, he pounces on it. And he's looking dangerous this morning.
Very ominous indeed for the Trinidadians. It was a bit aerial, but nonetheless it was away from any fielder. It was well placed and into the long leg boundary for 4. So another good stroke by Carter that takes him into the 60s. It's on to 62. And The total 107 for 1. Barbados. As Carter again is launching into another big on drive over straight mid wicket for another 6. And that would take him on to 67 and the total 168 and the total 113 for 1 Barbados. So the Barbadians scoring at a very rapid rate here at the Connery ground, and Carter very stylishly pushes out towards long off.
Well, he has gotten past his previous total where he scored 62 against Guyana. He's now on 69, and might I dare say 69 from 49. He has struck 5 fours and 5 sixes. This is a full toss. That's going to be hit out to cover by Don for 1. And I like Don's approach. He hasn't come in and tried to eclipse what Carter is doing. He's just playing his role, taking the single where necessary. And if he gets something to put away, I suspect he would. But he's allowing Zachary Carter to continue to express himself as he's on 69 and Dawn is 6 from 13. In no hurry, 15 overs completed, 115 for 1.
That's a very good position by Barbados. And we see the two batters conferring, having a conference mid-pitch. And of course, they will be discussing their tactics and strategies as the innings progress. I have a new bowler coming into the attack. Number 45, that's Aaron Bassant coming into the attack. And he is bowling right arm over the wicket.
He's bowling off spin.
Off spin.
And with the field relaxed, Trinidad, they're using a slip, a backward point, an extra cover, short mid wicket and a short square leg. Those are the fielders inside the circle. You have a deep mid wicket, a long off, long on, and a deep cover. And he's bowling to the left hander in Zachary Carter.
But the left-hander, he has switched his line of attack from over the wicket to around between the umpire and the stumps. He has a somewhat unorthodox style, Nova.
Has a round arm action. For an off spinner, might be considered a touch unorthodox. I sometimes don't even know what's unorthodox anymore, because I think in this game you're looking for results, and whatever gets you the results, that's what you're looking for. It's 117 for 1 from 15.4 overs as Bassant continues.
Of course, in cricket, each individual will have his own unique style that's unique to him. So it's just a matter of working on your technique, working on your skills, honing your skills, and developing your skills as you go along.
Well, these two are building a healthy partnership already. Partnership now of 46 from 36. And that one, Carter was looking to go somewhere over mid-wicket. And that one seemingly may have struck him somewhere in the face. It took a sort of a top edge and may have gotten under the grill. And Carter is a bit bent over at the moment as the physio will give him a check. He seems to have taken an edge. He went across the line of the delivery and may have just gone under the helmet and caught him somewhere in the face. But he's been attended to by the physio. But just off that, it's 118 for 1 with Carter on 70 from 52. He's hammered some 5-4s and 5-6s, going at a strike rate at 134. Joshua Dawn has joined him. He's on 8 from 16. And the departing batter, we were advised, is Micaiah Greenwich. He went for 22, bowled by... He was bowled, pardon me, by Fariz Ali for 22. He got 3 overs, 1 for 24. The solitary wicket that has fallen thus far this morning, 16 overs bowled.
So there's a slight hold up in play as the Trinidadian fielders use the opportunity to get some refreshments and to take in some fluids. Carter on 70 from 52 deliveries. He has batted well. Seems to be a very good stroke maker, very good stroke player. And as we have seen, Dawn has come in and provided good support to Carter, with Barbados now 118 for 1 after 16 overs. Their run rate 7.38. Play is about to resume, and there is a change. There will be a change in bowling from the western end of the ground. Far end, yeah. Far end of the ground. And his number is 23. So that would be Zachary Madre. Right, so that's the new bowler who will be coming in from the far end. Seems to be a left armer. He has slip backward point, cover sweeping on the boundary, short extra cover, wide, long off. This one is played out towards the sweeper, coming off the boundary. So one more to Dawn. Joshua Dawn moves on to 8. 9, the total 119 for 1. The Trinidadians are making some adjustments to their field. See player being moved to backward square. Madre is bowling left arm orthodox. And he bowls a very bad delivery, a long hop, and hit away over mid wicket for 6 by the powerful Carter. So again, Carter has shown that anything that is loose, he's going to put it away, and that takes Carter on to 76 of 54 deliveries. Dawn on 9, the total 125 for 1. Barbados scoring at and 7.58. 50 partnership quickly comes up between Carter and Dawn.
Well, a partnership dominated by Zachary Carter. This is another short delivery. That Madre could ill afford to bowl. He is well set. And that's Carter on 77. He has been going quickly, and not because he's been taking any risk. Anything that's offline or off length, meaning if it's short or over pitch, he's managed to put them away. He's been that efficient this morning. And this one is down the leg side, being swept comfortably well. That's by Don, as he's going to get 2 runs. Don, I must applaud his approach. Carter has been going quickly. He's been scoring well, and Don has not tried to match him in any way. He's just complimenting him by taking singles that are on offer, and anything slightly off that he can get twos, he has taken it.
Yes, a very intelligent approach by Don, just rotating the strike and allowing Carter to continue with the flow, the rhythm that he has. He is flowing well, he has a very good momentum, and he is feeding him with the strike as much as possible to ensure that the scoring rate stays up there. The Barbadians scoring at just over 7 runs per over at this point. So it's a very good ploy by Don, giving Carter the strike most of the time and allowing him to keep the scoring rate flowing.
Well, good start to the over here from Basant. He's brought him into 2 defensive strokes, and he would probably want to, as we would say, join those dot balls up to apply some pressure to him, and just to keep Carter quiet for a bit. He hasn't had, as I say, too many indiscretions in this inning thus far, but maybe to slow him down a bit, not allowing him any boundary deliveries, could bring about something.
Yeah, it can bring about a little bit of indiscretion, as there we saw him with a bit of an uppish off drive, but away from the fielder at the wide mid-off position. He gets another run to take him on to 78. And the total 129 for 1 in over number 18. Carter has also shown that he has the ability to defend. So even though he has been very flamboyant and played a number of enterprising strokes, he shows that he has the ability to defend as well. So his defensive play also looks solid.
He looks a good player. He was here, as I would have stated earlier, in May for the Cool and Smooth T20 tournament, and even in that tournament he would have scored quickly, but I might dare say he's scoring quickly is not as a result that's all he can do. He looks a complete player. So far this morning there has been the moments where balls were really well pitched up, and he just came quietly forward and used timing and placement to score, as opposed to raw power all the time. So he can mix it up, and he's well positioned to get to 100 if he continues just to be smart about it. Just need not take any unnecessary risk. If anything is offline, take it.
Yes, he needs another 22 runs, and if he keeps a cool head, maintains good discipline, and not be indiscreet, there's no reason why he can't go on to get the 3 figures.
We had a good over from, and this one is a louder appeal, playing across the line of 1, and the umpire in his judgment thought that one was adjacent, and Madre has picked up Carter LBW for 78 from 61.
Yes, bad stroke by Carter.
We're getting a replay here. I think the umpire from that replay can be correct. It's Carter going. He's disappointed to be going LBW, but he's been sent on his way. It's 129 for 2 Barbados.
Yeah, I thought it was a bad shot by Carter, in that it was pitched between wicket and wicket on the stumps, and rather than play with a straight bat, rather than presenting the full face of the bat, he played a cross-batted stroke. So he played right across the line of that delivery, which was dead on the stumps, and the umpire had no hesitation in sending him out LBW.
Well, I tell you this, Trinidad and Tobago, they will be happy to see at the back of Zachary Carter getting another half century. He got 62 against Guyana, now getting 78 here, being well set, just needed to bat through. And I think 100 would have been to his name. But that was not to be. Madre had other ideas. He's gone LBW. And I think Trinidad will now want to try and work this run rate down. 2 pretty new batters to the crease. Dawn has faced some 20 deliveries for his 11. But Joshua Branch is the man who has come to the crease. And he would want to build with his partner in Dawn.
And Nova, we have a very interesting bit of coincidence here. We had Zachary Madre getting rid of Zachary
Carter. Well, we have and now we have 2 Joshuas at the crease. We have Joshua Branch and we have Joshua Dawn. In the previous game, we had a pair of twins from, I think they're from Grenada, the Murray twins, okay. Kirsten and Kirk Murray. Wow. So a couple of guys having similar names, but we have 2 Joshuas here. On a Sunday morning, we know what Joshua would have done in the Bible.
Very much so.
They will want to keep the faith here, Joshua's, to build a partnership for Barbados to recover, from the loss of the powerful Carter.
See, a nice looking cut stroke out towards the deep point. Comes off the boundary and feels.
Well, I don't know, Baptiste, if the number of dot deliveries that were faced, and we could probably get that from our scorers, but the 2 overs, one from this one from Basant and the other from the off spinner, would have put any pressure on Carter. He didn't get any boundary balls for about 6 or 7 deliveries, and I don't know if that in itself applied any pressure to him.
Well, really and truly it should not have, because he has all the strokes in the book. He is a very good stroke player, very good stroke maker, and we have seen him play just about every stroke, and he has the ability to put away bad deliveries. So it was just a matter of being patient and waiting for the bad deliveries. He has the ability, good enough to convert even half bad deliveries into bad deliveries. So there was no need for that stroke at that point. I thought he would have been better served presenting the full face of the bat, playing with a straight bat and playing in the V, as opposed to playing cross-batted stroke right across the line and struck plumb in front on the pad.
Yes, it was a bit of indiscretion, and we mentioned that we hadn't had any indiscretions from him for the morning, but he'd be disappointed after would have laid a really good platform for himself and for his team that he had to go LBW. But we have Budu coming into the attack, and a right arm leg spinner bowling here. Second one for the morning. We had Rupalal earlier, and now we're having Budu coming into the attack. And from the previous game, Trinidad and Tobago would have shown that they do have a long list of bowlers that could come at you. They have options.
Yeah, they are well known for producing spinners, so we are not at all surprised at the number of spinners, and that was a very good delivery. Well flighted, just outside the line of off stump, and the batsman pushing forward, beaten outside the line of off stump. So that was a very good delivery there by Budu.
Well, immediately, that one coming off of the face, and already a Branch facing 5 deliveries. He has to get a start going. Joshua Dawn been there for a little bit, 22 deliveries for his 13, and already you see the scoring rate been dropping a bit from what was comfortable 7.5 and now below 7, 6.89. So just that fall of the wicket. Now Trinidad and Tobago would want to work their way back into this game to try and bring that scoring rate down.
That is just what taking wickets does. As you pick up wickets, you build pressure on the batting team, and it results in more wickets being taken.
Well, starting against a right-arm leg spinner, and we know they can be tricky propositions when they pitch, and if they're pitching well. And I'll tell you this, I think that was a really good start by the over from Budu.
Yes, a very good first over indeed. He was very much on line, very much on target, and kept the scoring rate down to a minimum.
133 for 2. Barbados winning the toss, electing to bat from their 20 overs. I think that's a brilliant start. Batters who would have departed, Zachary Carter, he just left for 78, and his opening partner, Micaiah Greenidge, he went for 22. So Barbados with a very, very good platform here to launch. A projected score right now is 333. I know Trinidad and Tobago would have other ideas to try and restrict them to much less than that. Now introducing their spinners. Zachary Madre picked up Zachary Carter. He continues in his third over. He's now 1 for 12 from 2.1 overs.
Branch is on strike to Madre. Madre bowling left arm orthodox around the wicket. Very good delivery, a faster delivery. Branch forced to defend out onto the offside.
Branch, one of the few players from Barbados in their last outing who didn't really get much of a score. He got 6 against Guyana. The half-century getters were Carter and Dawn, and Dawn is still at the crease, but you had good scores from a couple of other guys like Shaquan Bell, and we thought the man batting earlier was Bell, and Bowen also got 46. So Barbados, they scored heavily against Guyana and has started really, really well to lay a good platform. Here, that one is clipped down to fine leg. They've gone for 2 so far, and it's going to be cut off down there, and a powerful return hurled in by Mohammed.
It's a nice looking stroke, nicely tickled fine off the legs towards fine leg, pulled back just inside the boundary. The batsman completed 3. 137 now for 2 in over number 21. Being bowled by Madre, and this one is chopped out towards cover point, and there is no addition to the total, which remains 137 for 2 at the end of 21 overs.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I will depart for a bit as we're going to welcome the living legend here in St. Kitts, Victor Eddie, to join you. So thank you so far.
So at the end of 21 overs, it's 137 for 2, Barbados winning the toss and batting. See a nice looking on drive by Dawn, and the batsman complete a single. Take the total on to 138. So it's played out towards backward point. Fields to his right. 138 for 2 in over number 22. Joshua Branch on 3. He replaced Zachary Carter, who scored 78. And Joshua Don is on 17 from 26 deliveries. We have a projected score of 324, but the Barbadians have lost the free scoring Zachary Carter, who fell 22 runs short of a century. The scoring rate currently is 6.47. And they will be hoping that the Joshua Don and Joshua Branch, can build a partnership here for Barbados. They complete a quick single, total 140 for 2 after 21.4 overs. It's Zachary Madre, the right arm leg spinner, bowling from the commentator booth end, commentary booth end, played up towards mid-on and exploring the possibility of a single there, which was not on, and that ends over number 22. At the end of it, Joshua Don is on 18 from 27 deliveries. And Joshua Branch is on 4 of 15 deliveries. Projected score 318. Remember, it's a 50 over encounter. And I say good afternoon to Victor Eddie. Welcome back to the commentary position.
Well, good morning, Eastern Caribbean time. 140 it is for 2 Barbados. They won the toss here at the Connery Cricket Center. They decided that they will have first knock at the crease, and they have established a good start after 22 overs of this allotted 50 overs tournament of the under-19 series held here in St. Kitts, where there are matches being played at St. Mary's Park in Keon, St. Paul's Recreation Ground, and also at the El Comido Willard Park in Nevis. The refreshment cart and the players are refreshing themselves. So we greet you with the news here from the Connery Cricket Center. Barbados, after winning the toss here against Trinidad and Tobago, they are 140 for the loss of 2 wickets after 22 overs. The players are now enjoying a little refreshment break. So we here in the booth also too, we will have a little break until play resumes. the fielders for Trinidad and Tobago going back in their respective fielding positions. But at this particular moment, and now come the signal from the umpire that signal into our scorers. And Barbados would be feeling quite good at this particular moment of this encounter after 22 overs, 140 for 2. And the most outstanding knock so far for Barbados was Carter. And he is back in the pavilion. But along with Bell, they gave a very good opening start as play resumed right after the refreshment cart. It's coming down to fine leg. Will it have the legs to cross the boundary? We will have to wait and see. And it does so now, crossing the boundary. So right after that refreshment break, Barbados advances their total onto 144 for 2. We are into the 23rd over. This is really good going here by Barbados. And with wickets in hand, they should be definitely aiming, first of all, to try and get to that 200 mark. And then anything else over that should really be bonuses for them. But most likely what should be their agenda now, as there is no run played back down to the bowler, is to really play out the 50 overs. 22.2 overs in possession, 144 for 2. Barbados in a very solid position here, Rodney, at the Canary Cricket Centre. The spinner is coming in from that far end, bowls one shot, being played out into the deep extra cover area where there's a fielder, but they couldn't prevent the batsman from getting another run. 145 for 2 Barbados.
Yes, Barbados going pretty well at 145 for 2 in over number 23. The two Joshuas at the crease, Joshua Dawn and 23, and Branch and 4. They will be looking for these two to build a good partnership and get them as close to 200 and even beyond, because they do have quite a number of overs left.
Well, the current run rate is 6.44, so this is a very good strike rate. 146 it is now for 2. Left arm orthodox spinner flighting it. Being played, they're appealing for a cut, but it might have just been played into the ground. But I don't see why the players were so alarming, but I expect that at this moment now, Trinidad and Tobago would be looking to take wickets. And even though that was played into the ground, the umpire held his affirmative. Let us see what would happen on this occasion for this next delivery. Short, being played through point. They run one. There is a man at deep extra cover. It's getting close to the point boundary. Will it cross the boundary? It does so now. So that brings up the 150 on the board for Barbados for the loss of 2 wickets after 23 overs. That has been the completion of the over. Yes, after 23 overs, 150 is on the board for the loss of 2 wickets, and Barbados is in a solid position after winning the toss here at the Canary Cricket Centre against Trinidad and Tobago and batting first.
Yes, a very good partnership developing here between Joshua Dawn, who is on 27, and Joshua Branch on 5. The 150 coming up in the 23rd over. Final delivery of over number 23, and that was a nice looking late cut there to finish the over by Joshua Dawn.
Yes, indeed, and projected score is 326 from here on in. Current run rate is 6.52, 150 for 2. 8 wickets are in hand, and that is even more significant for this innings of Barbados. Let us see what would happen. A flighted delivery from the right arm wrist spinner, played to short extra cover. And it's bowling now. It's Brendan Boodoo, if I have it right. But here is another single after a misfield here by another run for Barbados, taking them on to 151 for 2. And really they are in a solid position here. And no doubt these two at the creases, obviously knowing that how important it is to build another partnership. Here is the wrist spinner. What does he do? Bowl it short. Being played to short mid-wicket. There is no run.
Yes, it's Brendan Boodoo, the right arm leg spinner, bowling from the commentary booth end.
Down the leg side. Well, no signal has been signaled, so it had to be. There was some touch of probably from the batsman pad, but it went down the leg side, and there was no run. Well, Joshua Don, he is on 27 of 34 deliveries, while Joshua Branch is on 6 of 18 deliveries. 151 is the total for 2. We are into the 24th over, 23.4. It is at the present moment a flighted delivery being played out to short extra cover. There is no run. So the Barbados captain and their team, they will feel very pleased after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. And they have a very solid foundation here. And Trinidad and Tobago would need to take wickets and take them rapidly. But here is another single to the Barbados total, which advancing them on now to 152 for the loss of 2 after 24 overs.
That was Josh Verdon, the man sporting number 5, getting that single. And he is the captain of the Barbados team. That's Josh Verdon. So at the end of over number 24, it's 152 for 2 with a projected score of over 300. 6.33 is the current run rate.
Yes, 317 is the projected score from here on in. But also it is very appropriate time for Don as the captain of Barbados to be at the crease in this solid position that Barbados have found themselves into. 152 for 2 and the 25th over coming up, which will be the halfway mark. So Barbados at this present moment look in a very commanding position, and Trinidad and Tobago would have to take early wickets from here on in to play themselves back into the game. A delivery keeping low, the first delivery, and that is a sign from Anil Rokapal is in the attack from the far end of the ground here at Connery. Good sunshine for cricket. Pardon? What it is?
Ruplal.
Okay, Ruplal. Yes, well, yes. Thanks for the correction, Ruplal. And
Anil
we will stay and. Oh yes, I should have seen that on the screen and known better. So pardon me. Outside the off stump, another wide signal, and those actually gonna even add an incentive to the Barbados total, which with that wide you have to bowl the extra delivery, but the total advances to 153 for the loss of 2 wickets. Flighted delivery outside the off stump. Sorry, 154 for 2. 24.2 overs, current run rate 6.33, going very good is Barbados. 8 wickets are in hand. Let us see what would happen again. Allowed appeal, and the umpires is giving it, raise the finger. So success for Trinidad and Tobago. They really needed it. So Anil has struck for Trinidad and Tobago. So number 3 wicket going down for Barbados, 154 for the loss of 3 wickets.
It's a good breakthrough to get there by Trinidad. It's now 3 wickets down in the 25th over. But at the halfway stage, Victor, 154 for 3. The Barbadians at the halfway stage, they have a projected score of 312 with a current run rate of 6.24. They would be looking at getting well over 250 runs or close to 300, provided the remaining batsmen can continue to push the score for Barbados.
Yes, and we'll quickly look at the replay on the monitor as we've been provided by it today, and we do appreciate it from our technicians here. And we'll just wait and see where it was pitched. But first of all, we know it was a legal delivery. So here we have the replay, and you can see it for yourself. And from our vantage point, that was a good shout, a good decision. It actually struck the right foot of the right-handed batsman. His knee was slightly bent to on the back foot. So a good decision, a good wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. And they will need to take wickets rapidly because the score rate that Barbados are going at is 154 for 3. And if Trinidad and Tobago could just keep getting wickets, then they can curtail the strike rate and run rate by Barbados. But Barbados would be pleased with their present position after winning the toss here against Trinidad and Tobago. 24.4 overs have been bowled, 154 for 3. What will happen on this delivery, goes down the leg side, and then another one to the total coming by wide. So it is 155 for the loss of 3 wickets. And here, and delivery flighted, and ball and caught. Is it? Oh, he played it into the ground, pardon me. But really, I was just basing from the anticipation of the fielder, but the batsman played it into the ground. So another good over by Trinidad and Tobago.
The umpires are consulting, actually.
They, and probably we'll watch the replay. No, it did not look like a bomb ball to me from the replay. So the umpire is going back in the position. Will he overturn? Oh, well, yes, and from our monitor, it looked definitely that it was not played into the ground. So having the provision of the monitor, that also assisted in our assessment. So the very valuable 4th wicket going down for Barbados, and Trinidad and Tobago would be very pleased in terms of getting those 2 wickets in succession.
That looks like Josh.
Look at the replay again on the monitor for a moment. Yes. It was clearly not played into the ground, and a good catch, ball and caught, 4th wicket going down, 155 for 4 rod.
Yes, a good diving catch there by Ruplal, diving away to his right to get rid of Joshua Branch. And 155 for 4 in over number 25. At this stage, Victor, the Barbadians have lost their 4th wicket, but we are still at the halfway stage at 24.5 overs, the 25th over, just 1 delivery to complete.
Yeah, and just before the halfway stage, as one more legal delivery to be bowled to complete the 25th, Barbados is in a good position. I mean, 6 wickets are in hand. We know the game of cricket is game of glorious uncertainties, going at a current run rate at 6.24, and the projected total score, is 312, Rodney.
But at the same time, they would want to be careful in that they would need their batters at the crease to build partnerships. In order to get good scores, you have to build partnerships, and they have to be very mindful of losing wickets at regular intervals. So they would want their batters to remain there, build partnerships in order to get a good challenging score on the board.
Yeah, and you're so right, Rodney. And here is another delivery being played quietly into the offside, and the fielders in the inner ring look a lot much more purposeful now in terms of attacking the ball. That has completed over number 25. Overs have been bowled now by Trinidad and Tobago, and after 25, Barbados 155 for 4.
Yeah, just a little update on the test match. The West Indies, they need 277 to win, but they are already in dire straits at 31 for 3.
And Rodney, thanks for providing that update, because I had a concern about it. But we can definitely say, though, that the fast bowlers for the West Indies in particular, first test and second test, they have done exceptionally well. But we'll get back to that after this delivery. One played quietly out into the offside. But the batting, but I'm not surprised in terms that the highest average for West Indies batsmen in Test cricket is 32, which is Brathwaite, and all the others are in their 20. So that itself can clearly indicate it shouldn't be a general surprise to most of us who follows cricket and the highest level of cricket, which is Test cricket. So, and there again too, where we have seen from one end in this Test match, where some deliveries are keeping on the lower side occasionally, and with the quality of fast bowlers that Australia have, definitely it's going to be a very big uphill task for the West Indies.
And Brathwaite has failed again. He scored 7, Carty scored 10, and Campbell 4. So the top order of the West Indies once again failing. As you see this one coming off the under edge of the bat and running very close to the third man boundary. It's pulled back just inside the boundary. So good running, good fielding by the fielder running away to his right, and 2 runs to the Barbadian total, 158 for 4 in over number 26.
Well, Andy, the batsman, Captain Donny, he's on 30 or 40 deliveries, and he who have gotten that start now, well, Gaddison, Boyings, no, we'll just have to give him the support, and he will have to continue. But just losing 4 wickets and 6 wickets in hand, Barbados, 158 for 4. They are in a very good position here at the Connery Cricket Centre, trying to sweep, going down the leg side, and obviously even striking the pad. And we can see on the monitor there was no chance for leg before decision, as that one was going further down the leg side. 158 for 4, Rodney, and Barbados would know that it would be even more important from their point of view to bat out the 50 overs, and whatsoever total they would get, they can really challenge Trinidad and Tobago.
Definitely, because if they are to double their score now, they would get to somewhere around 316. So at the completion of 26 overs, it's 158 for 4.
Yes, and really a good position. And Rodney, in how much overall would the West Indies have to get based in that test match?
277 they need.
277 for victory.
277.
And they have lost 3 wickets and not 50 as on the board? Huh?
And the thing is, we have to be in
No,
mind,
how much runs on the board?
31 runs.
31 runs, 3
31
wickets down.
runs.
So,
Well, they know 33 for 3. But
well,
what I'm looking at is the
Go
West
ahead.
Indies have all of tomorrow, which is the 5th and final day of the
well,
test
we have to
match.
first start with today. What
Today
is left for
is
today?
the 4th day. So
Yeah.
the way they are batting, it seems as though they want to lose this game today.
No, it ain't that they want to lose, you know. Australia have quality fast bowling. Nobody plays to lose. But really, ICC ratings in test match cricket, Australia is number 1 and West Indies is number 8. So, I mean, being realistic, I mean, who else can really unpredict that Australia would not beat the West Indies in this series?
And this one is
oh.
or he dropped it.
And really, that has been a pattern we have seen, because even at the highest level, especially for the West Indies team, we have seen some straightforward catches. And here in this under 19, one that the fielder just at a short square leg got both hands to it, even though he fell to the ground, in getting both hands to it, because the monitor showed us clearly that he got both hands to it and he put it down. And you can ill afford those things with the way that Barbados have been going. Catches win matches and drop catches lose matches.
And it was not a difficult chance by any means. He had the opportunity to get both hands to it. It fell in and out. It was really a bad miss there by the Trinidadian fielder at short backward square.
Well, Trinidad would need to hold their catches when those opportunities are provided, but a dot ball comes from that delivery, and one more legal delivery to complete the 27th over. 159 for 4 Barbados. They won the toss and decided to bat, and that has paid off for them good so far. Here is one played quietly into the offside. The batsman will get a single off the final delivery of that 27th over. So after 27 overs, Barbados batting first. They are 160 for the loss of 4 wickets.
And the West Indies have lost another wicket. So it's 4 wickets down at lunchtime. The West Indies
For how much, 40?
struggling, less than 40.
Well, I don't think really that is an appropriate word right now, because.
It's
But
33
really,
for
I
4.
I could understand how the bowlers would feel though, to seeing that they made such a good effort against such a world class team where they did really bowl very magnificent, and to see that the batsmen have not put up. And here is a chance for a run out. Oh my!
Yeah, no
And
support.
there again, the wicket keeper probably just, as the monitor is showing us now, might have just took his eyes off the ball at the last moment, and it eluded him, and then the batsman ended up being safe. Well, Trinidad and Tobago, they have to take all opportunities presented, because Rodney, as Trinidad, if they keep taking wickets, then they can play themselves by putting Barbados to a more modest total in the end, but they will have to take those opportunities when they are presented.
Definitely, they will have to hold their catches. They will have to
Run out.
make use of the run-out opportunities, and they can restrict the Barbadians because the Barbadians were scoring at a very rapid rate earlier on in the innings when Zachary Carter was there and very free scoring. But now the Trinidadians would want to peg them back and restrict the scoring rate as much as they possibly can.
Even though the current run rate has fallen now to 5.89, they are still in a good position in terms of the run rate, and also too considering that they have 6 wickets in hand. That's Barbados. 161 it is for 4.
And in addition to that, quite a number of overs still to be bowled because we are only in over number 28, 27.2 overs bowled. So Barbados can build on their present score of 161 for 4, but they would want the batters to put partnerships together.
Yes, indeed. And what I usually find, especially in 50 overs, that a team batting first, and like Barbados at this present moment here against Trinidad and Tobago at this Canary Cricket Centre, there is no run because the ball is quietly played out to short extra cover. So good over deliveries so far in this the 28 over. 164 it is for the loss of 4 wickets. So scoring rate coming down a little. Good over. Dot ball to complete that over. So after 28 overs, 161 it is for 4. So even if they can keep the scoring rate to a minimal extent, bringing it down even to 3, then Trinidad and Tobago, even if they are not getting the wickets but curtailing the run rate, that will be good. And no doubt a player is out there in the middle, and no doubt probably might be sending a message to both batsmen whereby some refreshment it comes with too. What we know those incentives. So Rodney, the Barbados team, they would feel good at this position, but that what they will more likely hope for is to bat out the 50 overs.
Definitely, they would want to utilize all the overs, every delivery they would want to make use of and build a very challenging score and more or less try to bat Trinidad out of the game at 161 for 4 in over number 29. And we have very good conditions for play here, excellent conditions, brilliant sunshine, Connery ground, lovely ground, flat, and traditionally a good batting strip. So the Barbadians are in a position here where they can build a very good score against Trinidad. As you see Madrid continuing from the far end. He looks a good spinner, right arm leg spinner, Madrid. It's a carry Madrid from the far end. The Trinidadians known for the spin bowling. Oh, it's Ruplal actually coming in from that far end. So they have made a change, and they have been ringing the changes, switching the bowlers around, which is a very good ploy, giving the bowlers an opportunity to bowl from different ends and not allow the Barbadians to have the same bowler coming to them all the time from the same end. So the Trinidadians are mixing it up. And you see the batters going through for a quick single, played out towards short cover on the offside. It's now 163 for 4 in over number 29, the 5th over. 5th delivery of, well, the over has been completed. It seems like, or the batters are having a conference.
Yes, indeed, and
having a mid-pitch conference.
Anil Rupalal figures 2 for 32, and not bad in that sense, really. 5.62 is the current run rate, 162 it is for 4, and really Trinidad and Tobago will just have to keep taking wickets, because if they are bringing two relatively new batsmen at the crease, and especially if they can remove the captain of Barbados, that will be a big incentive. But here is more runs for Barbados, being played out to a fielder who is on the deep extra cover boundary on the western side of the ground here at Connery, and in the meantime the batsmen were able to get another run. So Barbados advances their cause, and they're going along quite nicely. Barbados 6 wickets in hand. That is very important. Both batsmen now going to have exchange of words in the middle, no doubt, weighing the situation, what is necessary, what also is unnecessary to do. Well, also too, a left-hander and a right-hander at the crease, and a flighted delivery being played quietly back down the turf to the bowler. There is no run. 164 it is for the loss of 4 wickets. It's Voodoo from this media center end. One being struck into the cover area. There's a fielder attacking it. The batsman gonna get another single though. Could not prevent them from getting another run. 165 for 4. 280 is the projected score. 5.59 is the current run rate. But in my view, anything over 200 is a good total. If they can get there, that's Barbados. But also, too, on the other hand, if Trinidad and Tobago can get the other 6 wickets before they get to the 200, then Trinidad and Tobago would have done a very good bowling performance. But all that is just speculation on my behalf. 166 for 4 is the latest score here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
It consists of some 6 sixes so far, 12 fours in the innings. We are in over number 30. And the left-hander is back and cutting, and he picks up a single, and that's Gadsden Bowens. So Bowens has joined Joshua Dawn, who is on 34 of 51 deliveries. Bowens 7 of 17 deliveries, and the bowling continued from the media center end, and they are attempting a quick single, which seems suicidal. And that's Brendan Boodoo completing yet another over.
So after 30 overs, interesting contest here at the Connery Cricket Centre between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago fielding. Barbados won the toss here. 30 overs have been completed. The cutoff time in this series is 1:20 Eastern Caribbean time, and really 167 it is for 4. Projected total 279. That's Barbados batting first. Current run rate 5.57. So the curtail of the run rate is coming down to an extent, and here is the first delivery being swept. It eludes the man at short fine leg. It would go down into the long leg boundary, and now comes the signal for another 4. So another valuable 4 for Barbados. 171 now it is for the loss of 4 wickets, Rodney.
Yes, a very good stroke. A loose delivery swept away towards long leg into the boundary for 4 by Bowens. Bowens a left-hander, and Dawn is 34, 171 for 4 in the 31st over. The Barbadians looking to up the tempo. This one is driven past the left hand of the bowler. That's Ruplal. He thought he would have had an opportunity there to take a catch.
Yeah, it was driven. It was driven hard, but in the position that he took there, Rodney, I would agree with you. I thought for a moment too he had a good chance, but it eluded him, and the batsmen they got a run. So these have chances too. They have to make more valiant efforts. That's Trinidad and Tobago, and more runs for Barbados being played in the extra cover area. The field that extra cover had to move paces to his left, could not prevent another run by Barbados. So they are 173 for the last of 4. Current run rate 5.67. Oh my, well, 284 is the projected score. Short delivery.
And a brilliant catch.
Superb.
Brilliant catch. One-handed, leaping into the air and plucking it out of the air with the right hand. Brilliant catch there. And we will tell you in a while who is the fielder who took that catch.
But the batsman out.
As we look at the replay, he was backing away, looking to cut through backward point. And good diving catch there by the fielder, leaping high into the air and plucking it out of the air with the right hand. And the Barbadians lose wicket number 5 with the total on 173. So the left-handed Bowens goes for 12. Brilliant catch.
Yes, as we look at the replay on the monitor there again, that is a very superb catch. He leapt in the air and he plucked it out of the air magnificently. And those are the kind of catches now that Trinidad and Tobago have to keep making those extra effort. And that was such an excellent execution of a very good catch. Both feet off the ground, taking it one-handed. And another wicket going down for Barbados. So this also too would let in a new batsman. So 5 wickets now going down for Barbados. And the batsman out, was it the captain got out?
No, it was Bowens, the left-hander.
Okay, so
Gadson Bowens.
So he is back in the pavilion. But a good wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. Current run rate 5.67. And projected total 284. But if Trinidad and Tobago keep getting new wickets, especially if they can get 2 new batsmen at the crease, flighted delivery, that might have been the Google. He got the inside edge, played out to short mid-wicket, no run. There is a solitary slip, a point, a cover, extra cover. A man coming off the long off boundary. There's a man on the long on boundary, a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary, a mid-wicket and a short fine leg. Another dot ball. So Trinidad and Tobago will even add pressure by the more dot balls they bowl. So it is now projected score 284 still. And some 5 wickets going down, 173 for 5. Well,
and the catch, Victor, just to inform you, was taken by Fariz Ali. Fariz Ali, the opening bowler for Trinidad. So that really was a spectacular catch. As we saw him leaping off the ground, both feet off the ground, and plucking it out of the air with the right hand. That certainly was a superb catch. And as the old adage has it, catches win matches, and these are the catches that help you win matches.
That is true, and they will have to hold every opportunity or even half chances if they are being presented. But here is a scoop, play down to the fine leg area in the air, no one is there. The fielder from first slip had to come around to his left, but in the process couldn't prevent the batsman from getting another run. Barbados advances their cause, and they're obviously knowing that they have 5 wickets in hand, how important it is for them to try and get over the 200 mark, but more importantly so, to bat out the 50 overs. And whatsoever total they will end with, they should feel that they can challenge Trinidad and Tobago.
As the new batter is Shaquan Bell. Shaquan Bell, who was given the honor of opening the innings, as we thought earlier on, but he has come in at number 6. And he has joined the captain, Joshua Dawn. So he has joined his captain, Dawn, on 36 of 54 deliveries. And it's 174 for 5 in over number 32. So Barbados winning the toss and batting against Trinidad here at the Connery ground. And it's Dawn. Bell with the number 16 on his shirt. He gets off the mark with a single out towards forward square. Forward square leg on the onside. The total moves to 175 for 5. There have been some 13 fours and 6 sixes in the innings. As you see, delivery pitched up outside the line of the off stump. The batsman looking to play forward. Came off the outside edge. And the fielder had slipped, diving away. So, wherever you are listening, throughout St. Kitts, Nevis, Barbados, Trinidad, wherever you are in the Caribbean, a very pleasant afternoon to you as we see the end of over number 32 with Barbados at 175 for 5. Zachary Carter scored 78 of 62 deliveries. Joshua Don not out 36 of 56 deliveries. And he has just been joined by Shaquan Bell, who has won. So we do not have a large crowd on hand here at the Connery Cricket Ground. It's just very close to the Ariel Bradshaw International Airport here in St. Kitts. And delivery pushed back up on the onside by Bell. And Bell is lofting this hard and high, and is it going to clear the boundary? And it does. It clears the boundary for 6. So a delivery tossed up by Ruplal, and Shaquan Bell is taking one step out of the crease and lofting it hard and high over long off for 6. And that takes the score to 181 for 5 and increases the tally of 6s in this match. So we are in the 33rd over, being bowled by the right arm leg spinner Anil Rupla, who bowls to Bell, who plays forward defensively on the offside. There is no addition to total. Bell is again defending out onto the offside, and there is no run. So Bell is on 7, having struck 1-6 earlier on in the over. Of Anil Rupla is played this one out towards forward square, and the batsman complete a single to take the total on to 182 for 5 at the end of over number 33. I don't know if you would have seen any previous game, Victor, but so far from what you have seen, what do you make of the talent you're seeing in the under-19 West Indies Championship?
Well, what we did, sir, here at the Canary Cricket Centre between the Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands, first of all, on both teams, they never batted out the 50 overs, and both teams conceded too high a percentage of wide deliveries. They had batsmen who got starts and did not capitalize on them. And there was a particular batsman, which I cannot bring his name right off my head right now, but he was attempting a sweep stroke, and I think it was a Leeward Islands left-handed batsman. And he tried it on about 3 or even 4 occasions, and then eventually getting out leg before, hitting across the line. So those kind of indiscretions, but at the same time, when it was Francis. Right. Thank you, scorers. It was Francis. So those sort of indiscretions, but even before, and with the leewards bowling out the windwards for 124 as it was in that game.
Yes, sloppy bit of fielding there, but the fielder
but more runs again and so forth, and then you know, it was disappointed to see how the batsmanship in that game was. That I think batsmen have to know well what is before them, what is necessary, and what is unnecessary. They have to work out things in the middle. I think ever too often there is too much a dependency about the coach should tell the message and tell them this and tell them that. You, the players, have to know even before you bat, 300 legal deliveries have to be bowled. So you would know, well, if you go out there and you just get your ones and your twos and wait for the loose deliveries, I mean, you know, it is important that batsmen have to think the game to and assess situations. I mean, the coaches can say so much from beyond the boundary, but when you're out in the middle, you have to work out things for yourself. But for those of you who might just be joining us here from the Canary Cricket Centre, Barbados is up against Trinidad and Tobago. Barbados won the toss and batting first, and they are 100. And is that a wicket gone down?
Yes.
So the sixth wicket going down, and we will look at the replay. So caught behind of the bowling of Boodoo. So another valuable wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. And I think in this recent percentage of overs, Trinidad and Tobago bowlers have come back quite nicely by getting a few wickets, which is curtailing the strike rate for Trinidad and Tobago. Well, the players are refreshing themselves, Rodney, but how well Trinidad and Tobago more recently getting some wickets to their column?
Yes, the Trinidadians have come back well.
Trinidad and Tobago.
They have come back quite well and have restricted Barbados somewhat, 186 for 6. 33.4 overs completed. It's a 50 over encounter, and the captain of Barbados is still there. That's Joshua Dawn, on 39 from 57 deliveries.
And then now to he the captain Dawn still be there for Barbados. He should be guiding the batsmen now coming to join him. And also it is Baptiste, your namesake also, to Rodney. He has come to join his captain. So actually, the captain should be giving him some recommendations, what he would like him to do, not just to steady, but if he can get the singles and exchange the strike. Because with so many options where the field is widely spread, it's not just all about boundaries. You have to get those ones and twos, as some folks will say, 1-1 and 1 full basket.
Yeah, definitely 1-1 full basket. So you pick up the runs anyhow you can, in whatever way you can, whether you want to pick the gaps and accumulate the singles, the ones and twos, convert the ones into twos, the twos into threes. And the new batsman is Zandre Baptiste.
He's left-handed too, and that is a very good thing here on in. But what Barbados would have to be careful of, that they don't get bowled out under the 50 overs. 4 wickets in hand. So Trinidad and Tobago, in terms of curtailing the run rate, has come back quite nicely. A flighted delivery, and the batsman have to quietly play it back down the track for the bowler. That has completed over number 34. So after 34 overs, Barbados winning the toss and batting first against Trinidad and Tobago. They are 186 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Yeah.
We're going to have another refreshment break. So quite welcome. But the sunshine has been with us here at Canary. We definitely are not seeing an immediate threat of rain, and we would hope that will be a continuation. 186 it is for 6, pardon me. So after 34 overs, and Rodney, Barbados would be hoping that they can bat out the other 16 overs. But on the other hand, Trinidad and Tobago would like to remove the 4 wickets, as the players are refreshing themselves, and we also will have a little refreshment also.
Yes, the Trinidadians would want to make more inroads into the Barbados batting. They have picked up 6 wickets so far, and 4 more wickets to go. The Barbadians would be very mindful that even if they still have another 16 overs to go, they would need their batters at the crease to remain there they are currently on lunch, so they will be back at about 20 to 1 at lunch in the test match. The West Indies were 33 for 4, chasing 277 for victory. So the West Indies bowlers, as you have said, Victor, they continue to bowl West Indies into good winning positions, and the batsmen keep squandering the opportunities created by our bowlers. And interestingly, the bowlers, after bending their backs and putting in all the hard work, bowling out the opposition, they still have to come back and do the bulk of the batting. So the question is, what has gone wrong with our middle order, especially the top order?
Well, really and truly, I mean, in any order that they come in, Rodney, like I've been emphasizing, and it's a reality with Bradwitt, who has failed again. He has, no doubt, his average is now into the 20s. All the West Indian batsmen who are playing Test cricket is in an average of the 20. So I do not understand why there is so much disappointment from the West Indian cricket fans about the dismal performances of the West Indies batsmen, because that is not up to the standard for Test cricket when you are in the averaging of the 20s. And for me personally, it is not any surprise that the West Indies batsmen are performing at that level in terms of what they're producing. As it looks now, too, without any weather interruptions, possibly the test match could be finished today.
Well, it seems headed that way. The Australians only need another 6 wickets. The West Indies need 248 runs more. And those 248 runs seem to be a mountain for the West Indies to climb. They don't seem to have the batting stock in order to get those runs, unless we see some good rear guard action again by our lower order, especially fast bowlers like Shamar Joes, if he had shown that he has the ability to bat.
Well, even so, that wouldn't be enough, even though they have been contributing. And really, I'm not putting the bowlers into the equation of the lower half, but they have been doing relatively well, more so along with the bowling contributions that have been outstanding. But the batsmen who have been selected as batsmen, they're not up to it, at least not up against Australia. And really, for me, and realistically speaking, it is not saying anything different against what is realistic. When you are below 20 in Test cricket, that is not good enough.
And the wicket at the National Stadium, the pitch at the National Stadium in Grenada is not by any means a fast pitch as you would find at Kensington. Or
apart from the pitch conditions, probably and a call for a run out. No, but the batsman made it here. Apart from the conditions, we have to be realistic. Yes, we are West Indians. We want to see them do very well, but we have to be realistic. Their batting is not up to it in Test cricket. Now, others may be critical of me, but if you look at the statistics, I think I am saying the right things at this moment. I'm not just saying it in any personal way. We got to look at statistics, and people must stop getting personal and look at the realities what exists.
And in terms of the personnel selected for this test match in Grenada, would you say that the West Indies selectors got it right with respect to the batsmen selected at the top of the order for the West Indies in this test match?
Rodney, what I have been saying clearly, and I think most of my listeners and you yourself would have heard, that even the batsmen who are not in the squad, they are in the 20 or the average position. I am not saying that they wouldn't have done better, but I am just basing it on the averages of the batsmen, because when you look at averages of other batsmen in Test cricket of all the other Test playing cricket nations, the majority of the first 5 are into their late 30s. Okay, don't take it by my word. It's there where people can Google and see the differentiation in terms of averages. That is what I am basing it on. I do not know how much a difference it would make, but we'll have to wait and see. There's going to be 3 test matches, and after just this second one, obviously, other batsmen going to get their opportunity. And this would be also a very valuable occasion for those who would get their opportunity to say to the selectors, here is where I prove your choices wrongly for the first 2 test matches.
Well, I guess the argument can also be made that the West Indies, generally, they play less test matches than, let's say, the New Zealanders, the Indians, the Pakistanis, the English.
Yeah, valuable point there, Rodney. I would agree with you with that. I'll give you 110% correct with that. They do not, West Indies do not play the same amount of test matches like the other cricketed nations. But if you look at how the West Indian batsmen approach a test match, you have to spend time at the crease. And with quality bowling, you have to adapt. Not the same style that Chandapal played Shivnarine, but adapt the methods that he adopted in Test cricket. If you bowl 5-6 maiden overs for him, he stayed there knowing that there sometimes he's going to get the loose deliveries, but staying at the crease, try to just play with more soft hands, exchange your 1 and 2s, because Stark and the other leading Australian bowlers, they're not going to consistently give the batsmen a lot of loose deliveries.
The Australians, they do have a good bowling attack. They have a strong bowling attack, but the West Indies batting is really brittle.
Okay, but to even acclaim Rodney, you can Google it. Okay, it's happening here. It's happening here, yes, and it is the monitor where people are seeing it too, whereby the score is presently now 188 for 6. So this is not really like radio. People are seeing the score from their monitors and so forth. But you're right, 188 for 6. Barbados batting first. They won the toss. And it is 36 overs have been bowled. 188 for 6. 4 wickets are in hand. Barbados in a very commanding position. So we will stick to the game that is in place there. But because it's not a ball-by-ball coverage that we have to give, where people who are in tune to the cricket are seeing it, we can have that discussion. But anyway, that's the point.
The Barbados captain has moved on to 40 of 64 deliveries, that Joshua Dawn. And if you notice, Dawn has applied himself well, and he hasn't been as explosive as Zachary Carter was earlier on, but he has really applied himself and batted very well for his 40 runs of 64 deliveries, and he's leading by example. He's the captain of the Barbados team.
A very good example, but here is the first delivery from a fresh over, played down to point, and good fielding, no runs. But at this particular moment too, we must recollect that the openers for Barbados, they gave a good foundation. And the position that Barbados have found themselves now at 188 for 6 with a projected total of 261. Here is one going down to short third man, but the fieldsman, number 75 on the back of his jersey, moving quickly to his left. The cutoff time for the first session would be 20 past 1 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time, but now we are at 36 overs, so it looked like the Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack is on par, and especially because the spinners are in progress. But here is another run being played out to deep extra cover, where the batsman would get the 189th run, and it is for the loss of some 6 wickets. So what Barbados would be very concerning now at this point, not to be bowled out, but also to bat out the 50 overs, and whatsoever runs they can get in the remaining overs, they should be pleased for what they would personally have attained or acquired.
And this one is going out towards third man. It seems to have the momentum to get into the third man boundary. As it gets there now, the signal comes from the umpire, and that takes the total on to 189.
I think it's 93, might be. Anyway, we'll wait and see.
193. So
yes.
193.
Yeah, 193. So 7 runs away from the 200 mark. So Trinidad and Tobago would know that when their opportunity come at the crease, which is still is the first segment of this 50 over encounter here at the Canary Cricket Centre, on the 19 regional cricket, and Barbados should be feeling quite good for the position that they are in. Another delivery outside the off stump, being hammered, defeats the man at point. There is a man at the deep extra cover boundary coming around, cannot cut it off. 4 runs, as you would have seen on your monitor, and that would now definitely brings up the 200 for Barbados. So Rodney, that significant achievement by reaching to the 200 with still 4 wickets in hand, Barbados should be feeling very good from here on in.
They are indeed in a strong position. They are in a strong position at this point. And it's 197 for 6. And Victor, looking at the fielder coming across on the boundary, that seemed to have been Fariz Ali. He was favoring the back of his left leg, it appeared, and he was close to the ball on the boundary, but didn't really make any serious effort to cut it off because he probably had a pull muscle favoring that back leg.
Okay, I apologize to our listeners and viewers. And I did give Barbados 4 runs extra to say that it was the 200. But pardon me, it is actually 197 for 6. So I do apologize about that slight error. But in any event, though, 6 wickets in hand. And the captain is still there. He is not out. That's
Joshua Dawn.
Dawn. And batting well. And he has, some 39 runs from 57 deliveries. So playing a good role as we're coming down in the overs.
Dawn is actually on 41.
He's on 41, but the monitor is giving us probably it's a little slow, but anyway, thanks a lot. 197 for 6. So Barbados, what can be their final total? But we will be left to be seen. They have 4 wickets in hand, which is very important. Wicketkeeper taking off the bails in a flash. Delivery spinning away across the right-hander. But he was in his ground and no harm done. So Trinidad and Tobago would need to curtail the current run rate or cut it down extensively. But as we know at this present position, Barbados have a very good total. Runs on the board is runs on the board. And Trinidad and Tobago is going to have a task when they have that opportunity to try and get whatsoever total Barbados will post. Well, even more significantly so, there is a conversation with the umpire and the player. We are not certain what it can be, but one of the players we can now see leaving the field of play who was on the deep extra cover boundary. So a substitute comes on. As play continues here, and here is the delivery being played quietly out to cover, but in the meantime the batsman will be able to get another run. 198 for 6, Barbados. Wait a while, see, because they don't know how they're bringing up this thing. You look how 197 for a long time. It was 197 for a long time, right? 198 is slow. Anyway, we gotta be careful. 198, yes, for 6. And Barbados in a very solid position here. 37.3 overs in progression. This is actually the 38th over. Outside the off stump, being hammered to the fielder who is coming off the deep extra cover boundary. And in the meantime, the batsmen, they were able to get closer now to the 200 mark. It's now 199 for 6 wickets. So Barbados, and they would know, and even more so the captain for Barbados out there in the middle will know how important it is to bat out the remaining overs. Not just bat it out, but get runs like they're getting now. And that brings up the 200 for Barbados here against Trinidad and Tobago at the Connery Cricket Centre.
Yes, the 200 coming up for Barbados at the end of the 38th over. 38 overs completed, 200 for 6, with Dawn in the 40s, Joshua Dawn on 43, and Zandre Baptiste on 10. Baptiste sounds like a surname that comes out of the Windward Islands, very popular in Grenada, Dominica. We'll hear of
From your fellow island, Rodney.
Jean-Baptiste in
That's
St.
right.
Lucia and Dominica. So he probably has some Windward Islands connections, maybe some Windward Islands.
You
links.
could be in our hotel. He might be a relative of yours too.
Very much so.
Yes.
Often so.
Well, 5.26 is the current run rate by Barbados at this particular moment. Projected total 263. So just achieving the 200, and with 12 overs remaining. If we look at our time, which is the unofficial clock time, it is saying 6 minutes or 16 minutes, pardon me, to 1 p.m. It is the cutoff time should be 1:20, but with spinners in operation, they should get through these remaining overs, Rodney.
Very easily, yeah. With the spinners taking much less time to bowl their overs than the faster bowlers coming off a shorter run. As Madre has been brought back into the attack from the far end, the bowls delivery online with middle and off stump and played out towards backward point. Fielder with the number 9 on his back, that's Riyad Mohammed. Comes in the field, this one is played uppishly, and they go through for a quick swing, and there is going to be some overthrow. Extra runs there for the Barbadians. So what should have been 1 run has turned out to be 2 runs. And the score going on to 202. 202 for 6 in over number 39. Joshua Don closing in on a half century. 45. This one is played out towards short extra cover, more or less a wide mid-off. 203 now for 6 and over number 39. So there have been some 15 fours and 7 sixes in the innings so far.
So Rodney, that is a high percentage of boundaries, but who was more responsible for that was the big man, the opening batsman.
Carter.
Carter. And that was a very good innings by him, Carter. It really laid the foundation for Barbados after the wonder toss here against Trinidad and Tobago at the Connery Cricket Centre. Lovely day for cricket thus far. We would all hope it will continue that way. And here is, we are in now to as the overs ticking away, and Barbados would know how important it is for they to bat through to the 50 overs, and whatsoever total they finally ends with, they should feel very pleased with it. And here comes another run. The fielder has to come off of the long off boundary, but in the meantime the batsman actually strolled through for a run. So after 39 overs, the latest score at the Connery Cricket Centre, Barbados against Trinidad and Tobago, 204 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Looking at the scorecard, Michael Greenwich, he scored 22. Zachary Carter, he got 78. And a projected score now of 262. The current run rate is 5.23.
So even though the current run rate has been curtailed quite nicely by the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, it is still a good strike rate by Barbados, and more importantly so that they have 4 wickets are in hand, 204. And Rodney, one of the reasons I always like, preferably, even though there are different equations of setting a total, and you know that I've always been adamant about that when you set a total, one, the team will have to get certain amount of runs per over. But then, say within the power play, if they lose wickets, they still have to make certain that they do not get bowled out, but keep adjacent to what runs is required. But all those things are speculation, not saying that Trinidad and Tobago cannot come in and bat properly enough in their 50 overs to overhaul the tournament total, but it will be a very big challenge, but we could never tell in the game of cricket.
Aaron Bassant has been brought back into the attack from the commentary position. He's bowling right arm off spin between the umpire and the stumps. So 1 more run to the Barbadians, 205 now for 6 and over number 40.
Well, even though, yes, and as you quite rightly said there, Rodney, spinners are intact, so they have to get through these overs. But in terms of the consistent, regular adjustments of the field placing, they have to make certain that they do not come down to the cutoff time and the 50 overs have not been completed, because here is another chance for a wicket. No, it was in the air for a while. I thought for a moment the fielder coming round from point area had an opportunity, but he did not get close, even though it was a valiant try. And in the meantime, though, the batsmen have gotten 2 more runs.
Yeah, he just didn't quite get to hand. He attempted a dive there, but it fell between the fielder at backward point and the fielder at point. And the batsmen were able to complete 2 runs. They are now pressing for a second run here. So good aggressive running by Barbados. And that takes the total on 2. And Joshua Don has brought up his 50 of 75 deliveries with 2 fours to a strike rate of 66.67. So not a very high strike rate by any means, and not a high percentage of boundaries, but nonetheless it's been a very good 50 by the Barbadian captain.
Yeah, and in terms of the circumstances to when he came in and what the total was, a very good discipline knock by the captain, and this is good to see that he did not on any occasion played any indiscretions. He's going to get more runs, but on that occasion there, he was able to get one, just moving across to the off stump and playing the scoop stroke and getting himself his 51st run. So very good innings by the captain. He gets some acknowledgement from his players in the dressing room. He signaled back in appreciation, and really good sensible knock, and that is what we all like to see from all the batsmen, knowing what the situation is. The captain knows the high percentage of legal deliveries have to be bowled, and no doubt he might just be thinking to bat through the innings for the remaining overs.
It's ever so important to read the game, to be aware of the state of the game, game awareness, and assessing the position of the game, and being able to adjust and adapt accordingly based on the position of the game. So we have seen the completion of 40 overs, 211 for 6 Barbados, winning the toss and batting here at the Connery Cricket Ground.
Yeah, current run rate 5. We'll get back to that, but the projected total, 5.28, it seems like, is the current run rate. Projected total or score 264. So Barbados at this particular point, after winning the toss, they would be very confident, as their present total is 211 for the loss of 6 wickets. And the captain is still there, so that is even more significant now for the remaining overs. Delivery played back down the track on the bounce to the bowler. Feels well to his own bowling. There is no run. Madre coming from that far end of the ground here at the Connery Cricket Centre. His left arm orthodox spinner. And one struck down to a straight long on. They run one. They're running the first one quick. And in doing so, that is always a good thing, because the fielder in the deep just slightly took his eye off the ball, did not feel cleanly, and that gave the batsman the incentive to get another run. 213 for 6 Barbados.
Yeah, good going by Barbados. They'll be looking to battle the remaining overs and try to maximize their score as much as they can. Another single to the left-handed Baptiste is on to 17. And the total 214, 16 is Baptiste, 214 for 6.
Well, by my timepiece, which is not the official timepiece, it is stating 7 minutes to 1 p.m. 1:20 is the cutoff time. How many more overs remaining? It's going to be a touch and go, I think, for Trinidad and Tobago to complete these 10 overs. But if they can just avoid those lot of adjustments in the field placing, which would have taken up some time, but with both spinners into the attack, If they avoid that, then it more likely look like they can get in these overs. But we'll still have to wait and see. 214 for 6 Barbados.
Trinidadians, they have dispensed of the close catchers. There is no close catcher, just a slip. Short third man, backward point, deep cover point, sweeping on the boundary, short extra cover, wide, long off, man, wide, long on, deep mid wicket, short mid wicket, and backward square. It's coming out towards the fine leg boundary and into the boundary for 4. So that's 4 more runs to Barbados to take the total on to a partnership of 32 so far.
From just 44 deliveries.
Yeah, between Baptiste and Don.
Well, that was good thinking of him, as we see on the replay. It was a flighted delivery. The right-hander moved across his off stump, and because the ball was so much flighted, he just guided it down here beneath us at the media center end for 4 more runs. So there is also another refreshment being taken by the players. And most of the times when that happens, there is some sort of message comes out with that. So that is also taking up a little time between the overs. But based upon the time, they should still be able to get in. They should still be able to get in the overs. But on the other hand, though, Barbados, whether they get them in or not, at this present total, they are in a very strong position after winning the toss and batting first against Trinidad and Tobago.
Victor, the stroke that was played to fine leg for 4 was a sort of scoop stroke. It's a stroke that we see a number of the modern day players employing in both the limited overs 50-50 games and the 20-20 games. When you played, did you see players of old play those sort of strokes much?
Well, seeing or playing, I could never recall about that. So the game has evolved with a lot of differences have been involved in terms of that. What was wide signal, so 1 more to the total, he have to rebowl it. What was very disappointing, though, to see in a test match that John Campbell was trying that stroke in a test match. Did you saw it? You saw it, Rodney?
I don't think I saw that. Right. I don't think so. I probably didn't see that one.
Yes. And a bowling change is, yes, number 63 coming from the northern end, our media center end. Bowls outside the off stump. The left-hander reaching for it. It went to the keeper who took it cleanly. 219 for 6. And Barbados would be feeling very good.
63 would be topping the Trinidad captain. So that's Abdul Rahim, the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team. So we cannot leave out the sister isle of Tobago. So I think the Tobagonians may not take too nicely to that at all. So it's Trinidad and Tobago, T&T, as we say, St. Kitts and Nevis, Antigua and Barbuda, Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. So you have a number of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, a number of islands merged together to form one union. 219 for 6. The captain Toppin makes his way in. He bowls a good delivery on line with the stumps, played out quietly on the offside. Toppin is a very big man for under 19. Very big man, tall, well built. Probably comes from a big family, big bone family. And sometimes I have to look at the body structure of the parents, maybe the father or the mother, somebody in the family would have taken that side from. He has the number 63 and he's bowling right arm, medium fast over the wicket. A nice stroke played out towards long on by Dawn. Not looking to hit it too hard, just presenting the full face of the bat and playing it out towards long on for a single. 221 for 6 it is in over number 42. So Don is on 56 and Baptiste on 17. So Abdul Rahim top in. Makes his way in again and it's played out onto the onside. No addition to the total. The partnership so far 36 between Joshua Don and Zandre Baptiste, 49 deliveries. And Joshua scored 17 and Zandre 18. And this one goes away close to the boundary. It's pulled back just inside of the boundary. They're inquiring as to whether it touched the boundary ropes, but it seemed to have had it under control. And the batsman got 2 to take the total on to 224 for 6. So we're looking at the replay now. It was played away through the offside. The fielder tumbling, making a tumbling save and not cutting it off. The second fielder moving along the ropes on the boundary, just pulling it back just inside the boundary.
Well, the umpire say it's finished, but sometimes look like
So the
not counting it accurately, but we had to go with what I say.
score 224 for 6 at the end of 42 overs. There's a projected score now of 267 with the current run rate being 5.33
No, 120.
and the cutoff period for the innings is at 20 minutes past 1. So that should be in the next 20 minutes or so. So there are 8 overs to be bowled in the last 20 minutes. So they have just about 2 minutes to bowl and over. They have their faster men in the attack, which means that more time will be taken up. The batsmen complete a single as it's pushed out towards mid-off. One more to Baptiste, he's on to 19. And Baptiste has lent good support to Don since coming in. He's left-handed, Don the right-hander, so you have a left-hand, right-hand combination. At the crease.
And sensible playing by him in that scenario, whereby his captain has been the in-batsman, who has gotten now to 58 of some 82 deliveries, and he is 19 of 26. So good supporting role from him. Good sensible cricket outside the off stump. Another wide, one more to the total. So the bowler will have to also re-bowled it. At the moment, though, Rodney, when we look to our far eastern side from this media center end, the sun has left us momentarily. There is no immediate threat of rain, but it has gotten a little more hazier now, and we're not too certain what can be the outcome. Anyway, more runs is the outcome, whereby the batsman playing it out onto the onside, and Barbados placing themselves into a very commanding total at this present moment, and it is 227 for the loss of 6 wickets. We are into over number 43 at this particular moment, and Barbados should be feeling very confident at this particular moment of play.
Yeah, the Barbadians are in a very comfortable position at the moment, and this one is driven towards backward point. The batsmen complete a single. One more to Baptiste is on to 20. Total 228 for 6 in over number 43. So the bowler coming in from the far end is Adian Racha. Very interesting name. So it's played out towards third man. And that would be fine leg for the left-handed Zandre. It's 230 now for 6. 42.4 overs completed. It's 42 overs and 4 deliveries. Racha comes in from the far end. It's played out towards backward point, and Zandre taking some exploratory steps out of his crease, way out of his crease, and I had the feeling being a lot cleaner and a good accurate return. He would have been run out by a long way. It has become a bit overcast. We have lost the sunshine. This one is played out towards deep point. The fielder on the deep forward square boundary. That cover point comes off the boundary and fields. And one more to Dawn. It's 43 overs completed, 231 for 6 Barbados, batting first here at the Connery Cricket Ground.
Yes, and
against Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, and the weather forecast now is reading mostly cloudy, and we can definitely see it seems to be on par there in that sense, because the sun has definitely left us momentarily, but the players are out there in the middle, and at this particular moment, still, even though it's cloudy, there's still no immediate threat of rain, so the conditions out there should be very cool for our players. And no ball being signaled, a bonus to the total, which the bowler would have to bowl over, and a free hit. So 232 actually now is the total for 6.
Yes.
And only one way a batsman can be given out of a free hit, and that is by the run out.
And seemingly that one must have slipped out of the hand of the Trinidad and Tobago captain, Toppin. The batsman, Don, ducking under it. It's something that would have been described as a beamer.
Yeah, it was.
And
Yes.
that's a term that was used for those deliveries.
Another extra to the total, though, by the leg by route, 232. It is present current run rate by Barbados, 5.40, which is still very good. Well, 233 within itself is a very, very good total by Barbados. We still have overs remaining. And here is one played into the point area, a man at deep extra cover boundary. And he does well, moving to his right. Good movement there, quick on the outfield, and saving 2 valuable runs out there. Well, it's looking a lot much more hazier now here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Has it started to drizzle already? No? Well, let's hope that the clouds would move away. But 235 for 6. We are... Yeah.
And that was an outstanding bit of fielding by the fielder coming around on the
Okay, well...
on the cover point boundary.
Yes, and yeah, the rain is now drizzling, and the umpire, the ground staff is getting in their position at the far end for those tarpaulins. Well, we would all hope that you see, that's the next thing again with the many pieces to pull. If there is a high percentage of breeze, it's not easy to get. Yeah, and really, let's hope that they can get these covers on quickly, Rodney, but actually, this might eventually, we are not too certain what might be the position, because it's coming close also to the cutoff point by our unofficial clock. It might just be about 5 or 8 minutes past 1 p.m., but we'll have to wait and see the ground staff still, because it's not easy, because those covers too, Rodney, they are very heavy, and they will have to really pull them quickly to get it to the middle. so that to cover the surface or the playing area more particular. But you're not missing any cricket. Rain is with us here at the Connery Cricket Center, so we can tell you at the present moment, Barbados, after winning the toss and batting, after 43.2 overs, they are presently 235 for 6. Rain is coming at this moment, so we here in the commentary booth, we will take a break until play resumes. We will be joining cricket coverage.
We say good afternoon to you from the Connery Cricket Centre here in St. Kitts, and the game Barbados U19 versus Trinidad and Tobago U19. We've just gotten one ball bowled. I just had one ball bowled, and that went for four byes, and topping continues to Baptiste, who's just chopped one to deep point for one. Total rolls on to 240 for 6. We've not had an official update from the umpires, and we suspect we would not have lost any of the overs. Our lunch should have been 120, so play continues here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Joshua Dawn, he will face up to the captain, Toppin. Toppin maintains that back of a length delivery. He opened the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago and continues to try and hammer in from a back of a length. Barbados started really well with a 72-run opening partnership. That's one's cut away behind point for 1. That partnership was between Micah Greenidge and Zachary Carter. Greenidge was the first to go for 22. Then we had another 50-run partnership between Carter and Dawn, and that was dominated by Carter. And Trinidad and Tobago, they have managed to chip away. At that time, the scoring rate was well above 7. But now it's down to 5.5, a manageable total, manageable run rate. So 242 it is for 6 from 44 completed overs. Adrian Ratcher comes back into the attack. He's bowled 5 overs for 38, yet to pick up a wicket. He will be bowling to Baptiste. He's on 24 from 31, going fairly well. Advancing down the track, pushing it down to long off, will only be able to get 1. Ratcher being one of the opening bowlers. We have a 57-run partnership here between Dawn and Baptiste from some 64 deliveries. So they have been scoring pretty quickly as well to advance the Barbados cause, and that's one chopped down to third man. We'll have 1 run. 244 it is for 6. Barbados moving on nicely. 5.5. A projected score at this time is 275, but with wickets in hand, we suspect they will look to be getting a little more than that. Ratcher looking for the ideas. That's one's chopped down to third man. Will he get around? No, he doesn't. And that one runs away into the boundary. Now for 4, it's 248 for 6. A very delicately played shot, just using the pace from Ratcher to run it down between point and third man. And the man on the third man boundary was unable to get around to stop that one going for 4. So Barbados continue to score and score well. This time it's Baptiste taking an advance down the track to Ratcher. Gets 1. It was full. Fortunately for the bowler, it was not. over the waist, or as it could have been called a no ball. Racha would consider his figures being fairly expensive, 5.4 for some 45 runs, as we welcome back Victor Eddy into the commentary position.
Well, good afternoon to you, Noval, Mokal, and to all who might just be joining us. And more runs for Barbados, and they're getting close to the 250 mark. And at this particular moment, they should feel very confident for what they have achieved at Barbados after winning the toss, and they had a good start. And since that, all the batsmen coming in, Noval, they have contributed to this very valuable total at the moment.
Well, it seems to be something in the Barbados team. They did the same thing in their time out against that one hit up to mid-wicket. 2 runs on offer, and it's taken as well. The same sort of a situation with the batting card for Barbados against Guyana, where a number of players contributed to the 287 runs that they got. In that game, Carter got 62, Greenwich got 18, Dawn got 63, Newton got 30, Bowen got 46, and Bell got 39. So they have contributed all around. Most of the batters putting their hands up, getting starts. What would be nice for Barbados is for someone to carry on and get to the 3-figure mark. If that is to happen in this game, I guess the best person positioned to do that will be Don, but he will have to do some striking of the ball to get there. He's on 65.
Well, Carter had an opportunity when he opened. I think he got to 78, and he batted well. So he had a very good opportunity, but as you said, the captain has played a very disciplined and sensible role and being well supported at the other ends. So collectively, good all-around performance, batting performance that is by Barbados, and more runs playing down to point. And the running between the wickets have been very good too. But in Barbados too, Noval, they play a lot of cricket consistently and all formats. But more so, I think in their club cricket, they play 2 days. Like what we used to do in your time also too.
Yes,
here
they
in St. Kitts, you know?
play the longer version. It helps for your cricket development. You get all scenarios of cricket in the longer version. That's chopped over the extra cover region, and 2 runs picked up. Again, topping. Not afraid to hammer it into the surface, getting it to bounce steeply, but there was width available. Perhaps Baptiste could have gone over point rather than to slap it up in front. Nonetheless, he got 2 runs. Topping thus far, 7.2 overs, 48 runs. The captain.
I'm wondering for a moment, the Noval, if it might cause some challenges for the Barbados bowlers when they bowled, where that element of dampness on the outfield because of the slight rain that we had, in terms of the bowlers getting proper grips consistently. But we'll have to wait and see if that might be a challenge.
Well, we haven't seen
Here
the
so
use
far.
of the rag thus far.
Okay.
So maybe not yet, but I can say that dampness that you speak about will also impact the batters because the ball will get softer and it will not travel as quickly as it would have been traveling prior to that. This one guided down to third man. A very controlled shot by Don.
Which earned him another run. But as you quite rightly said too, even when the players came back out now, that's the Trinidad bowlers, we have not seen the rags really coming out. So most likely it is all right in terms that the bowlers do not have challenges on the grip.
It doesn't appear so.
Yeah, it doesn't appear so because we have not seen the rags. So it seems to be okay.
Goes short again. Topping maintaining that short approach. I think it's a comfortable length for both Barbados batsmen. They are not struggling to manage the length. But 5 runs conceded thus far from the over at this stage. You would say you'll take that. 258 for 6 in the 46th over of play. Even shorter. And that will be called a wide and extra conceded. And if I were to advise Toppin, I would suggest that he can try and develop a bit of a slower ball that will just ask the batsman to see something different. It's been very short and consistently so, and maintaining that posture. Little fuller, hit out to cover point, and it's going to be 4. It's over the top it goes. And Don helps himself to another boundary. He moves on to 71.
Yes, and Noval, he has an opportunity, the captain, and how well he has played. He hasn't presented any chance and really looks a very good batter and playing sensibly at the present moment. I can tell you, though, that the West Indies are now 103 for the loss of 8 wickets. Well, we got to slip in that comment now and then. 263 though here at the Connery Cricket Centre between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. Barbados won the toss and they have justified that cause because they are in a very, very strong position here against Trinidad and Tobago.
Ratcher continues from the far end. And in the 47th over, 263. The projected score continues to move up, suggesting to 85. My thinking 2 set batters, they will be thinking 300 minimum. Trying to get a move on his Baptiste, advancing down the track, will only get 1.
And the good thing about this partnership now, especially in these remaining overs, they are looking for every available or possible run they can get. And that goes well. The captain is there and he can designate and have those appropriate conversations with his partner. But this is a very valuable partnership to Nova.
Yes, well over 50 runs now. And they continue to tick upwards. Both players, you would say they're set. 37 and 71. Dawn tucking this one into the onside easily for 1. Haven't seen a consistent use at this stage of slow deliveries. Perhaps because the Barbados batsmen, they're not overly aggressive. They're still being very sensible about their approach at this stage, Victor.
Yes, indeed. And really, their batting has lit off this tournament so far very convincingly in terms of the team totals, and you can see them playing very sensibly, just playing it with soft hands there, and it went out to point and they couldn't prevent another run. So early on, as we have seen that the Barbados batsmen and the top order, they are all getting runs. So this early in this tournament, that would do them very good. And if they can get in partnership, the bowlers rising for the occasion, they can do very well in this tournament.
Well, this one might run away for 4. Down to wide, long on. It's cut off. Good work. Was well into the gap. So placement was the feature for that shot just now. Dawn, he continues to score.
Yeah, and he continues to bat well too, and he has not provided any chance in this innings as far to my recollections. I can be corrected if it was so, and no doubt running the first one quickly. He's
going to be looking for 2.
That is very good running. Very, very good
very
running.
Very good running and good work as well down on the third man boundary. That brings about the end of over number 47. 266 for 6, Vic.
Oh my, that is a very good total, and no doubt the Barbados, the coaches, the managers, they would, and the players they're looking on. they would figure that setting a total as in 50 overs, setting a total is always a good thing, and a total of this magnitude, it's really going to take some going by Trinidad and Tobago. But we could never tell because cricket is always on the day. But when any team establish a total like that in a 50 over contest, they should really feel very confident when they go there to defend it.
Most certainly, 270. Correction. Dawn on 76 from 97. Baptiste 38 from 41. And topping the captain for Trinidad, he has bowled 8 for 56. He continues from this media center end. That one's going to be called a wide. A very wayward one, almost looks a tired delivery, Vic.
Yeah, he looks like it's getting to him now too, and he has had a lengthy spell. He has put in quite amount of overs operating from this media centre end at the moment, with the wicket keeper standing back, a man right on the third man boundary, a point, a deep extra cover, a long off, a man on the deep mid wicket boundary, short fine leg, and a mid wicket, and a man on the long on boundary. Played back down the track, and there is no run. So dot balls would be very important for Trinidad and Tobago, and even more so if they can remove these two. But how much a difference it would make, though, in terms of the total that Barbados have, I think that is definitely going to be a huge challenge for Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, they're not sure the capabilities of the Trinidad batting, but it's a total that is good. 272 at this stage. It will take some getting.
The psychological thing, though, Noval, when a total is like this, and Trinidad and Tobago chasing, say for instance, if they would get a very good start opening partnership, they can make a good chase of it in that sense, but that is just preempting speculation on my behalf. But when you get such a established good total like that, you will definitely have to get a good start. If you get, that's a dead ball. If you get early wickets, then the task become much more challenging.
Yes, and those are things they will be thinking about.
Yeah, that's
they at this stage are not thinking about the total. They're thinking about how much they can restrict and prevent Barbados from getting even bigger total. They're 272 with some 16 deliveries left. That's short. Attempted pull over the top of the keeper. Fine leg comes around and they get through for 2 more runs. And Barbados are going to look to take everyone that's on offer.
Yes, indeed, and they have a very good opportunity to try and reach that 300 mark. And the rate they're going 274 for 6. We are into the 48 over. Who knows? But it will take some boundaries, though, more so in 6s. But anyway, we'll wait and see.
A shot pulled out to square leg. Just 1 run. It's been a pretty organized and disciplined performance from Barbados. The way they have approached this. Early on, the opening partnership, they did not take risk, but they took advantage of any poor deliveries. The middle order, they came and supported that start. Hence, they're now in such a commanding position in terms of a total that they're trying to set that would pose Trinidad and Tobago some problems. And even at this stage, you're not seeing any high-risk shots.
Yeah, I think throughout the partnerships, it has been very selective, and their shot selection has been spot on. And in partnerships, they look a very good batting team, Barbados. Well, the total itself says that for itself. And the batsman looked like he might have just gotten an edge, yes. He tried to run it down to the vacant third man, caught behind. But in that sense, you could see the sense of it too, because the fielder and the third man boundary was wide, and if it had evaded the wicket keeper, it could have gotten close to the boundary. But good innings, and Barbados would feel very good at this particular moment of their game.
Yes, outgoing batter is Joshua Dawn, scoring 79 from 99. Catch taken by Cristiano Ramanan, the wicket keeper. He has been doing a tidy job. Has had some difficult situations with wide ones that had evaded him. Not much he could have done about that. But it's now 276 for 7 as Barbados tries to even get closer to 300. Incoming batter sporting the number 24.
Yes, and really left armour coming into the attack. Oh, sorry, right armour coming around the wicket. Another run to Barbados and advancing their valuable cause.
Well, the Manny Roach is the new batter. He will be facing now. The Manny Roach. It's 278. It is for 7 now. Short ball, attempted pull. That one goes over the keeper and it's going to go away into the boundary for 4. Very fortuitous sort of runs there from Baptiste. But at this stage, you're trying to get as many as possible. So that will be considered a very good shot in the circumstance.
Yeah, and really going hard at it. And that is one of the reasons too why it went so high and so quickly over the wicket-keeper head. That was miles over his head. So there, it wasn't in any equation for an opportunity of a chance. So Barbados really, and thus far, Nobel, based upon, we haven't had an update as yet about the other games, but I would like to believe this is the highest team total so far in this tournament. But we'll wait and see for confirmation, but that is just speculation for now on my behalf. But the captain being the top scorer now, I think he just passed Carter by getting 79. Carter had 78. So he's the top scorer so far, Dawn, for Barbados. And what a valuable knock he has played. And all the batsmen, as you have noted, have contributed well for Barbados.
Well, this is not the highest team total. They got 287 against Guyana. We imagine that they would eclipse that total, and that total put a lot of pressure on Guyana, and they were bowled out really cheaply. So,
yeah, the wind from that far end has an umbrella that's far and really blowing away and it suggests too that the wind is very strong coming out of that area. One of the players has picked it up and gonna try to secure it, most likely in an appropriate, or it's from on the person up on the stand. I didn't recognize that. The cameraman up there, yeah. Well, it is good that the umbrella came down and not the cameraman.
Watcher continues short, chopping to point. Not good work there by the man at the point fielder, suggesting he didn't see the ball, and that's Madre. Zakara Madre should have done better to cut that one off, but it went away for 4, and 4 more runs to Baptiste, and he goes on to 49, approaching a half century.
Yeah, and here is it, another good innings from another batsman in this Barbados lineup. So the Barbados team, obviously, Novel, they came out with a plan, decided that once they won the toss, they were going to bat, and so they did, and they can be well appreciated that they did make that decision. More runs for Barbados, being played to a fielder coming off the deep extra cover boundary, and quite rightly so, the fielder get it in quickly, but over the wicket-keeper head. So that also contributed in the batsmen getting 2 runs, and they're taking it well. Is that the 50? Go ahead.
And that brings up the 50 for Baptiste. 51 he goes, and another half century from another Barbadian batsman. 2 prior to him would be Dawn and Carter getting to half centuries as they continue to pile the runs on. 288 it is for 7 as there's just 1 more over left in this inning.
So they have surpassed the 287 which they previously made in a total. So that high percentage of the totals into the 280s by Barbados. Novel, we know that this is sending early signals to the other teams what the Barbados batsmen are very capable of, and they have proven themselves so far.
Well, their approach has a lot to do with it. They have been very smart. They have been very selective with their stroke play, willing to take singles on offer, and not a lot of indiscretion. And that's probably why they have been batting as well as they've done for the first 2 games. That one bouncing in front of... how is that? And how will that be? And is he in? It's a direct hit. Good work there by Cristiano behind the stump.
Look at it on the monitor there.
Ranaman, he had some good work, but the batsman appeared to be very quick in getting up there. He didn't take a second guess and seems to have been safe. Based on our replays, and the umpire would have suggested that 289 now it is for 7.
How many legal deliveries remaining in this over?
Just 5.
5. They can get it.
And there was Baptiste trying a bit of a scoop shot, but didn't come off. And some of it has to do with the skill bowling from Toppin. It was a slower delivery as well.
Well, good thinking on Toppin's behalf. But the thinking of Barbados right now is be very confident towards what they have posted in terms of their total. And Trinidad and Tobago really is going to have a task on their hand.
Hamad back past the bowler for 1. They come back for 2.
Good run in between the wickets.
Oh, indeed. Indeed, Victor. They can't compliment the Barbados team more on their approach. Even at this dying stage, you're not seeing careless and reckless stroke play. Still playing it very smart.
I like that effort, even though it didn't come off by exchanging his hands quickly. And during the game has evolved so much. I mean, so much of those improvisations, when they come off, they look so beautiful, you know, Val?
They do.
When they get them off.
Well, players of this era, they work at it. They don't
you have to practice it.
They do practice. They don't just go out and
in a match,
try it in a match. Those are things they practice regularly. But I would say good bowling again by Toppin. That was another slow delivery he bowled. This one is hammered into the pitch, and it's going to be hammered into the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. A very good shot by Baptiste.
Yeah, and making very good use of the delivery. What is the possibilities now of the 300? The scorers are articulating the appropriate things, and they're right. They're right. What's that happened?
Shot again by Toppin, trying to go over
and he's
extra cover, and he's out caught. He perished trying to get a boundary off the last ball, which he is really expected to do, and brings about the end of the
Barbados innings have concluded, caught at cover, and now the Trinidad and Tobago players, they will be all coming across now to go into the dressing room, and Noval, they know, Trinidad and Tobago, that anything over 200 and even more so, close to the 300 mark, is a huge challenge for Trinidad and Tobago when their time comes for them to be at the crease. But the opening batsmen for Trinidad and Tobago, if they get off to a very good, solid start, especially in the first 10 overs without losing a wicket, then also too that can be a foundation that they can build upon. But all speculation on my behalf.
Well, it's 295. The total is 48. That's the total ended on. Baptiste ended on 57. A solid knock from 53 deliveries by the young man, who would have pushed the total forward for Barbados. 295 for 7, 296 for Trinidad and Tobago to get. It's really left to be seen how they will approach that. But batting for Barbados in this inning, a contribution came from varying players in this game, or in this inning thus far. I'm going to give you the batting card for Barbados. Mackay Greenwich, he got 22 from 29. He was bowled for his Ali. Zachary Carter got 78 from 62. Very entertaining knock. He was LBW by the bowling of Zachary Madre. Joshua Dawn, the captain, he went for 79 from 100 deliveries. Was caught, the keeper, Ranaman, for 79 off the bowling of Toppin. Joshua Branch, he did not get going. He got 6 LBW off the bowling of Ruplal. Kevin Newton, he did not score. He was caught and bowled Ruplal. Godson Bowen, he got 12 from 20. Shaquan Bell got 9 from 14. He was out of the bowling of Budu, caught Rahman Toppin. And Zandra Baptiste, he got 57 from 53, out caught off the bowling of Toppin. And left not out was the Mani Roach on 1. A massive total of 295 for 8. 296 required by Trinidad and Tobago. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a very short break and be back with the start of the Trinidad and Tobago innings.
Good afternoon and welcome back now for the second segment of the encounter here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Barbados, when they batted first after winning the toss, they scored 295 for 8. So Trinidad and Tobago have a huge task ahead of them. Still alongside me is Novel Mokal. And Novel, as we know, 295 is going to be a huge challenge. But what also can be very good for Trinidad and Tobago if they can get off to a good solid start.
Well, it's always important to start well, and they will be looking to get on the way here this afternoon. We have opening the bowling for Barbados.
Number 10 on the back of his jersey, and here we are, Noble. This does not have all the numbers though. But anyway, we'll get that sorted out. But so far we can tell you, and the umpire is signaling time for the commencement of the second segment. Keep it standing back. There is a first slip, a second slip, a man on the third man boundary, a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a man on the long leg boundary. And here is the first delivery of the second segment.
Well, bowling for Barbados is Raj Gittins. He's opening the bowling, and batting for Trinidad.
Number 14.
Sporting the number 14 is Luke Ali. He's facing up to Raj Gittins. Gittins would have gotten 4 for 26 in his previous game against Guyana. So he had a very good outing in the opening game, and he will look to add to that. A very full delivery. Yorker length delivery even, and clearly a very different approach to bowling here by Gittins. Not looking for extreme pace, but looking for some semblance of accuracy, inviting Luke Ali to play every delivery thus far. This one is full. Ali is pushing it down to mid-on, and there is no run. So Trinidad and Tobago would have set the USA men to 261 in their first game, and that in itself would suggest that the Trinidad and Tobago outfit can score runs. So this is indeed a big total, first extra of the inning. Indeed a big total, but nonetheless a total within their striking range. In the last game, Luke Ali batted at number 5 and he got 28 from 30. He's now been promoted to the opening position.
Yeah, so they would really have to settle in, look at what the bowlers are doing. But Barbados are off to a good start in terms of the control and the line and length thus far. And we're going to get close to the boundary. There's a fielder coming around from third man. He's just going to cut it off inside of the boundary. So in the meantime, 2 runs coming from the bat, and apart from that wide. So it's now 3 the total. Trinidad and Tobago off, 3 without loss. So
shot that didn't look like very convincing to me. Ali would have playing it a bit uppishly. He got away with it just over point. The man jumping, it was out of his reach, but would want to be more controlled. A full toss. This one is just going to find the hands of Branch right there in short mid-wicket. It was a full toss. In my humble view, that should have ended up outside of the stadium. It was full, was asking to be hit, but Luke Ali just clipped it into short mid-wicket hands, and it's the first wicket of this inning going to Ash Gittins. It's 3 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago chasing down to 96 for victory.
Well, what could Ali Wayne thinking of in getting a full toss that early with nobody on the deep mid-wicket boundary? And as you quite rightly said, Novel, he should have really executed that into the deep mid-wicket boundary for either 4 or 6, but he only got it inside the 30-yard circle, where Ali makes his way back to the pavilion, and Barbados making early inroads in this Trinidad and Tobago innings. So the number 3 batsman coming in, he will have to, or they will have to try and really establish partnerships, Novel, if they're going to get anywhere close to the 295 for 8, which was scored by Barbados.
Lots of work to do, lots of batting to be done by Trinidad and Tobago. And not a good start, not the start they would have wanted.
Number 81 has now come to the crease, putting that number on the back of his jersey.
Fariz Ali is the man coming in at number 3. It's down the leg side. And good work by the wicket-keeper Bowen.
Yes.
Stopping a potential 4 runs.
Yes, but another wide again. And the continuation of acceleration of wides, at least at this venue where we did witness first the Leeward Islands and Windward Islands opening encounter. And both teams were guilty of bowling a high percentage of wides. And this inning so far probably has conceded 2 wides so far. Now played down the leg side nicely. They should get 2 runs if they run the first one quickly. But no, they're jogging like I thought there should have been more purpose. The Novel, the over has completed, and it is 4, 5. It is, yes, 5. Yes, for 1 wicket. So Barbados off to a good start with the ball also too. But Trinidad and Tobago, they will really have to compile a good partnership between these two, and in general throughout this innings, if they're going to get anywhere close to the 295 for 8, which Barbados scored when they won the toss and batted first here at the Connery Cricket Centre. You are witnessing West Indies Regional on the 19 tournament. Matches are played at St. Mary's Park in Keon, St. Paul's Recreation Ground in St. Paul's, over in Nevis at the El Comido Willett Park, and right here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Well, number 24 sporting it on the back of his jersey. He's operating now from this media centre end, 2 slip standing back with the keeper. A short delivery, batsman is equal to it, playing it quiet. And Roach is the one bowling from this media centre end with 2 slips standing back with the keeper, a man on the third man boundary, a pointer cover, a mid-off, a man on the long leg boundary, a man forward the square on the onside, and a mid-on. So Roach, a very famous name coming out of Barbados, and here is he running away from the media centre end. Oh my, that is a quick bouncer there, Noval, getting the batsman on his shoulder. So we have seen though from ball 1 this morning that this pitch here, and I think we can safely say, Noval, for what we have seen in the first match and this match, this pitch has carried, apart from the delivery, I would say a good cricket pitch we have seen so far.
Well, Barbados batted well on it, and Toppin was the bowler for Trinidad who hammered it in on a length. Roach presenting a short one there, and Ali was unable to get out of the way. He's hitting this one over the extra cover region. He will get 1 at least. Not a controlled shot by any means, but getting away with it, I would say. Roach looks an aggressive bowler. He's going to test the deck, but what he's doing a little different to Toppin. He's ensuring when he pulls it back, he's hitting that length as hard as possible, but he took that one a little further up, and Ali was trying to get over extra cover. It's 6 for 1, and Trinidad and Tobago in their chase for 296 for victory, but Roach looks like he's going to test the batsmen here. Short pace bowler though, Vic, not very tall.
No, and that is not a usual thing. I mean, we don't usually see many fast bowlers of that height. Well, you know, they've been
Marshall,
and also to Fidel Edwards in some was
right.
a very tall fellow.
Neither was Kemar Roach, not very tall.
Yeah, there've been a few around, but
The best of them at that height would have been Malcolm Marshall. How much of him would you have faced?
Oh yeah, in regional cricket I did face a bit of him, and actually in one regional match where, well anyway, we are seeing Roach now coming in and he bowls, and there is no run. My highest score in regional cricket against Barbados, and shared in a partnership with Sir Viv Richards now, he scored 158 and I scored 58, and in that fast bowling attack it was Marshall, Garner and Wayne Daniel. So, you know, the quality of those fast bowlers in that time, I mean, really, getting 58 at least, I feel like I accomplished something good, because Malcolm Marshall has gone down, as most analysts predict, as the best fast bowler West Indies have produced. But when you hear, especially when I did hear the late Richie Benner, who would have seen more cricket of generation of cricketers of the West Indies based upon his age, and as a former player for Australia, and then he fell into as a sports journalist and commentator, he would have had a more, he would have been in a more position to analyze what he have seen, not just what he played against. So in that context, really, and as you know, also that Ghana was a very good bowler. He played for the West Indies too, and win all three of them actually, because after the under-19 tournament, which was held in Guyana, where I was the captain for the Combined Islands under-19, Wayne Daniel played in that 1974 tournament, and I scored 109 in that particular game. And the next year, 1975, Daniel was in the West Indies senior team.
Well,
So,
must have had some quality, of course.
yeah.
Barbados produced lots of fast, very good fast bowlers, and even to this day, that one's short of a length and
Oh, yeah.
being defended by Mohammed, 7 for 1. And very early, Barbados not giving too many loose deliveries away, not allowing Trinidad to get off to a quick start.
Yeah, and what I like in this type of cricket too, that because we are here and the matches are streamlining and players have an opportunity, both bowlers, batsmen, in any category, you can see where you can improve, you can see areas where you might be faltering. But here is Barbados pounding that one into the turf, and quite rightly so. The batsman, the umpire only signaling in now one above the shoulder. And overall, it would have been good, because all we can do, if our time, speak about what we did do in the game, but the television coverage and all the activities that now in place was never there. So, you know, most of it can go in that way. But right now, I can let listeners know that I am personally now into my personal autobiography in life and in cricket in general, and compiling that together for historical purposes. So I cannot give a time frame specifically, but it's being worked on, and eventually it will come out.
Oh, well said, Vic. So Barbados has controlled the narrative here today, both with bat and now they're doing so with ball, seemingly just putting Trinidad under some pressure, consistent bowling. Gittins leading the charge as he did against Guyana. He got 4 for 26 in that outing.
Wow.
And his partner, Damani Roach, he got 1 for 8. So, again, fairly a good start thus far by Barbados. We're into the third over. It's 8 for 1.
Yeah, and upon reflection of those figures of their last game, that's Barbados in the bowling column. All the bowlers were very productive. How productive they can be. This is going close to the deep extra cover boundary. It's going to cross the line now. So 4 runs and good use of that short pitch delivery. It was wide of the off stump. Gave the batsman all reasons to extend his arms, and he did so nicely and earned himself 4 runs. So it is now 12. Trinidad and Tobago for the loss of the 1 wicket. They are chasing 295, which was scored by Barbados. And that thus far is Barbados' highest total. Previously to that one, to that innings of 295, they also had a 287. So Trinidad and Tobago, a huge task on hand. Hammered down to a man at mid-off and from a short pitch delivery, There is no run. That concludes the over. So 12. Yes, 12 it is now for 1. So looking at some bowling figures here, in truth, we had also Doe had a 2 for 27 in the previous game. Baptiste had 2 wickets for 22. And the other bowler there had 1 for 14. And
Carter.
Roach had 1 for 8.
Yes.
Who's this one here?
Carter.
Carter, okay. He had 1 for 14. So in that game before, all the bowlers came to in the wickets column. So here is another one going to try. He is Roach.
Oh, wow. That one was a nasty one.
And really, it looked like the batsman was caught in 2 miles, either to get out the way, but probably he just got up the bat in time. It wasn't convincing that he played a convincing hook stroke, but fortunately for him, it fell short of the man at short fine leg. There's a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. There is a mid-on. There are 2 slips, a first and a second, with the keeper standing back, a fielder on the third man boundary, a point, a cover, and a mid-off. So obviously a heavy pack offside field. Roach moves away from this media centre end. Being hammered into the mid-wicket area. It's going to cross the line now, 4 runs. So that is also a good sign to Noval that when these Trinidad and Tobago batsmen get anything loose, that is the way to execute it, to get boundaries, and they got 4 good-looking runs there.
Well, it was short and it did not make the height perhaps that Roach wanted it to. And he need not get carried away with the bounce. But that one was given the treatment it deserved by Mohammed, hitting it out into the mid-wicket boundary for 4 and getting a move on it, 16 for 1 from 3.12 overs. A better delivery, bringing Mohammed forward, and you can't bowl everything short, so good thinking by Roach on that instance.
Yes, indeed. And these two would need to really consolidate, and if Trinidad and Tobago is going to get anywhere close to 295, it has to be done in partnerships, and big partnerships, not just partnerships, but big partnerships. And here is an opportunity now for these two to try and establish that.
Well, it's what Barbados did really well. They got partnerships. The opening partnership was 72, and there were a number of other solid partnerships throughout their innings. So Trinidad would want to emulate that if they are to get this massive total.
Yes, and Real Roach now is going to try to see if he can get another wicket here for Barbados. And nice straight back defensive stroke there. And that is what is going to be, which will have to be very consistent, playing each delivery on its merit. One of the smaller aircrafts leaving the Robert Llewellyn Bradshaw International Airport, which is just further to our west and not too far to our west, Nova. But here, lovely weather for cricket, brilliant sunshine, and here is Roach. What would he achieve? Dot ball, played out to point, no runs. That concludes the over. Trinidad and Tobago 16 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Well, a good start by the Barbados bowlers, not letting Trinidad get away too quickly, but still some good approach by Mohammed and Ali. They would want to just see through this period. The bowling is fairly tight, not getting too much to hit away, but at the same time, don't give your wickets away. Hang around, see through the tough times, and the longer you stay at the crease, the easier it gets for scoring. Carter was the man who got away quickly for Barbados. He jumped on anything that was loose, but was also still selective in his stroke play. The Trinidad and Tobago batsmen in Fariz Ali and Mohammed, they must get themselves set and not be afraid as well to look for singles. There are many gaps in the field with 2 slips a backward point, an extra cover. There are a few gaps that can be exploited. The very tight line on off stump thus far by Gittins.
Yes, and good judgment too by the batsman by leaving it, knowing where his off stump is, which is very relevant and important for batsmen, whether left or right-handers, to know where that off stump is, because just that for the right-hander, just that right foot moving across his off stump, he can have an idea whereby it would not hit his stumps, so just allowed it to go through to the wicket keeper. And a no ball signal by the umpire, so another free hit, or the first free hit by a no ball for, and the umpire just indicating to the bowler where he did overstep. And only one way that the batsman can be given out of a free hit, which is by the run out route. I'm still not yet to practically seen it. I know it has existed, but I personally has never seen a run out off of a free hit. Can this be the first? I'm not hoping so. Oh, this is a nice cover drive. It's going to get close to the extra cover boundary. It crosses now. So 4 runs, and the batsman had all the reasons to extend his arms. His timing was good. He placed it into a vacant cover area, and the man at extra cover had to run to the boundary to retrieve it. And 4 more runs, so 21 it is now for the loss of 1 wicket. Trinidad and Tobago, they are chasing 295, which was scored by Barbados.
Yes, Barbados 21 for 1. Not as quick a start, and they have lost 1 wicket, so good consolidation and forward movement nonetheless. Gittins, another good delivery, pushed out into straightish mid wicket, wide long on for 1, and the score is now 22 for 1 from 4.5 overs.
Yeah, and the current run rate is 4.71. So in the circumstances so far, a good little start of a strike rate, and if these two can establish a partnership, they can always improve that run rate. But more so, what is important is a very valuable partnership Trinidad and Tobago would need at this particular moment of play. That might have just touched some part of the batsman's body, so we did not get a signal from the umpire. Total remains at 22 for 1. And really 2 slips and a gully with the wicketkeeper standing back. A fielder on the third man boundary. There is a point, a cover, a mid-off. A fielder at mid-on, a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary on the eastern side of the ground, and a short fine leg as the left-hander settles. Just tucking it off the hip, but the fielder from mid-on had to move paces for his left after that was the final delivery of that particular over. So these two and the Barbados fielders, they are actually jogging quickly to their positions when the overs are completed. So you can see that purpose and energy out there in the fielders, and quite obviously because the total they have had, but knowing too they have to get in these overs in this second segment of this 50 overs tournament here at the Connery Cricket Centre. Barbados scored 295 for 8. And they are defending.
And that one just over the head of the man in extra cover. It appears to be Branch, but it will run away for 4. I don't think where the ball ended is where he intended. He was looking more to mid-on, took a thick outer edge, flew over extra cover, and ran away for 4. Runs on offer, runs taken, and maybe not the prettiest of ways, but runs would be considered runs nonetheless. 26 for 1 for Rizali on 15 from 13. He continues to bat well for Trinidad.
And you would like to think also too, with such a challenging total to achieve by Trinidad and Tobago, whatever little element of risk, but however, in any form or fashion that they can score runs, it will be so convenient for their cause. But on the other hand, though, Roach has been bowling a good line and length. His control has been good. This one getting the batsman on the body. He was trying to look to turn it into the onside. And there's lots of acres because the fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary, apart from him, there's a short mid-on and a fine leg. So from the square leg umpire to the man at mid-on, there is quite a huge gap. And also at the square leg umpire to his right, there's a fielder at short fine leg. So those are areas where they can accumulate runs. All right, this is a good shot. It's going to cross the wide mid-wicket boundary for 4. It was a short pitch delivery and capitalizing on it very early and earning 4 more runs. So 26 it is now for the loss of 1 wicket. 5.4 overs. It looked like, 30. 30 on the board. Wow. So these two now in some way kind of reviving themselves, not totally, but at least getting a little partnership compiling together. Good shot again, another 4, and I thought that was well executed. It was one going further down the leg side and he just helped it nicely, and the timing was more the emphasis for 4 more runs. So a costly over thus far for Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. The shot selection has been spot on so far.
Well, some 12 off the over thus far.
Okay.
Ali now moves on to 23. It's 34 for 1. And I did mention the longer you stay out in the middle, the easier it will become for batting.
Yeah, current run rate looks like 5.83, so not bad. But there again now, and he just stood his ground, Novel, to me from that final delivery. It didn't look like any movement of the feet, and luckily for him, he did not get an edge. But that is the kind of thing that Trinidad and Tobago would need, though. Those sort of miss outs and going their favor, because in chasing such a commanding total, they will need a lot of luck going their way too for the batsmen.
Well, something has to go your way, and
yeah, that's it, right.
It was an offer by Ali outside the off stump, a bit of a waft, but he missed, and no damage done, no harm done. As you mentioned, a nice little partnership being built here between Ali and Mohammed, and they would need partnerships to chase this total down. So
yeah, because the first wicket went down when the score was. We'll get that, but anyway, a good little partnership compiled. And here is another delivery outside the off stump. There are 2 slips waiting, the ball keeping a little low. Another run to the total, though, coming by the no ball. And free hit again. So those incentives can, as we see one of the bigger aircrafts, that one probably is the American Airlines, leaving the Robert Llewellyn International Airport. And obviously, our viewers and listeners more so would hear the sound coming through the microphones, but ideal conditions now out there for cricket. Trinidad and Tobago have a huge task on hand. How would they rise to this occasion? Short delivery going down the leg side, wide now signal by the umpire. So another run to the total, an extra delivery have to be bowled. So it's all helping the cause for Trinidad and Tobago. First the free hit, and now a wide. So at least 2 more runs in that aspect has added to the total. And that can just help because the current strike rate now is 6. So even though they have lost a wicket, if they can really build upon the partnership and keep that rate, who knows? It's cricket. Oh my, it's safe. And
oh no, it's not. And it was a free hit though.
yeah, it was, yes.
Looking
But-
to go
but
over
looking-
the top and cash in.
And looking at it though, as the fielder's back was turned to us and taking it over, he said, even though it's not out, that was good judgment though.
It was a good catch.
Yeah.
And,
But it's not out in the sense of because it was a free hit. Wow.
It's 37 for 1. A partnership of 34 have been
Good.
built up between these two, Ali and Mohammed, doing a good job. And that one is wide outside the off stump.
Bonuses coming. I thought people usually get a bonus at Christmas.
Well, for St. Kitts and Nevis, yes, we get bonuses at Christmas. We look for that.
When last you got one?
Well, the organization I work for, they usually would give one at the end of the year. So I'm always grateful for whatever comes my way. But
Yeah, that's right.
my bonus in life is every day that I get to breathe upon this earth. So that's the bonus I look for.
And that is the greatest bonus
There
we
you
can
go.
all get. That's right. But here the umpire having some conversation now. What possibly novel you might pick up might be the conversation. I'm wondering what y'all could pick up what probably might be the conversation. Just speculating.
There would maybe have been something said.
I'm
But speaking to the captain.
I'm gonna get some binoculars from one of our valuable lady scorers. She would not like me to call her name, so I will respectfully obey that. But anyway, that is what we're working nicely as a team, and we really appreciate your all input here, no doubt. And I know Novel does not have a gender bias, so am I. So everything is on the good page. Here is Wando runs for Trinidad and Tobago, but there is a fielder coming around from long leg, and in the meantime, though, the batsman. But this over is quite lengthy in terms of the no ball and the few wides. So that is actually helping the cause for Trinidad and Tobago too. Also Novel, and but if these two, because I always like to see a good game. So if these two can really go deep now into the overs and continue the partnership, it can become, a lot much more interested than just one-sided affair. And here is a delivery, and I think the batsman had the right intention, trying to guide it down to third man, but it got the bottom of the bat, and they was not able to get a run.
From an extras perspective, Barbados, Trinidad surrendered 31 extras, 21 wides, 2 no balls, 3 leg byes, and 5 byes. So in Trinidad's time bowling, they gave away 31 extras thus far. With Trinidad's time at the crease, that's wide again. Another extra to the total. We have thus far some 7 extras, 4 wides and 3 no balls.
And Novel also in the game against Leeward Islands and Windward Islands, from both teams, we saw a high percentage of wides also too. And in this game so far, that is increasing. So coaches of all the teams that at least that we have seen, they will definitely have to work along with their bowlers, and the bowlers have to work along with their coaches to try and limit that amount of wide deliveries. Because in this instance here, Trinidad and Tobago could well do with those extras.
Well, they're adding to the total every time. That's a brilliant delivery. Bowled all ends up. Mohammed had no answer for that full length delivery, Yorker length delivery from Gittins. And he's picking up his 6th wicket in this tournament. Second in this game, Gittins now 2 for 22 from 3.4 overs. It's 40 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago chasing down 296 for victory.
And that is always one of the better deliveries that fast bowlers can bowl once they can perfect it. And definitely that was to perfection. It was right up in the back hole, and it was a little quicker also too. He played over it, and a most valuable wicket. Just Novel, as the partnership was developing and getting that breakthrough, that is very important, because always now in letting in a new batsman to the crease, the more the new batsman could be held under strike, can also then create the other side of the challenge in terms of getting to the total of 295. And as a former player, when a new batter comes to the crease in this situation, you will try to keep that player as much as possible under strike.
It has to take some time to pick up the pace of the wicket, the bounce of the wicket. If it's swinging, if it's doing anything, it's very unusual. It's very rare that you walk to the crease and can just get going immediately. You hope to get something nice and juicy like a full toss to get you started, a waist-high full toss, but that's not usually the case. So you have to start and get going, and that is what Budu will have to do to get himself going to try and chase down this significant total posted by Barbados. But mind you, Barbados, they have not been giving much away. A few extras, yes, but they have generally been good. It's really just a struggle this over for Gittins, but he has already found back his radar to bowl one player down, and that one is short, chopped it in front of point. Will it reach the boundary? Does not have the legs. It's going to be reeled in. It appears to be Branch, and he fires a powerful return in.
Well, on that occasion, Noval, he placed it well. I might be wrong, but I thought the running could have been a little more purposeful to looking for 3, because when you're chasing a total of that amount, I think you have to, as Trinidad and Tobago, they should be looking for every available run. But anyway, they settled for the 2, and 42 it is also for 2. No run on that occasion. That concludes the over. And really and truly, Noval, when you played and you also bowl off spin, you never gave a lot of juicy deliveries. Batsmen had to earn it. You're very mean, and not that you're mean as a person. You're not mean as a person, but you're very mean as a bowler.
Well, as a finger spinner, you're required to, one, pick wickets up, but keep run rates in check. That's what you try to do. But the job here is for Roach and to support his captain Gittins, who has gone 2 for 24 from 4. And Gittins, that is. Roach, on the other hand, he has not picked a wicket up, but has been supporting his captain really well. Well, his opening bowler. That one's down the ground, and more than it is likely will run away for 4. Just chipped over the top of a long off, and he's been able to save that. So Barbados working hard in the field, not giving up on anything. It was well hit over the top of mid-off, but didn't have the legs to get into the boundary. So good work by Barbados in the field.
Yeah, but Novel, sometimes, I'm not saying in that specific situation, sometimes I think batsmen catch ball watching, thinking that it's just going to cross the boundary line and then slow up in their rhythm in terms of running between the wickets. But I think when you're chasing a total like 295, you definitely have to look for every available run, because it's not going to be easy. Novel, I have to ask you this though. What does it do when any type of bowler bowl some of his deliveries from not one particular area of the crease, saying just close to the umpire, but using one close, one in the middle, one almost, you can't go outside the return crease, just where the batsman would be see you coming from a different angle. I think sometimes that could make a little difference.
Well, it makes a big difference. The angles, if you go wide of the crease and you angle it in, it presents a different proposition to if you get really close to the umpire and you allow it to hold its line on off stump. Perhaps you're looking to push it just away. So that little change in angle makes a big difference. And the really skillful bowlers, that one's again hoisted over, this time mid off, and it's able to get into the boundary now for 4. Not being afraid to go over the top is Fariz Ali, and he's now in for some time, some 23 deliveries. That takes him on to 30. It's 48 for 2.
Well, and for example now, he with the newcomer at the crease and getting a start, it is good if he can cement himself to improve upon it, and then just get the support from the other end, because like I've been saying, and probably the point might be overemphasized on my behalf, but Trinidad and Tobago, they will definitely have to do it in partnerships if they're ever going to get close to the 295 for 8 which was scored by Barbados.
Yes, Ali would need some support. He presently has it in Budu, not facing many deliveries though, but here's Roach. He pulled the length back on this instance, not as full, not allowing Ali to go over the top again.
Well, we have not seen much incidents where umpires had to warn bowlers of running inside the danger areas. So I think we never see much of that too, if there was any in the Leeward Islands versus Windwards. There might just been a few, but that is a good sign too, whereby the bowlers have worked out their areas well at the crease where they are delivering and making certain they're not running into the danger area. But the danger area now is caught at cover, a short delivery, and I think just unfortunately though, hitting it straight to the fielder. He knelt on one knee and he took it into his hands. That was one of the straightforward catches, Novel, that has been taken, even though it was struck hard. So Barbados on a good streak too by holding on to their catches.
Al Roach now supporting Gittins by picking up a wicket, and this is the third wicket going down, and it's Fariz Ali going there, perishing for 30, caught Dawn off the bowling of Gittins, and Trinidad now finding themselves in some real trouble here at 48 for 3.
And with that 48 for 3 to Novel, what the added incentive is that two relatively new batsmen at the crease, and as you quite rightly said, it takes some overs to get settled in. But in terms of the total having to chase with just 7 wickets in hand, Barbados would be pressing home the advantage more now. And quite rightly so. They can also put fielders in more attacking positions and looking to bowl out Trinidad and Tobago as soon as possible. But the discipline has been good by all the bowlers, apart from the few wides. I think outside of that, they've been spot on. But 295, even before ball one, to chase for Trinidad and Tobago, a huge challenge. And the challenge even becomes greater now with some 7 wickets in hand, with a total of just, 48 for the loss of 3.
Well, some pressure here now on Trinidad. Rampasad has just joined Budu, and that's straight in the hands of the fielder at extra cover. And Rampasad goes. So it's Budu who goes, caught off the bowling of Gittins. Gittins picking up a third. And that one was a full toss. The second full toss, Vic, we've seen just pushed into the hands of a fielder.
Yes, and all the time surrounding cricket and coming up in cricket, I always used to hear people say that it is better to bowl a full toss than a short pitch delivery. Well, there is a little evidence to that in terms of what we have seen here today. And that again was another soft dismissal. But Barbados right on top of things. And I think too, when Barbados went out, all the bowlers would have felt so comfortable even before bowling a delivery. With such an established total of 295 for 8, where they were all out, they would have felt so comfortable to that they could try so many different deliveries within the 6 balls that they had to bowl.
I'll tell you about the full toss. Something I tried as a bowler consistently. When someone has just come to the crease, your feet are not moving as well as you would want them to. And if you're caught with your feet together with a full toss, a low full toss, not a waist-high full toss,
no,
you can at times push it, as we've seen happen here with Budu, just push it in somebody's hands. But I really think those two deliveries should have been dispatched.
Well, I would not disagree with that at all, totally. Let us see what will be dispatched here. No, just leaving it to the keeper.
Well, the new batsman is Cristiano Ramanan. He's the wicket keeper for Trinidad and Tobago. 48 for 4. A lot of batting to do. Lots of deliveries left. Can Ramanan and Rampasad build a partnership here? It's Cristiano Ramanan and Christian Rampasad. Another full toss. This time Ramanan is able to hit it down and not get himself out. And diminutive batsman, the wicket keeper, would have done some work earlier this morning.
Yeah,
But he has a lot of work ahead of him.
Oh, plenty work, boy. How much load he can carry. But Novel, it seemed like you're going to get an early afternoon off.
Well, don't want to make predictions.
Well, I
we
can
have
make it.
These two batters are at the crease, and they would want to fight and fight hard for their country. And this is a massive tournament, massive opportunity. They're not going to just sit and allow Barbados to walk over them. They're going to try and put a fight in.
Yeah, yes, indeed. And that should be the spirit. But Novel, on the other hand, too, so many players have emulated out of West Indies on the 19 cricket. They have reached, achieved for playing at the highest level in Test cricket. And this is really the foundation or stepping stone, as we would say. But that one, did it catch the batsman on the helmet? Well, no signal, but he was ducking. And in any event, there was no extras. But that also, too, is very much of a concern, whereby the umpire has to come in, because you know that there is usually a check to see and make certain that the batsman is okay. All seems to be all right. The umpire just came in and had a few words. So good that no danger being done. But like I was saying, so many players emulate from this under 19 cricket tournament regionally and play to the highest level for the West Indies. Is that another opportunity?
Dropped in front of the fielder.
You thought so? Let us look at the monitor now. It might have just, or probably.
He didn't carry. He tried to dive forward.
I should have known better that you have brighter eyes than myself, so I wouldn't underestimate that. But then, good effort in any way. It did not result in any runs. So that's
Well, another thing, Victor, that Barbados, they have been sharp in the field.
yeah.
They have taken anything that came to hands, and they continue to put Trinidad under pressure. Slower ball. Gittins ending his fifth over. His figures thus far are 5 overs, 25 runs. He's picked up 3 wickets, and it's 49 for 4 at the 9th over stage.
Well, and after each over, you can see that the Barbados fieldsmen are running to their respective positions. That is giving me an indication of suggestion that they are really, first of all, knowing that they have to put in these overs, but more appropriate is to get these 6 remaining wickets for Trinidad and Tobago. But on the other hand, it would be good to see if Trinidad and Tobago can put up a valiant fight in terms of trying to get to the 295. Even if they do not get there, Noble, it will be good if they can build some partnerships and put a respectable total on the board, even though if they might lose, which is more highly likely.
Well, lots of batting for both Rampasad and Ramanan to do. That brings up the 50 for Trinidad and Tobago. And you were mentioning that Barbados are jogging around nicely in the field. That really speaks to a team that's what you call bubbling well and gelling well. The energy is good. You are attaining some success. Your team plan is coming well together. So you want to get to your spot quickly to get the overs started. And they would want to maintain that energy. It's left for Ramanan and Rampasad to kind of blunt that by digging in and trying to build a partnership here. 50 it is for from 9.1 overs, chasing 296 for victory.
Yeah, so some 245 runs adrift, 1 bounce to the fielder at mid-off. It was a short delivery, being struck to a fielder at mid-off, so 245 runs still required with 6 wickets in hand. That is a huge challenge for Trinidad and Tobago. Not saying that they cannot get it, but this is a game of cricket. Anything can happen. But at this particular moment, Barbados have the better of it. Here is another one that will assist their cause. Trinidad and Tobago coming by wide. 1 more to the total. 51 it is for 4. And even though that will be a little incentive for Trinidad and Tobago, it is not huge, but it is going to be an area where the coaches have to work with the bowlers in trying and to curtail that amount of wide deliveries that the teams that we have seen here at the Connery Cricket Centre has been guilty of conceding. But at the same time now, though, Barbados in that aspect, even if they concede a few, in terms of what they have established as a total, they still would be in that commanding position like they are in at this present moment.
Very much so. Barbados on top at 51 for 4. Oh, that one lifted. Did it take the glove or the bat? There is some excitement behind. Umpire is unmoved.
Well, sometimes too that when a bowler bowls a good delivery, and more so a seam bowler, and really that one was obviously pitched on a good line. Probably it might just have been, as we aside on, it might just have been just outside the off stump. But at the when it hit the deck though, off of a good length, it just rose. So that was the beauty of a delivery. Unfortunately for the batsman, he did not get the edge. And
Cutting. Yeah, Ramanan is cutting. Looks good off the back foot, but he's still yet to get off the mark, Victor. Facing some 9 deliveries and still not yet off the mark.
And that could be a little nervous moment for him, because, as you know, most batsmen, they just like to get off that mark. It builds a little more confidence out there in the wicket, and the more that ball's bowled to him, sometimes it brings batsmen to indiscretions. But from a Trinidad and Tobago point of view, as he goes around the wicket now, Roach, coming from a different angle, good run in the end, nicely taken single. Even the ball was overthrown, but there was a fielder coming out from the deep, and you can see that it's going to be a time for some refreshment. So after what? That is the first 10 overs. And I would also take Novel. Will you prefer to take the break? No problem. So Novel Markal will take the break, and we'll pause for a while until play has resumed. And then joining me will be Rodney Baptist right after the break. So we take a break thus far of the broadcast. Good afternoon and welcome back. After the refreshment cart, the players have refreshed themselves, Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. For those of you who might just be joining the stream now and our broadcasting here from the Connery Cricket Centre, we can greet you with the news that Barbados batted first when they won the toss at 10 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time and scored 295 for 8 all out. And Trinidad and Tobago in response, they are now 52 for 4 after 10 overs. I've been rejoined by Rodney Baptiste, but at the moment there's a keeper standing back, a solitary slip, a point, a cover, a mid-off. Sorry, a point, a cover, yes, a mid-off, a mid-on, a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and a man on the square leg boundary. Well, let us see what would happen now right after the break. A bouncer. What is going to be signal? A wide, another one to the total by wides. So it is now 53 for 4. And Rodney Baptiste, Barbados have found themselves defending 295 for 8 when they were when the overs completed, and Trinidad and Tobago backs against the wall drastically here now.
Very much so. The Trinidadians have their work cut out for them. They have quite a lot of batting to do at 53 for 4. Huge target they're facing. So they have quite a lot of batting to do. Required run rate a shade above 6. They need 243 more runs. They have to get 296 for a victory. Current run rate 5.21, so plenty of batting left for Trinidad and Tobago to do.
Thank you. Yeah, plenty of batting, and if they can compile some partnerships, like I said earlier when Noval was with me, Rodney, it will be good, because 295, especially now 4 wickets have gone down for Trinidad and Tobago, even makes the challenge much more commanding in that sense.
And he's given out, caught behind. So a delivery that was pitched on about leg stump and going further away. The batsman looking to glance and probably a fine edge.
Yeah.
A fine edge.
Yeah.
Taken.
So Boyan taking a nice catch going to his right, diving away to his right. And Rodney, I mean, we usually say that adage that the game is a game of glorious uncertainties. Sometimes in some matches, it looks like those glorious uncertainties terms does not exist. Well, we could never tell still, eh? But really, half of Trinidad and Tobago wickets have gone down now. So asking the next 5 to overhaul over 200 runs, it is a huge challenge.
Yes, very much so. 243 runs needed at 6.15. They're 53 for 5. The delivery was pitched on about leg stump. The left-hander looking to glance, looking to flick down the leg side, and fine edge taken, and a good catch by the wicketkeeper moving to his right. It was a very well held catch. To the new batsman is Toppin, the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team. That's Abdul Rahim Toppin.
Some could be 14 too.
And the other batsman at the crease is Christian Rampasad. The Trinidadians have not been stringing together too many partnerships, and they would be hoping for these two to remain there. and build a partnership. As Toppin gets off the mark with its first delivery. It's 54 for 5. So the Trinidad and Tobago team, they have their work cut out for them here. So
A free hit being called? Okay.
Another very good delivery outside the line of off stump. The right-handed Rampasad caught on the crease, not really pushing forward, not stepping out of the crease and getting onto the front foot in line with the delivery. He has a very open stance, short man, and this one is turned neatly off the legs towards long leg, and he picks up a single.
Yeah, good powerful throw from the fielder of the long leg boundary right into the gloves. And that was the final delivery of that over, and they actually got another run. So all the runs are going to count. It is now, 55 for the loss of half of their wickets. 5 wickets going down. That's Trinidad and Tobago. 298 for 8 Barbados scored when they batted first. And 295 for 8. And that was a very, very good total.
Yes, anywhere close to 300 or 50 overs will always be a challenging total. 295 for 8. Very good score by Barbados.
Yeah, and there's actually going to be a change of bowling from this the media center end. Okay, Shaquan Bell. Shaquan is an N. Okay, Shaquan. Not an M, Shaquan. Okay, Bell. And he is sporting the number 16 on the back of his jersey from this, the media center end. His right arm. And right away, his first delivery on a good link. And the fielder just really, but the non-striker was in his ground. No run. He broke the stumps by the throw, the fielder there from short mid-wicket. No run. Well, Barbados can be very pleased, Rodney, with what they are actually doing with the ball, apart from what they magnificently did with the bat.
Yeah, they are defending the 295 very well. They have already skittled out half of the Trinidad and Tobago team. And they will be looking to make further inroads as Bell makes his way in. He's bowling sort of military medium pace, right arm. Not much pace, just looking to maintain a good line and length.
And Trinidad and Tobago looking now too that they might even be struggling to get to 100 runs. 5 wickets down, and what it is now, 55 for 5.
And in the 12th over,
wow,
we are in over number 12. The run rate is 4.85, so they're scoring at less than 5.
Well, the most important thing in Barbados column is that 5 wickets are down and just 55 runs on the board. So in all areas thus far in this encounter between these two teams, Barbados really has taken the initiative in all areas. Hammered into the surface. The batsman just allowed it to go to the keeper standing back. There's a solitary slip. There is a man on the third man boundary. There is also a point, a cover, a mid-off. That's the fielders on the offside. And then on the leg side, there is a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a man just to the right of the square leg umpire, and another fielder on the long leg boundary. What would happen on this occasion with this delivery? Play it quietly back down the track for the bowler to field to his own bowling. So the umpire just taking a look at his watch. Umpire, there's lots of time, lots of overs still to be bowled, but only 5 wickets to be taken by Barbados. And what total can Trinidad and Tobago get to? My scorers will have a better idea than I do, so I will wait for their suggestion.
They will be hoping for the consolation of being able to bat out their 50 overs.
Okay,
So
well,
at least, even though they do not get the 206,
That was a maiden, so I did not get a prediction from my scorers. So
even though they don't attain the 296 required for victory, but at least their batters would have had some time out in the middle and had some practice for their future games.
oh well, that is
Barbados
also important too.
Definitely looks like the stronger of these two teams.
Well, yeah, and in terms, the evidence have presented itself, whereby because to score first of all 295 runs, that very huge. So, I hope not. And it just fell short of the field at mid wicket. I thought for moments that we are going to see a next wicket taken, but in any event, that can just keep us here a little longer in these proceedings. But all in all, though, we have been working well. We're enjoying the cricket, whichever way it goes.
The fielder had a chance, but he didn't quite go for it in terms of making that dive. And probably had he dived forward a bit more and tried to get his hands under the ball, he probably might have been able to complete the catch. And quick single taken there by Toppin and Rampasad, both batsmen on 2, and the total advances to 56 for 5. So Pollard, Jakeem Pollard, he is into the attack from the far end. We had a little bit of rain earlier, which brought about a hold up in play, but play resumed and the Barbadians were able to get 295. The sun is back out in all its glory here at the Connery Cricket Ground.
Four wickets in They could make it.
That delivery pitched up on about off stump. The right-handed Rampasad into the drive, but
Well,
not timing it well.
yes, and
Not quite getting the timing
the
that he would have liked.
the Leeward Islands against the USA won. An interesting encounter going on there, and well, we do not know what can be the outcome of that game, but it's holding quite interesting. But this one at here where we are at the Connery Cricket Centre, it is now presently presenting a one-sided affair thus far in terms that Barbados scored 295. They lost 8 wickets, and now Trinidad and Tobago in response, Rodney, there what?
56 for
56
5
for 5
of
so-
12.5 overs.
Oh my.
Final delivery of over number 13. Pushed out onto the offside. And at the end of it, Rampasad, it's 2. The captain Toppin, it's 2. Rampasad 2 of 13. Toppin 2 from 3. 13 overs gone. They need 240 more runs and 222 deliveries
Wow, that is
at 6.49.
Yeah.
The current run rate is 4.31, so they're scoring at less than 5.
Mhm.
And they would want these two to stay there and build a partnership to restore some respectability to their total. The sun is back out in all its glory, glorious sunshine here at the Connery ground. And that was a sharp one.
Yeah.
Short rising delivery. The batsman topping, just bobbing and weaving and ducking under it. And you see umpire tuck it, it is?
No, no.
That's not tucking. And a build like tuck it of news.
No, no, no.
Agustine.
Yeah, and
This one is played
he's so
through
much more taller figure than
played through mid wicket.
Than
The
Tucky.
batsmen turning for a second run, and they complete 2. It's 58 for 5, and
yes.
over number 14.
And another heavy aircraft jet leaving the Robert Llewellyn International Airport, which is to the western side here at the Connery Cricket Centre. The batsman, who is a non-striker, just looked like he's tying his bootlaces. So play has just slightly held up momentarily until that is all right. He's getting on his gloves now. But Toppin is a batsman who will be on strike, and really this is such a huge asking for Trinidad and Tobago. And what can they produce, Trinidad and Tobago? Anyway, they're getting a run down to the fielder at long leg boundary. We'll have to wait and see if there's any signal. And no, it was off the bat. So one more to Toppin and one more to the total. So Trinidad and Tobago, well, singles would not really help their cause at this moment. It will have to come in 4s and 6s. I don't know where they're gonna get them from, but they have to get 4s and 6s. Well, here is one playing out to cover. There's a fielder diving nicely to his left. He picked it up cleanly, prevented any possibility of a run. So 5 wickets going down, Rodney.
59 runs, and there are those who would say that the runs do not necessarily have to come in 4s and 6s. If you can, and this one comes off the face of the bat and runs into third man for 4. So it was a sharp rising delivery, but the batsman just opened the face and guided it over slip into the third man boundary for 4. That's 4 more to Rampasad. He's on to 6. The total 63 for 5. Well, even though you're unable to get the 4s and the 6s, but you can pierce the gaps, pick the gaps and pick up the 1s and 2s, run hard, convert 1s into 2s, convert 2s into 3s, and you have the odd boundaries here and there. You can still score runs, but you have to build partnerships in order to build a total.
Yeah, and in terms of the huge total that Barbados made, you're right there, Rodney, that they have to build partnerships, and this one can be an evident one for them if they can just, as you quite rightly says, get their 1s and the 2s, and the occasional boundaries will come. But even more so, if they can avoid sucking up too many dot balls too, and getting the 1s and the 2s, and then the 4s, and probably you'll get the 6 in between. But it was not an easy task from ball one for Trinidad and Tobago. And even now, losing 5 wickets, it is evenly more challenging for them to get to the 295, which Barbados scored.
Yes, they have a lot of work to do. They have quite a lot of work to do in the Barbados bowling attack. It looks pretty sharp. They have Pollard, Jakeem Pollard bowling left arm medium fast from the far end.
Tallly and heavily built, look very physically strong,
Yeah.
going from that far end, his left armour.
The Barbadian players look much bigger and stronger than the Trinidadian players.
Well, I could say physically looking,
Yeah.
that is so true.
Nice.
Here's some runs.
Nice looking on drive.
Just the one? It looked like one of the batsmen
Top in.
signaling to top in. He just signaled into the dressing room. It looked like he's indicating he needs another bat. Let us see if that is exchange would help their cause, if the exchange of the bat comes out.
Rampasad looking for that flashing drive outside the off stump. Missing and going past the outside edge. The Barbadians have a wicketkeeper standing back, slip in the big Zachary Carter, gully, backward point, short extra cover, and short mid off.
Okay. A change of bat. Let me see if they will get a change of total or runs on the board. But also, too, a player from Barbados is coming out. And no doubt, I would suspect he's bringing out a message to his teammates. It's the, I think, whenever a batsman is struck, the physio is coming out to make certain that there is not a serious injury.
They do what is called concussion test.
And that is very important there. Those cricket balls it had. Did you ever get struck from a cricket ball? I hope not in your head.
I still have the mark on my leg.
Okay, well, that's a good area. Well, play has been held up momentarily, and that is because as Rodney indicated quite rightly, for the concussion test. But let us all hope that he is all right. And
That looks like Christian Rampasad.
And you know, Rodney, that a lot of persons listening would hardly like to believe, right? But from since the helmet has been introduced into cricket, right? More batsmen are getting hit on the head now, than before when it was not around. I think probably that was a more consciousness about a batsman that, in a head protection there, so get out of the way. But I think sometimes, though, that it become a little complacent, whereby knowing that you have that head protection is not so instructive or evasive of getting out of short pitch deliveries. But all in all, it is a very good protection, because many times, Rodney, when I personally look back at my career and the fast bowlers that we played against without helmets, persons like myself was fortunate to be sitting here and still be alive.
You guys would have played against some of the quickest the region produced.
Well, not just regionally, that is true, but also locally too, because here in St. Kitts, on this island where I'm from, we had a late James Harris, we had a guy named Ronald Hendrickson, we had Laro Laplace, we had Terry Sutton, and those guys were reasonably quick too. But all in all, courage and determination meant a lot because you had to make quick decisions. But anyway, here, what is the decision for Trinidad and Tobago? Slashing outside the off stump of that delivery. So Barbados, they are large and in charge, Rodney. They are totally in the driving seats.
At the end of 15 overs, Trinidad and Tobago 64 for 5 with Christian Rampasad on 6 and his partner and captain Abdul Rahim topping also on 6. 6 from 8 deliveries, Rampasad 6 from 20 deliveries. The current run rate is 4.27. The required run rate is 6.63. They need another 232 runs from 210 deliveries. It's a daunting task here for Trinidad and Tobago, but nonetheless, they would want to keep on fighting and press on, push on, try to see if they can get as close as possible to the total. Narrow the margin of victory by Barbados. Barbados very much in the driver's seat at this point. I think too, Victor, in the days when you played, and there might not have been as many helmets as now, but the players back then would have had excellent eyesight and very good hand and eye coordination, as we saw with people like Viv Richards, and we can also extend our sympathies to the family and friends of the late Jim Allen, who you probably would have played with and maybe against.
Yeah, I played with Jim, and sincere condolences to his immediate family and the cricket fraternity. And he was a very outstanding batsman, and at all levels he did contributed significantly. And one of the better batsmen came out of the Leeward Islands, and we also express our sincere condolences to Jim Allen and his immediate family and all the cricket lovers throughout the region and throughout the world where he was known. And an individual who made a very valuable contribution to Montserrat, the Leeward Islands, Combined Islands, and then he had that little stint with Kerry Packer in the World Cricket Series. And in my view, he was one of the unfortunate players to come in from the Leeward Islands who never had an opportunity to represent them at the seniors level. But in regional cricket and in territorial games, he held his own. And he has left many great memories of many valuable innings that he did play. But here at the Connery Cricket Centre, Toppin and others for Trinidad and Tobago would need some valuable innings partnerships now if they should get anywhere close to the 295 for 8 which Barbados scored when they won the toss here in this under-19 regional West Indies cricket. And this has been the second occasion and the second match where Barbados, in their first match, they got to 187 in total, and now in this second encounter, 295. So they are sending a strong message early that the other teams that they're going to meet going to have to really put up very good bowling performances in terms of how they have started. But the latest score here right now, it is
64
for 5
after 16 overs.
After 16 overs.
With a scoring rate of exactly 4. And as you were talking about Jim Allen, he also would have had a stint in the English County Championships as well.
Yeah, indeed. He did play some county cricket too, and he did well. And, you know, he came at a time too when so many outstanding lower order batsmen were consistent in terms of their runs. And to be quite honest, there was not consistent failures in that time too, around his time or our time on playing regional cricket. And it was just one of those things. The region was so competitive that some persons would still refer to the 70s and the late 80s that the standard of regional cricket was on same par as Test cricket is, or even better than what it is now that West Indian teams are producing. But in every different generation, things changes, and at the same time too, there is not much change here between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. But another run for Trinidad and Tobago being played down to long off. Spin has been introduced from that far end.
That's Zachary Carter
Okay,
coming in to the
and
attack.
he's
bowling
left arm
left-arm
orthodox spinner.
Orthodox.
And also to the wicketkeeper standing up, first slip, a point, a cover, extra cover, a man on the long off boundary, a man on the long on boundary, deep mid wicket, short mid wicket, and a short fine leg. But Toppin and the others, they have lots of work to do for Trinidad and Tobago. And he comes quietly forward now, playing it down to point, and there is no run.
So Carter is showing his worth here as an all-round player. He opened the batting for Barbados and scored an enterprising 78. And he's now into the attack, bowling left-arm orthodox around the wicket from the far end. He's into his fifth delivery. So far, 4 dot balls and a single. So a pretty good over so far.
Oh, yes, certainly, yeah.
Carter, first over. And that one was full toss. And fortunate to get away with that. That could have been easily dispatched over long off or extra cover. The batsman got a single in the end. Rampasad is on 7, topping on 7, 66 for 5 after 17 overs. Trinidad and Tobago chasing 295 scored by Barbados.
Yeah, and also to, speaking of Jim Allen, I would like to say a special good afternoon to Basil Morgan, who has been a very, very close, and I can say a brother-like to Jim Allen. So our condolences, Basil, to everyone in Montserrat and throughout the Leeward Islands. And really, special good afternoon to all the former combined island cricketers, wherever of part of the world that they might be if they are listening to the coverage, but more so especially in Antigua. Hugo, who was a successful manager for the Leeward Islands, and I think in more recent time under his management position, the Leeward Islands had formulated a lot of success. But here at the Connery Cricket Centre, we are witnessing Barbados as a change of bowling. Number 30 is operating from this end.
That's
ball
Baptiste.
driven out straight to a fielder just beneath us here at the media center end. And in the meantime, Rodney, they have gotten a single.
And that takes the total on to 67 for 5. So there's a change in bowling from the commentary position end. And it's Baptiste who has been brought into the attack. That's Zandre Baptiste. Very strange looking bowling action. Very unique type of run approach. There's a hop, a skip, a jump. A very interesting approach to the crease. Something that and he bowls a very good delivery, struck on the pad. It's running out towards third man. The batsman should complete 2. That really should have been 2. The running was not as positive and as aggressive as it ought to have been there. There was definitely a second in that, but the batsmen were more ball watching and not pressing for that second.
Yeah, and you would think with being such far behind the run rate and what is required, you would more likely think the obvious is look for every available run. I mean, we know it's a huge total, but put some respectability towards your chase, and play positive cricket right through, whichever way it goes.
Definitely, because the second was on. It was definitely on. They seem to have settled for 1 from the very beginning. And you don't do that. You look for the possibility of any available run in limited overs cricket, T20 cricket. Once there is any bit of a bubble, you're supposed to be making the fieldsmen pay for that.
Look at
This
this.
one is played out towards long on, wide long on, and the batsman just strolled through for a single.
And ever so often to Rodney, you usually see a lot of times when ball is played into the deep areas of the field and the fielders see that the batsmen are running quickly. Sometimes they just take their eye off the ball and sometimes they misfeel it going to the boundary for
Yes,
4 yeah.
it adds pressure. It
Yeah.
actually builds pressure
But
on,
then-
on the fieldsmen.
Anyway,
The fieldsmen with a lot of confidence. Those who would
the knee hurting.
field cleanly, sharp fielding, and have good quick returns back to the keeper or the non-striker's end. And pretty sure you would have seen those 3 runouts by Vivian Richards in the finals of the 1975 World Cup, which
Oh yeah, there was.
assisted the West Indies in
Yeah.
winning their first one-day international trophy.
Yeah, well, that was magnificent, really. And just recently, the West Indies board they have they made a contribution to those players who won the first World Cup for the West Indies, $10,000 each to all the players, and I think that was well deserving of the past performances that they did, because in their time they did not made that kind of revenue that players are making right now, so it was well deserving. But more so now the action is here at Connery. One played in the air. Is a fielder gonna get under it? He drops
Oh
it.
my goodness!
And the thing was there, he was looking so casual to me from this point of view, and really that is what many of us have seen too in recent West Indies cricket, and we're seeing it here too, that a lot of catches that most of the times we think should be taken because he got there, he settled, he got both hands to it. But the only thing I can say that there might have been a lot of perspiration in his palm of his hands. It's very hot out there. Not really making an excuse for why he dropped that catch, but really, in fairness to the atmosphere too, that is the only thing I can say. But
Some people will tell you that the catch should have been taken even with water in his hands. Because he was
good
well
correction
under it.
there, Rodney.
He
Good
was
correction.
well under it.
Yeah, and you see,
It was high. He got there. He had enough time to settle under it, and for some strange reason, it fell in and out.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago, though, even though they have lost wickets, I think they have missed out on a lot of opportunities where they could have gotten more runs, so far. But
Yeah, they need to be more positive. The
Yeah.
running should be more aggressive.
yeah, because you still have to take every available run when it presents itself.
Yeah, you cannot be just going through the
Yeah,
motions
yeah,
in a
yeah,
cricket
yeah,
game.
yeah.
Even though you're going down, but you go down with a fight. And people would prefer to see you go down with a fight as opposed to just going through the motions. And
I think this left arm orthodox spinner, though, he has been quite decent in terms of his line and length. And so far, I think he would have been very economical in terms of his spell.
yeah,
He's tall.
That's Carter, and
Yeah.
he's making good use of his height.
Well,
because
then
he's coming from a high arm action.
he's also a good contributor too, because how he bats, and then seeing him bowling his spinners too, he's contributing a lot with the ball also too, and he did so excellently with the bat. So collectively, though, it is early days in this tournament, but in terms, Rodney, what we have seen today of Barbados getting to 295, and all the batsmen chipped in with good scores. Going forward, they can only grow more in confidence. That's Barbados in terms of their batting.
And I think what we're seeing from the Barbadians is that they seem to have a good youth program in Barbados, and they keep developing pretty good young players over the years. And this one is struck hard and high. A fielder settles under it, and for some reason he just turned away, and seemingly it was the sun. Apparently at the last minute he lost the view of the ball because of the sun. Yeah, the sun
I think
in the eyes, because he appeared to have settled under it.
yeah.
and he left it alone, and one bounce into the boundary for 4. The total 74 for 5 in over number 20.
Well, I will definitely give the fielder the benefit of the doubt here. He was struck high in the air, and he looked for moments like he had it covered, and then probably
At the
most
last
likely
minute,
the sun went in his eye, and he did the right thing to get himself out of the way.
rather than
But
get
4
injured.
well-earned runs for Trinidad and Tobago, and it just shows like what you was indicating to earlier, Rodney, that if Trinidad and Tobago was just getting those 1s and 2s and taking their runs however they can, they could have had a better total than they presently have at this moment.
Yeah, definitely. They probably would have been nearer to 100 or
Yeah,
even
yeah.
above 100 by now. This one is played out towards mid-on, wide mid-on.
How many overs have
By-
we got?
Yeah, in the 20th over. Over number 20. Topping is on 14 from 27 balls. And Baptiste, very strange approach to the crease. There's a skip and a hop. He's bowling right arm off spin. Zandre Baptiste, 4 dot balls, a 4 and 4 dot balls. So he has come back well, and the over is completed with a single out towards mid wicket to Toppin, who moves on to 15, and the total 75 for 5 after 20 overs.
Well, these two for Trinidad and Tobago, they are trying. They're compiling now. They now have a little good partnership. Nothing huge, but they're building upon it. And if they can, well, at least I would say, if they can bat out the overs, that will be an achievement for Trinidad and Tobago, because from it was always going to be a very challenging total for Trinidad and Tobago to get. Well, 5 wickets have gone down. So Tobin and his partner going along quite nicely so far. We're going to get some more runs. It's coming down to third man, I believe. They should be getting 2 runs. Yes, they are turning for the second. And a good 2 runs there for Tobin. Just playing it down to third man.
Yeah, so that's 2 to the captain, Toppin, down to 17. Total 77 for 5 in over number 21. They have a very slow scoring rate of 3.82. Toppin is lofting this one hard and high. A player is getting under it. He gets under it and takes the catch, falling in the process. So Toppin goes caught at the extra cover position for 17. The Trinidad and Tobago team, they lose wicket number 6 with the score on 77 of the first delivery of over number 21. Captain Toppin gone for 17. So Trinidad and Tobago 77 for 6, chasing 295 scored by Barbados. So they need a further 219 runs from 179 deliveries at an asking rate of 7.34. So the Trinidadians continue to lose wickets here at the Connery Cricket Ground. They've lost their 6th wicket, and the batsman joining Rampersad is Aaron Bassant. Bassant, the off spinner. Catch was taken by
in the ball, to make, look at me, to see.
Yeah. Drive by the left-handed Bassant. He get him off the mark. 78 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago chasing 295 scored by Barbados, so they need 296 to win. And they're a long way away from that at this point. Another 217 required of 176 deliveries. So having had a bit of rain earlier on, which held up play a moment for a while, the sun has come back out in all its glory here at the Connery ground, and they've had 5 deliveries bowled in this, the 21st over. The wicket coming off the second delivery, and this one is played backward of point. The batsmen complete one, and the total 81 for 6 at the end of 21 overs. Scoring at 3.86 runs per over. Rampersad is on 9, Bassant is on 2, and Carter has bowled he has taken 1 for 9 from 3 overs. Zachary Carter. Baptiste continues from the commentary position. Right arm off spin. Zandri Baptiste.
So you don't have to talk about them. Now they win the game.
There was Rampersad looking for a drive outside the line of the off stump. Missing, taken behind by the wicket keeper.
Yeah.
And it's played out towards cover. The sweeper comes off the boundary and fields. 1 more to the total. 82 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago chasing 295. They have 28 overs in which to get 214 runs at a challenging rate of 7.75
With 4 wickets in hand.
with 4 wickets in hand. So their backs are very much against the wall, and they have their work cut out for them. And this one is played out towards cover. The fielder at the wide mid-off moves to his right and fields just inside the boundary. And the batsman picked up 2 more runs to take the total on to 84 for 6, with Rampersad going on to 10 and Bassant on 4. So Bassant is left-handed, and Baptiste has changed his line of attack from over to around the wicket to the left-hander. Pushes out towards the offside, out towards cover. The over comes to an end. Bassant is 4, Rampersad is 10. 84 for 6, Trinidad and Tobago. So Baptiste from his 3 overs has picked up none for 10.
Carter is having a good spell from that far end. He's left arm orthodox slow spinner. An appeal, very loud one, confident. Umpire would have none of it. Keeper standing up. There's a solitary slip. There's a man on the deep cover boundary. There's a point, extra cover. A mid-off shot, a long off on the boundary. A wide mid-on. Flighted delivery, played out to cover, no run. There is a man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So, Barbados and Carter, he can try a lot of variations, push through some, flight some. And he's doing a good job too. Flights that one, struck in the air, it's going to clear the field at cover. They run one, they're going to come back for the second, yes. So 2 more valuable runs to Trinidad and Tobago. So, at least that is good that they are getting some runs, getting closer to the 100 mark. I think they're now probably
86 for 6.
86 for
And
6, 4
over
wickets in
number
hand.
23.
Carter using his variations well, not afraid to flight, being played down to mid-on who is wide. It went quickly to the fielder in that position, prevented any possibility of a run. Carter looking for the 7th wicket, one shot being played out to the man at cover, and there is no run. That has completed his over, and we can see that the ground staff is coming on to do some gardening, so another time for some refreshment, and we will also take a little break here in the commentary position. And welcome back to the Canary Cricket Center, and it is Barbados against the Trinidad and Tobago. Barbados batted first, scored 295 for 8, and Trinidad and Tobago not making a very good response. They are now 86 for 6.
Yeah.
But the Leeward Islands, they had a handsome win today. A handsome win today. A handsome struggle win today. In put it in the right context. But anyway, it is good that they got one under the belt, and here is another one. Would this go for 6? Oh, 4 runs. Well, at least, it's another boundary. But on a serious note, though, for the Leeward Islands, I mean, let's be realistic. It's a good win. However, you get a win, and it should raise their confidence from that first disappointing encounter here, which they had against the Windward Islands. So many congratulations to them. Do not get complacent by getting carried away by just that one win. Look at your future game coming up and try to get another W under your belt. But well played, Leeward Islands. But Rhea, Trinidad and Tobago, well, at least looking a little more respectable in their total. They're climbing closer to the 100 mark. And another good shot. It's going to go for 6 on this occasion, yes. That
out of the ground.
No, not out of the ground. Over the boundary, but not going over into the road. At 6 runs. And would that have brought up the 100? Is it? Well, not as yet.
It has actually cleared the ground out into the road.
No. The ball cleared the boundary.
Balls are being brought onto the field.
It bounced over.
Over the wall.
Okay, all right.
So that was
The better I spoke about it
that
there,
was a
no
big
problem.
6.
I don't have an issue with that, okay. But it's 6 runs in any event. Yes, ball being replaced. And Trinidad and Tobago, well, these last few overs bringing a little excitement in terms of their total.
We have had some 10 runs scored of the first 2 deliveries of this over. The first 2 deliveries of the 20-foot over, 4 and 6. So very aggressive batting there by Bassant.
Wow.
Aaron Bassant increasing his scoring by 10 runs in quick time. And the total 96. So they need exactly 200 runs now at 7.5. The current run rate has increased marginally to 4.11.
Well,
The bowler
did the
is-
keeper get it in his face?
is Arjai
On the bounce,
Giddens.
right? He got it on the bounce, the keeper, but he seems to be okay. It does. Tell me about it. They strike very hard. Oh my. You might feel the pain when I say it. But really and truly, yeah, it is true.
So Gittens is the bowler from the commentary position with the number 10 inscribed on his shirt. He switched his line of attack from over to around the wicket to the left-hander who is immaculately in defense. Out onto the offside. So he's bowling with a well-spread
No, he's
field.
all right.
There's a lone slipper, wicket
Nice
keeper
arm.
standing back, backward point, short extra cover. And this one is played out towards backward point. And the fielder at wideish third man, squarish third man moves to his left field.
It's all right.
1-1 to the Trinidad and Tobago team. Now moved on to 97 for 6.
Well, at least they're definitely going to get to the 100 mark, so they would have achieved a milestone in this innings, so to speak. But you cannot take away anything from Barbados, how they batted, and now how they're also bowling and fielding. Good all-around cricket. This is runs. It's going to go close to the cover boundary. A fielder is after it. They run 1, they run 2. He's just pulling it back inside. Could there have
Yeah.
been a third? But
And
no, they got
again, the aggressive running lacking.
yeah, they should have been looking for everything. But anyway, that was the final delivery of that over. Getting closer now to the 100 is Trinidad and Tobago. Is it 98?
99.
99? Okay, well, still good enough that they're getting to 100 mark. And the two batsmen, they're having a conversation right now. What could you think they'll be suggesting to each other right
I
now?
guess they would be saying, let us stay here, build a partnership, and stay here as long as we can,
Right.
and
Yeah.
eke away at the Barbadian total. And
Because for instance, if they bat out the overs, right, and we know it is very difficult for them to win at this point, but it will show some respectability to their batting, whereby instead of being bowled out,
They would
really,
have-
but even if they don't get the total, I mean, obviously 295 from the start was always going to be a huge challenge. But now, if they get 100 is up. But if
yes.
they get bowled out and so forth, and still, in terms, they
And
would have achieved something more significant, even though it's not a win, whereby they don't get bowled out.
Yeah, definitely.
you know.
You want to narrow the margin of defeat as
Yeah.
opposed to being overwhelmingly defeated by a wide margin,
Yeah.
because that would show that you did not compete. You
Yeah.
did not compete. You want to make the game as competitive as possible.
Yeah.
It's all about competition. It is a competition. So let us play with a passion. Play hard and put up a fight. You don't just give in and give up early in the game. You fight right through and make an effort to bat out all your overs so all your batters can get a hit. Get some practice out into the middle, because it's early days yet into the competition.
Yeah.
Still quite a lot of cricket to be played.
Yeah, that's true. Well, the Barbados attack, bowling attack, that is, it looked quite balanced too, because Carter is doing a job, I think, good as a left arm. Yeah, he can.
Much as
That's
nice.
right.
He has a very unusual first name. Rajai, it looks like. Rajay. RJ. A very unusual type of name. Nowadays, parents are being very creative, creating names for the children.
Yeah, tell me about that one. Right, yeah. That is so true.
Yeah, a very wide delivery, and he's called through for an extra run.
Yeah,
So
so
good anticipation there by the left-hander.
so two more to the total.
Basant, yeah. And Rampasad. Yes. Almost caught napping there. Basant, realizing the opportunity was there for an extra run, called him through. And that one was very wide, outside the line of off stump, much too wide by Gittins. Wide signal by the umpire. We have very good sunshine here at the Connery ground. And not too many people have come in the afternoon, but this one is nicely worked off the pads out towards deep backward square, and the batsmen pick up 2 runs quite comfortably. 2 more to Aaron Basant. He advances to 18, and the total 106 for 6. Trinidad and Tobago, they are chasing a massive 295 scored by Barbados. in which Carter was the top scorer with 78.
Right.
And nice looking stroke out towards backward point into the boundary for 4. And that would take the total on to 100 and so there should be an adjustment in the score. 110. Yeah, I was waiting for that. And a nice looking stroke backward a point again into the boundary for 4 more. So back-to-back boundaries there for Bassant. Bassant really putting bat to ball, getting wide deliveries outside the line of off stump from Gittins and cashing in on them, really putting them away. Backward a point for 2 consecutive 4s to take the total on to 114 for 6 in over number 26. Bassant moving on to 26 from 14 deliveries. Rampasad is 15. Gittins bowls a very good delivery. A delivery that was right up in the block hole, pitched up. And Bassant to do no more than come down hard on it and push it back up the track on the offside.
Yeah.
Outside the line of leg stump, signaled wide by the umpire, and they also ran by 2 to 116. 117 for 6 in over number 20. And there is a catch here to Baptiste at wide mid-off. So it was pitched up, and there he was looking for the drive.
So the 7th wicket going down for Trinidad and Tobago. So just the 3 wickets standing now. And with the dismissal of that batsman, we can see that all the Barbados players, they are assembled into a huddle, and quite rightly so. They will be working out who are the better bowlers to bowl in this situation now to try and wrap up things, or wrap up this Trinidad and Tobago innings. So 7 wickets going down, and we can see now it looks like it is in the yes, so we have the 7th wicket going down for Trinidad and Tobago, and not at a total that they would really like to have had, but how well all around Barbados have put their bowling attack together, ring their changes quite appropriately and getting the results. So also when they batted in partnerships, they have also been bowling in partnerships, which is also a cohesive issue in terms of bowling in partnerships is just as important as batting in partnerships. And the man with the ball in hand who scored a brilliant 78 is Carter, bowling short, 1 pull in the mid-wicket region, but there's a fielder coming off the mid-wicket boundary, and in the process the batsmen were able to get another run. That would advance the total now to
96 for 6.
Okay, so
Oh, well, that should be 7 because they just lost the last wicket number 7. So
I thought they were over the 100, but anyway, let's leave it in. Let's leave it in. Yeah. Wait a while, because and here is one played quietly out into the offside. The left-hander is on strike, sporting the number 28 on the back of his jersey. And we're not certain that that is correct. I don't think so. Leave it. And here is one stroked out into the offside. There is another run for Trinidad and Tobago. And all the runs that Trinidad and Tobago will get right now would be very important. Yes, they got a single on that occasion. That would advance their total now. And here is another flighted delivery. Played to short extra cover. He's out caught. So Carter getting a wicket. Caught at short extra cover. And another wicket going down for Trinidad and Tobago. 8 wickets falling now for them. And they slide further into more difficulty with just 2 wickets standing now. And we can clearly say that Barbados is in the driving seat. And what vehicle are they driving? A very expensive one, a very nice vehicle, the BMW.
Yes, the Barbadians are very much in control. They are large and in charge here at the Connery Cricket Ground with Zachary Carter flighting that one. And the batsman looking for the drive, but not playing it along the ground, playing it in the air, aerial. And the catch taking a short extra cover. The total now 117 for 8.
Yeah. Yeah, he was on the offside. He took the catch. Yeah.
So
Your eyes are very good.
Adrian Ratcha
Anyway, you'll get it after.
is on 1.
Anyway, another run goes on the board for Trinidad and Tobago. And they really just 2 wickets in hand for Trinidad and Tobago. So these Barbados bowlers, Carter, the left arm, around the wicket, bowls, short of a length, being played into the mid-wicket area. A man has to move spaces to his left coming off the mid-wicket boundary. Restricted the batsman to just a single. And the completion at that over, the final score at this moment with 8 wickets down. And
It's 118 for 8.
is that correct?
Oh,
121.
121
That over
for
there is
8.
very slow. We're dealing with the one over here very
And
quick.
over number 27. So 27 overs gone. It's 121 for 8. Anil Ruplal is on 1. And Adrian Ratcha is on 2. Carter so far has picked up 2 for 16 from 6 overs. It's been a very good spell by Zachary Carter, bowling left arm orthodox from the far end. And there is a change in bowling from the media center end. The bowler with the number 22 inscribed on his shirt is back into the attack. And that looks like number 22.
It happened on a rainy Tuesday morning. It rained.
And that so he is bowling from a pretty long run. Left arm medium fast. It's played out towards backward point.
Yeah. 4, 6. That. 1, 2. In the next one, Carter to Bassant.
It's a left arm medium fast bowler is Pollard. That's Jakeem Pollard.
Single just now? Yeah.
A single to the
single, that single. Single to Boston? No, single to Chris Camposade. I think that's the, that's the one.
So it's the left. Oh, and he bowls him. A big swipe, big swing. Looking to go through the onside. A delivery pitched up on middle stump. And playing all across it.
Yeah.
Not playing with a straight bat.
Yeah,
And we are going to have a look at the replay. Yes, and delivery pitched on about middle and off. And the middle stump knocked back. The Trinidadians lose wicket number 9 with the total on 120. Trinidad and Tobago 120 for 9. So seemingly they're staring down a very heavy defeat here at the Connery Cricket Ground. So Ratcha remains there on 3, and the batsman dismissed was O'Neill, Ruplal. So Ruplal, the left-hander, bowled by Pollard all over the place. 120 for 9, Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, yes, the last pair now is at the crease for Trinidad and Tobago. 9 wickets going down. So collectively, this definitely is a very good performance by the Barbados team. And number 22 is racing away now, left armer from this end, and the short pitch bouncer. The batsman had to take evasive action by just bobbing out of the way. Keeper standing back, solitary slip. A man on the third man boundary, a point, cover, extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fielder on the long leg boundary. Rodney, so the writing is clearly on the wall that Barbados obviously is going to come out with a victory right here at the Connery Cricket Centre.
Very much so. The Barbadians on the brink of wrapping up this game at this point at 120 for 9. And is the catch going to be taken? No, it didn't go to hand, as the left-hander was on the front foot looking to play defensively on the offside. It came off the top half of the bat and ballooned in the air, but it didn't quite get to hand, dropping very close to the fielder at backward point. And that brings up the end of over number 28. Madre is yet to score. Ratcha is on 3, 120 for 9. Well, the test match has long ended, the West Indies being skittled out for 143 and losing the test match by a wide margin of well over 100 runs.
Because in the first test when they lost to, they were all out for 141, I think.
Yeah.
And but in the second time trying to chase 300. But right here now, though, Barbados fully dominant. The last pair is at the crease for Trinidad and Tobago. Strikes that one down to mid-on. There is no run. Keeper standing back on also to a solitary slip. There's a fielder just beneath us here at the media center end on the third man boundary. There's a point, a cover, an extra cover, a mid-off, a fielder, a short mid-wicket. Obviously, there's a fielder down at the long leg boundary, and there is a mid-on. How well Barbados in all departments have played in this encounter here at the Connery Cricket Centre against Trinidad and Tobago. The last batsmen are at the wicket now. The final pair for Trinidad and Tobago. And collectively, Rodney, Barbados have played excellent cricket. They fielded well, they bowled well, and their batting in partnerships was very outstanding.
Quite right. They have played a very good game all round. The batting was pretty good. The bowlers have stuck to the task and bowled good length and line, good line and length. And they put Trinidad and Tobago under pressure from the very beginning. And Trinidad now reeling at 120 for 9 in the 29th over.
Because if Trinidad and Tobago was going to get close to anywhere this total, Rodney, they would have had to have done it in partnerships. That was not anywhere close, that eventualities. And so they are now the final pair at the crease. And Barbados just now waiting to take the final wicket.
And
Is this the
is it
delivery?
going to be the end? Yes.
No ball being
No
signaled.
ball is
No ball
signaled,
being
so
signaled.
there is going to be a free hit.
Yes.
They keep back up, they come at the back. They go on,
Yeah.
off the back.
That's
So
right.
it means that the game will be further extended. 28.3 overs bowled, 120 for 9.
So as we could see right now,
22
too,
for 9.
yeah, right now to Rodney, the thing is that overs left in the innings, but just the last pair now at the crease. So what
Yes.
we've been saying, if they could at least go into at least the 45th over. But anyway, that we cannot take away anything for how well Barbados have bowled, field and took their catches. But this one is going to clear the man at short mid wicket. There's a fielder at deep mid wicket, but in any event, they can only get one run. And probably even there again now too, we see for the time the balls was in the air, if they were running quickly, they could have been true for an easy 2, but in the end they only got 1.
And bearing in mind that you cannot be dismissed of free hit delivery.
Where you could outrun out. That's the only way you could be given out of a free hit run out.
Nice looking push down towards wide mid off. And the batsman actually repeated the stroke and almost held out to the same player at that short mid wicket position. I think the West Indies would want to look very closely at the batting lineup for the third and final test match.
Well,
They took a young and inexperienced team to England, a drive out to a short extra cover, the fielder diving forward looking to make a catch out of it and did not succeed. The batsman got a single that has taken the total onto 122, 126 after 29 overs. So I'm saying that the West Indies went to England with a young and inexperienced team, and we were badly beaten in England.
but then
There were 2 players on that team, one of which scored 100. I think it was Kavim Hodge. He got 100 in England. And now we back in the Caribbean playing against Australia, a stronger team. And he is out of the West Indies team.
And even more so to that point you're making about young Hajj from Dominica and Baptist, the tour to Pakistan, West Indies was successful, and I think some 8 players were not included in the 14. Now, this would suggest to me that Mikhail Louis would get an opportunity in the third and final test because the opening batsmen, they have failed, and it is always easy to change a losing team, but we'll wait and see. But I found that segment very interesting, though, that the 8 players who were so outstanding from that Pakistan show, and more so Hajj, was not even included in the 14. So I do not understand a lot of the steps that Darren Sammy takes as the coach. And first of all, I do not agree with Darren Sammy being the coach for the 3 formats that he has. I just think it's too much work for one individual.
And I think, and that was a powerfully hit out towards long on for 4. It was a short delivery there by Pollard, and the left-handed Ratcha just rocked back and hit it powerfully through mid-on out towards the long on boundary for 4.
But at the same time, though, the non-striker was very alert and his reflexes, and it was good that he got out of the way quite quickly because, as you quite rightly said, it was struck powerfully. That is why, as the non-striker and so on, you have to always be looking at the play quite cleanly because it was good in the end that there was no injuries, but 4 valuable runs for Trinidad and Tobago by this last spy at the crease. More runs for them? No. Traveling too quick to mid-off, who is just inside the 30-yard circle. No run. But really a very all-around performance here by Barbados against Trinidad and Tobago in this on the 2025 regional cricket.
I think the West Indies, they are making the mistake of not rewarding players who perform.
Well,
If players perform, they should be rewarded. You cannot drop a man after he scored a century against one of the leading test bowling attacks in the world. It's like dropping Irving Chillingford after he scored 100 in probably his only test match for the West Indies.
In Guyana against Pakistan. Well, you see, the thing is that those inconsistency in selections, I mean, Haj is a very technically good batsman, and even to the tour of Pakistan, even though he did not get 100, but the 100 before, after all, man, that was a hard one. And more runs here for Trinidad and Tobago. They run 1, and they're going to get 2.
Nice looking extra cover drive by the left-handed Racha. So Racha looks a good picture. He seems to be very strong on the drives, getting out onto the front foot and driving well along the ground. And even Athens looked a good player. So it's interesting that the West Indies are dropping players who performed, players who have potential, and you're just drafting in players who are more accustomed to or used to playing the shorter versions of the game, like the T20s and the 50-50s.
But it is not a coincidence
you
to
need
me.
players who can stay there and bat for long in test match cricket.
And you're so right, Rodney Baptist. You need that sort of application is very appropriate for test cricket for the batsman. You have to stay in the wicket, and not just stay in the wicket, but be able to accumulate runs. If you can't get the boundaries, runs can still come in 1s and 2s. But is it a coincidence that the 2 Dominicans have gotten a hard knock? I mean, that becomes very questionable when you look at it,
very
in terms of their performances.
Very questionable because
Well,
the thing is they are not shorter version specialists.
That's
they are
right.
not specialists in T20 or 50-50, one limited overs cricket.
And then here what also happened, there is another run for Trinidad and Tobago. They brought in Brandon King, where he would have been making a test match debut and so forth. And then persons like Haj and Atenes, who showed you at least potentially they have for test cricket. But anyway.
They have the temperament. They have what it takes.
So the present total here now is what for Trinidad and Tobago?
134 for 9. We are in the 31st over, and it will go on now to 135 as they pick up yet another single through mid-wicket.
Well, this pair now putting up some resistance for the last wicket. Not bad in terms of what they're doing, and this would also suggest to, like we've been saying earlier, Rodney, that if some more of the top batsmen had just their shot selection, because remember a few batsmen got out to full tosses in this innings for Trinidad and Tobago. We cannot discredit anything that Barbados have done in terms of the bowling attack, a short pitch delivery, the batsman trying to hit it through in the mid-wicket area, did not connect.
I think one of the things that the West Indies need to do as well is go back to a selection panel. So you have a convener of or a chairman of selectors. You have a selection panel responsible for selecting the West Indies test team based on your performances in the regional 4-day championship. So the way they're selecting the team now, it would seem as though the entire team is being selected by Darren Sammy. And that cannot be right. That cannot be correct.
Yeah, and based upon the selection process, it seems very obvious, and you're right. I mean, and really, so I'm in
Because
total.
none of the other test teams are allowing their coach to select the team.
And I don't think you should.
A test team should be selected by a selection panel,
I agree with you
which
with that.
consists of at least 3 to 4 persons with a chairman of selectors, where you monitor the regional tournament, you look at the performances of the players, and let players be selected based on the merit of performance in your domestic championships.
Yeah, I will agree with that. Really, that it should always be based on performance and not personal likeness of players, because obviously, and there again too.
That's a recipe for disaster.
And there again too, I'm saying that I do not agree with Darren Sammy being the coach for Test cricket. I would not have an issue with 2020, but Test cricket, no. And there again, not just Test cricket, but he have the coaching responsibility of the 3 formats. Who is the president of the West Indies Cricket Board? A gentleman from the Windward Islands. And it looks like when we in the smaller islands were critical of the bigger islands of insularity, the bigger islands have a conversation now that there's insularity too. Why should one man get 3 jobs? You know? It doesn't, Rodney, no, it doesn't add up to me.
It's being made obvious. It's being made obvious that there is insularity, and you even have players from the very Windward Islands being subjected to unfair play.
I mean, let's be realistic. Why bring back Johnson Charles and he came back in a shorter version and Fletcher? I mean, no man, not because you're from the Windward Islands. I don't think no ball. One more to the total and a free hit would be gotten. So the game here is extending between these 2 teams. The last player putting up some resistance though. I mean, you know, but really when you are selecting the best performers, it sends a message to the underperformers that they have to come up with their performances if they're gonna get positions.
Exactly.
You know, yeah.
You should merit your your place in any team.
It's just like,
and your place in any team should be based on your performance in the domestic.
It's just like a student in a class getting the highest marks, and then they demote the person who get the highest marks and bring up the persons who get the lowest marks. I mean, you know, it is a similar equation in education. The persons who get the higher marks supposed to go up in the higher classes. But here is Barbados looking out to get the final wicket. No, it was not pitched between wicket and wicket. Went to the keeper and no run. The wicket keeper is standing back. There is a fielder on the 3rd man boundary. There is a point, a cover, extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a man on the long leg boundary, a deep mid-wicket. So they're in the driving seat. Barbados. They're still hoping to take the final wicket here, Baptist. Barbados disallowed, played out to cover, and no run. But as you said earlier, it would have been so much more justified if the Trinidad and Tobago, even though it was from the start a great challenge, if they had put up a greater resilience in terms to what they have provided up to this moment. 136 on the board for 9 wickets. And the umpire signal a wide. Yes, he does so.
Very wide delivery, hammered into the pitch.
Another one to the total.
Very high over the batsman's head. So a wasted delivery there. Wasted delivery. Not forcing the batsman to play. I think we have to bear in mind that Test cricket is the highest level of the game, and it doesn't get higher than at the Test level.
Well,
so
because
to play Test cricket and play proper Test cricket and compete against the strong teams like Australia, India, England, New Zealand, Pakistan, you have to pick players who have the temperament to play the longer version of the game. You cannot load a Test team with players who are used to batting for short periods in the shorter versions of cricket, like T20s and one-day internationals. You have to pick players who have that appetite to bat for long and build innings and score big hundreds.
Well,
And we are not seeing that.
well, we are a long way from seeing that for what we are seeing now presently. Not saying that it cannot be developed, but it
And
is.
this one is running out towards the fine leg position for 4 byes.
Well,
So
they.
it kept very low. The wicketkeeper was unable to prevent it from going past him, and it trickled into the fine leg boundary for 4 byes, increasing the Trinidad and Tobago total to 142 for 9 in over number 32. So this last pair is rallying a bit for the Trinidad and Tobago team. I see a nice looking off drive, and the batsman complete a single. Nice drive by Ratcha. Adrian Ratcha, again, another interesting name.
Yes,
Starts
indeed.
with 2 A's.
So when the last wicket went down before this 9, these 2 last batsmen go at the crease now. But anyway, they're showing some resilience. Really, they're
Yeah,
showing some
it's
resilience, and
good
that is good.
resistance.
That is good.
Yeah.
That is good. Well, the thing is that Barbados, they have gotten off to a very, very good start in this 2025 on the 19 regional cricket series. And what is also going to be interesting coming out of this tournament too, Rodney, is the 2 American teams which are also a part of this tournament. So obviously, no doubt some of the players from both of those teams, whether bowling or batting, they will have some outstanding performances at the conclusion of the tournament.
Here we see the Americans are investing in their teams. They are looking to develop the game in the U.S. And we have a situation where cricket will enter the Olympics for the first time in the next Olympics, which to me is a great move. Cricket is one of the world's leading sports, and it's entering the Olympics for the first time after so many years of Olympics. So it's very good that we have lived to see the day when cricket is in the Olympics.
Because the Olympics, as a sporting entity, has the largest world audience viewership and present in the arena of wherever the Olympics is being held. It's the biggest spectator watch
Pinnacle-
all over
Pinnacle
the world.
of world sports.
That is why
So many different sports.
that is why our own Kim Collins is so well known universally in terms of that exposure. And he back here in the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis, boy, that is why another run though is taken.
Yeah, pushed out into the offside by the left-handed Ratcha.
And one of the
Getting
things that we know,
13th run.
yeah, one of the things that we know in Antigua, as you would know, so Vivian Alexander Isaac Richards is the ambassador to sports tourism in Antigua. What job do you know Kim Collins have in St. Kitts and Nevis?
Well, the good thing was, let's say, the good thing is that Collins exposed the Federation after representing St. Kitts
And Nevis.
and Nevis so well.
But I asking you, what job
Yeah,
do he
I
has
am
presently?
I am answering you.
Yeah, let me hear
Let's
you.
wait for the answer.
Yeah, make it quick.
I am saying that the Federation got great exposure through Collins' representation on at least 2 occasions at the Olympics. So the government of St. Kitts could not have really paid for that kind of promotion or advertisement that Kim Collins gave to the Federation. Hence, in a situation like that, Collins could have been given probably a similar role like what Viv Richards and probably other sports icons of different countries have been given to further promote the individual countries.
Yeah, and that would have been an exceptional accolade added to him. And really, these two for Trinidad and Tobago, this last year 9-wicket partnership, they're putting up some resilience and just extending the play for a little longer period of time. But is that above the waist? Yes.
And it's signal
And
no
a ball,
ball,
yes.
yeah.
Above the waist. So, and one thing though, in this innings, Barbados have bowled a fair amount of no balls in this innings. So even though they have made that convincing total, that will be an area, no doubt, that the coaches would be responsible in terms of working on those areas. But these two, as the final pair for Trinidad and Tobago, they are doing a good job. Not a big partnership, but the resistance is good. Right?
So the last wicket fell at 122.
So this is good
So
in terms of the last pair at the crease.
yeah,
You know.
so they have with the score. The score now is 100 and
Yeah, that's it.
um,
So that single,
Well,
single,
there was an experience by senior counsel Mr. Dennis Byron, who works out in Rwanda, in Europe and so forth, different parts of the world, and he was telling me at one time he was in Europe, and when he presented his diplomatic passport to the immigration officer, he was amazed that he wasn't too certain. Well, what part of the world is that? And then Sir Dennis told me that he had on a polo shirt with the national flag, and when he turned to the immigration officer and he saw it, he just took his passport quickly and stamped it and said, "Oh, Kim Collins' country." So you see the world exposure.
yeah, here is what.
But a king is never honored in his own country.
Here is where what I stated earlier, what I said earlier, is confirmed. You know, the kind of promotion, the kind of exposure that the federation got from Kim Collins' performances.
But not just only Kim Collins, excluding
the
myself.
government-
Look how many outstanding cricketers, footballers, sinkers have produced, and how much of them has gotten recognition, even to say, well, okay, let's say not in the essence as a national hero, but something fundamentally recognizable for their contribution in sports, in calypso, and it goes down the line. So Antigua has led us a lot in terms of how they appreciate persons who have contributed to development of Antigua and Barbuda, and we are so proud of them as how they acknowledge their persons. As even teachers, nurses, and different persons in a wide cross section, they pay great tribute to them now that they are living, so they can know how much the country or islanders appreciate their contribution. But the contribution for Barbados here at the Canary Cricket Centre is very good. And here they're looking for the final wicket, because Barbados, when they batted first, they scored 295 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago in response, putting up a good resistance here by the final pair for Trinidad and Tobago. But really, this is totally out of their reach. And it's just a matter of time now before Barbados take the final wicket. Over short extra cover, there's a fielder coming off the long off boundary. And in the meantime, the batsmen, they are settling for just the one run. So, Rodney, a good little partnership by the final pair here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Very much so, because the last wicket fell when the score was on 122. So, having taken the score from 122 for 9 to 150 for the same 9, it means that they have added at least another 28 runs, and now we see the end coming. An appeal for leg before upheld by the umpire. So the Trinidadians have been dismissed for 100, and let's get a confirmation from
Okay, we will get that.
151.
So all out 151, Barbados handsomely defeating Trinidad and Tobago right here at the Connery Cricket Center earlier in the day at 10 Eastern Caribbean time, AM. That was this morning where Barbados, when they won the toss, they decided that they will bat first, and it was proven just because they scored 298 for 8, and now the Trinidad contingent and Barbados contingent, and they are going to go through the usual protocol by endorsing their sentiments of congratulation and exchange of other words, where we can see the normal thing now, shaking of hands, saying hello, saying see you next time, better luck next time, whatsoever the comments may be. But this too also, Rodney, is very picturesque to see the sportsmanship, either way, win or lose, and what a convincing win Barbados have demonstrated here at the Connery Cricket Center, defeating Trinidad and Tobago, and where Trinidad and Tobago only amassed 151 runs. So Barbados can feel even more confident going into their third encounter, which I think would be probably sometime on Wednesday. It might just be the other one. But in any event, though, coming out victorious and well-deserving. We had a good opening start from the Barbados openers, and Carter got 78. He opened. He got 78, and his captain got what, 79? Dom? Anyway, there were two batsmen in the 70s, and also there were provisions from other batsmen in the middle order getting into the 30s, and I think one other batsman was over 50. But on the same hand, though, the Barbados team convincingly defeating Trinidad and Tobago right here at the Connery Cricket Center. And Rodney and 144 runs is what Barbados won by, and really Sherwin Campbell, who is the head coach and former West Indies opening batsman, so he will understand what it takes to for application, and especially more so like how he was an opening batsman for Barbados and the West Indies, and he did well when he was in that position, and now in the position as coach, he will have the fundamentals of what batsmanship is about, and that provision really was demonstrated for how the opening batsmen for Barbados played, and collectively the bowling was good, Barbados, the fielding and out cricket was also good, and in my view, they totally outplayed Trinidad and Tobago. Your thoughts in your final analysis, Rodney, of this final encounter and the outcome?
Yes, the Barbadians proved to be the superior team, the superior of the two teams. They batted well. They had a good opening stand of 72 runs between Zachary Carter and the other opener, Greenwich. That's Micah Greenwich. So the Barbadians went on to score 295, and the 295 runs were scored off the 50 overs, and they set Trinidad and Tobago 296 to win. Trinidad and Tobago falling well short by 144 runs, being bowled out for 151. So we didn't see too many partnerships in the Trinidad and Tobago innings, and as a result, they really struggled to chase the 295 runs scored by Barbados. So as a result of the absence of partnerships, good partnerships, the Trinidad and Tobago team struggled throughout in finding the way to even getting close to the 295 scored by Barbados. So the Barbados cricket overall was quite good. The batters were very positive. They applied themselves and they built partnerships in order to get onto 295. The Trinidad and Tobago bowling was a bit off target today, a bit off rail.